Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. National Survival. My ability is to sign in. Chapter 61. Boom. The entire skeleton colony exploded. Chatter. Panic. Panic. Chen Yuan guessed correctly. The sword-wielding skeleton and the axe-wielding skeleton had an internal conflict and were expelled from the skeleton's territory. When they saw Chen Yuan and the two beasts, they were so greedy and hopeful. In addition to enjoying devouring flesh and blood, they also thought that after devouring the flesh and blood of Chen Yuan and the two beasts, they could fight back to their territory. The skeleton settlement is still very large. The strong wind stirred up the flames. The fire became more intense. The connected high-rise wooden buildings were burned to pieces, and some of them were directly killed, burned to death, crushed to death, and seriously injured. Countless. From the largest black wooden building in the settlement at the end, a pale golden skeleton figure rushed out. The human figure is about the same height as the sword-wielding skeleton king, and the golden color on his body is a bit richer. Chai K. It was shaken by the smoke and explosion. His whole face turned black. There was a faint hint of anger on the face of a skull, looking at Chen Yuan and the other three who had crossed the level. He was about to speak. Chen Yuan is holding a mountain axe, with the brave and fearless badge on his chest. A sprint. Just kill them as close as you can. It's a pity that the last shot of this elemental fire gun failed to kill this guy directly. Chen Yuan secretly regretted. But, looking at the axe-wielding skeleton king, he was also embarrassed by the explosion. His whole face turned black, and there was black smoke coming out of his mouth and nose. Axe-wielding skeleton king. The leader of the axe-wielding skeleton clan, level 36, possesses terrible axe skills and violent energy, loves musical instruments, the bone flute around his waist will bring bad luck to people, and is extremely interested in devouring your flesh and blood. Big, especially if you just blew up its lair, it will definitely not let you go. Level 36. One level higher than the sword-wielding skeleton king. And it has devoured flesh and blood, becoming full of blood. But the explosion just now still made it a little confused. Scandium, Scandium, Scandium. The mountain axe strikes. Come into contact with it. Another badge bonus. At the same time, Xiaobai and Xiaojin's bonuses were also announced. Chen Yuan's current state is better than when he faced the sword-wielding skeleton king, and he is in full strength from the beginning. Scandium, Scandium, Scandium. The axe-wielding skeleton king was forced to retreat. The two of them plunged into the half-destroyed black wooden building, but the material of the wood was obviously different and the fire could not burn it. Chen Yuan also saw several human bones on the ground. Skeleton man. Wrong. The bones of these human bones are white, but they are obviously much smaller than the white bones of the skeleton family. Moreover, although the skeleton is in the form of human bones, but it is still very different from the real human skeleton. Next to the ground, also brain plasma and blood. They are humans, humans whose flesh and blood have been devoured, but their bones were shattered by the explosion just now. Look at these scattered human bones. Chen Yuan looked at the axe-wielding skeleton king. Where did you humans come from? Humans. They accidentally broke into this place and became my delicacy. The same goes for you, but the flesh and blood on your body is much stronger and richer than theirs. The axe-wielding skeleton king chirped. The bones of the dry mouth are moving. The bone flute is placed in the mouth. Chen Yuan remembered the game's reminder that this bone flute would bring bad luck to people, and immediately attacked like rain. One style of cold axe, 3 rays of cold axe. Cold axe's second move, cold axe's 9 cuts. 3 moves of the cold axe breaks through the river. 3 formulas followed one after another. Continuously. The axe move carried axe, and struck like a violent storm. Finally, the half-moon-shaped axe's light cut through the sky, and slashed hard at the waist and abdomen of the axe-wielding skeleton king. The axe-wielding skeleton king is horrified. Sheba, how do you know my moves? Who are you? The same axe light struck the axe-wielding skeleton king. Boom boom boom. The fluctuations of the battle rolled the airwaves within 10 meters of the surrounding area, making the broken ground look even more unbearable. The elemental powers are also colliding, and the entire half-broken black building is crumbling. Even if the level 36 axe-wielding skeleton king doesn't play the bone flute, his strength is still not inferior to the sword-wielding skeleton king. After dozens of moves, panting, the level 36 axe-wielding skeleton king, whose right arm bone was broken by Chen Yuan, finally found the opportunity and blew the bone flute. Amidst the weird flute sound, a trace of gray air emerged. Frustration fell on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan originally thought that the gray energy was blessed by the level 36 axe-wielding Skeleton King, but he didn't expect it to fall on him. Shahaha. The level 36 axe-wielding Skeleton King laughed wildly. Extremely proud. Game tips. The cursed bone flute of the axe-wielding Skeleton King brings a curse effect to people, which will slow down their speed, slow their reactions, weaken their strength, and even make them unconscious. You can break it by taking out the doll skull statue. All of these close black lens bracket. Chen Yuan did feel the effects of the curse. Although it won't let him lose the upper hand against the axe-wielding Skeleton King, it is indeed a bit troublesome. Take out the doll skull statue from the warehouse. The 20-centimeter doll skull figurine only has the left half, but it still looks very cute. The gray gas is absorbed by the statue. The axe-wielding Skeleton King's expression changed slightly, and he played the bone flute crazily. The gray air emerged even more. But they were all absorbed by the doll skull figurine. The face of the axe-wielding Skeleton King changed drastically. Keep playing the flute like crazy. The gray gas surged, as if billowing black smoke was about to swallow everything, but it was still absorbed by the doll statue. The axe-wielding Skeleton King's face turned pale. There was no effect at all. It was so angry that it almost smashed the bone flute. Suffer death. At this moment, Chen Yuan moved and approached the axe-wielding Skeleton King again. The ghost wind boots under his feet moved 3 times faster. The axe struck hard at the axe-wielding Skeleton King. Scandium. Scandium. The axe-wielding Skeleton King didn't expect that Chen Yuan had any reservations. Under the sudden acceleration, the attack was too terrifying. It only resisted twice. Phew. Phew. An axe hit its chest, breaking 3 of its ribs. An axe hit its back, leaving a big gap. Seriously injured, the axe-wielding Skeleton King knew that he could no longer be hostile to Chen Yuan. He strode forward with his feet, trying to escape. How could Chen Yuan let it go? 10 times faster. Ghost steps. Chen Yuan's most powerful killing move is an instant burst of 10 times speed. All his strength, moves, the sharpness and power of the mountain axe, daughter merged into one move in an instant. The power is huge and unparalleled. Phew. The move is to strike the axe-wielding Skeleton King from the back of his neck. A skull raised high. The broken body of the axe-wielding Skeleton King fell heavily to the ground, and a silver treasure box fell from it. Game tip. Kill the axe-wielding Skeleton King. Game tips. Silver treasure chest +1. The axe-wielding Skeleton King, who was still at his peak, was no match for Chen Yuan, not to mention that it was severely injured at this moment and was unsuspecting and wanted to escape. One-hit kill. Come to the treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. Game tips. Ning Yuan wood +40. Game tips. Complete 6 styles of cold axe perfect level +1. Game tips. Medium soul +1. Game tips. Mysterious skeleton statue 1/2 +1. The reward he received was slightly higher than that of the sword-wielding Skeleton King. What Chen Yuan is looking forward to most is the mysterious skull statue 1/2. When you take it out in your hand, it fits perfectly with the other half of the doll skull figurine, regardless of each other. Game tips. Mysterious skeleton statue 2/2, is it fused? Close black lens bracket. Fusion. Chen Yuan's heart moved slightly. In a burst of black light, 2 doll skull statuettes slowly merged together to form a complete golden doll skull statue. Still 20 centimeters, a special brand imprinted itself into Chen Yuan's heart. Chen Yuan looked again, indicating a change. Mysterious doll skeleton figurine. With this statue, you can summon a powerful army of skeleton puppets. At the current level, rare level, you can summon 20 skeleton puppets. Game tips. The mysterious doll skeleton figurine can be upgraded. New flesh and blood are required for upgrading. As it devours flesh and blood, the doll skeleton figurine becomes more and more powerful, and the skeleton puppets that can be summoned will also become stronger and stronger. More close black lens bracket. Game tip. Due to its own attributes, the mysterious doll skeleton figurine can absorb and defend against a certain degree of curses and disaster attacks, but the attack cannot be too high, otherwise it will cause a certain degree of damage. It turns out that this is why the doll skeleton figurine can absorb the great curse of the axe-wielding skeleton king. Certainly, Chen Yuan is more concerned about this than this. Some of the beasts he had killed before, besides eating them for himself, many of them could only be sold. Most of the things sold can only be used to replenish basic supplies, except for the occasional good ones. If the basic supplies were good at the beginning of the game, now they are too much. And now, you can upgrade the doll skeleton figurine. This is great. When the time comes, when the doll skeleton figurine has been upgraded to a higher level, wouldn't it be nice to summon an army of skeletons and let them chop down trees, forage for food, collect resources, and detect the surrounding environment? Chen Yuan was very moved. Try it now. As his heart moved slightly, an array of black light, skeletal figures appeared in front of him one after another. In an instant, it was 20 lines. Level 32 Skeleton Puppet. A skeleton puppet soldier comparable to the skeleton elite. He is absolutely loyal to the holder of the doll skull figurine. He has rich combat skills and can also patrol, survey, collect, and carry supplies to a certain extent. Note: skeleton puppets will also get tired. When tired, the doll skeleton figurine can be well nourished. After the doll skeleton figurine eats flesh and blood, the energy inside it not only allows the skeleton puppet to upgrade, but the environment also allows it to nourish and rest. Doll skull figurines are closely related to skeleton puppets. This also saved Chen Yuan a lot of effort. As long as there is enough flesh and blood, the doll skeleton figurine can be upgraded, the skeleton puppet can also be upgraded, and it can also nourish and rest. Go help Xiaobai and Xiaojin. Chen Yuan quickly issued instructions to the 20 skeleton puppets. These 20 skull puppets. After a brief moment of confusion in his eyes, he immediately rushed out fiercely. Chen Yuan followed. The entire skeleton settlement was a sea of fire, and the surviving skeletons and Xiaobai and Xiaojin were fighting together in the large open space in the middle. Most of these skeletons have actually been killed. With the addition of 20 skeleton puppets, the army was defeated like a mountain. Xiaobai and Xiaojin were shocked at first when they saw the 20 skeleton puppets, but later they realized they were reinforcements. And Chen Yuan also came over and explained, "He is one of our own." The two beasts blinked in confusion. One of our own. When did the master have these? The end of the battle. Faster than expected, in the entire axe-wielding skeleton territory, some skeletons may have escaped, but more than 95% of them were wiped out. Fire destroyed the entire skeleton territory. Chen Yuan waited for the fire to go out. Just now I started to tidy up the battlefield and collect those treasure boxes. 1 silver treasure chest. 763 bronze treasure chests. The accumulated elemental crystals obtained are more than 1500 plus. The primary and intermediate obsidian is close to 100, the primary and intermediate upgrade stones are 60, the rare metal Jiangxin platinum is also more than 100, and the number of silver, gold, crystal and crystal fragments is also more than 200. In addition to these, there are 720 elementary souls and 43 intermediate souls. 3 days ago, it was still very difficult for Chen Yuan to obtain mid-level souls, but now they have been obtained in batches, with dozens of mid-level upgrade stones. It's time to tidy up the warehouse and sort out supplies again. In front of the skeleton territory level. Get organized. Pieces of decomposed copper blocks continued to be smelted, the storage rooms and warehouses were renovated, and Xiaobai and Xiaojin were fed obsidian and platinum. There are 20 skeleton puppets, 10 patrolling around the big stone castle. Take 10 heads and return to the skeleton settlement. Many wooden houses in the skeleton settlement area were burned down, and some made of special materials were burned into charcoal. These charcoals last much longer than ordinary wood. Game tip. High quality charcoal +4. Game tip. High quality charcoal +4. Game tip. High quality charcoal +4. Collect one by one. The materials that can be collected will never be left behind easily. The skeleton man's iron axe is also collected, which is the same as the sword-wielding skeleton man's long sword. These iron axes, even if they are broken, can be smelted into refined iron. There are really too many. Fortunately, there were 10 skeleton puppets, and everyone could hold a large number of them. Chen Yuan came to the largest black wooden building again. This is where the axe-wielding skeleton king lives. There's nothing to loot in there. However, the material of this large wooden building was different, and the fire could not burn it. Chen Yuan focused his eyes on it. Black flame wood. A kind of wood with extremely high hardness, fire resistance, and can be made into excellent weapons. It contains elemental power. It was obtained by a group of ignorant skeletons. Maybe it was due to poor weapon refining skills. To build it into a wooden house is really a waste of natural resources. Close black lens bracket. No wonder the elemental fire gun's shells couldn't burn it. Contains elemental power. Collect. Chen Yuan directly struck out with his mountain axe. Game tips. Black flame wood +4. Game tips. Black flame wood +4. Game tips. Black flame wood +4. The wooden house of the axe-wielding skeleton king is quite big, and Chen Yuxing collected enough 60 pieces of black flame wood. And in those broken black flame trees, I also got 16 yuan. Black flame wood. It should come in handy later. I looked around again. I discovered the place where the sword-wielding skeleton king lived, but unfortunately it was not made of black wood. In addition, many skulls and broken bones were also found in the house of the sword-wielding skeleton king. It's the same as the one in the skeleton king's house, and has no collecting value. If you step on it casually, it will break into pieces. Return to Big Rock Castle. After the smelting of the copper blocks was completed, all the pieces of refined copper were put into the storage room, and then all the broken axes and broken swords were put into the smelting furnace for smelting and melting. Smelting furnaces also need to burn wood. The redwood tree wood before, with some charcoal thrown in, is enough to burn for a while. Chen Yuan came to the second floor again. Take out all the souls you got. Just like at noon, the souls flew around the small tree and were absorbed. This time it took longer to absorb. Take advantage of this moment. Chen Yuan learned the complete version of 6 styles of cold axe. After learning and practicing several times, the fruits on the small tree finally changed. The fruit of the small tree, which was originally black and red, has now completely turned black. Although it is still the size of an apple, its color is so black that it is like staring into the dark night. The game also sent a prompt, the mysterious fruit, the current maturity level is 10%. 10%. After swallowing so many of my souls, I am only 10% mature. Chen Yuan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. If he hadn't really expected it, he would like to know what the fruit looks like when it is fully mature and what it does. Chen Yuan had to cut off the small tree section by section and burn it for 180 days. The big stone castle is in the open space in front of the level. There are 10 skeleton puppets patrolling around 100 meters away, and the security level is almost at its highest. There are also puppets guarding the door. Next to the smelting furnace, 2 puppets were arranged to be responsible for the smelting. When the smelting is completed, they will automatically clean up and put the broken axes and swords in for smelting. And they also fuel the smelting furnaces. There were also intact iron axes and long swords, but they were not smelted. Chen Yuan linked a few to the trading channel. The pricing is relatively high. Because the current situation has attracted too many other players, Chen Yuan is not sure he will gain anything. It's basically just luck. Do these things well. Chen Yuan practiced the 6 forms of cold axe again, and also practiced other basic axe techniques, werewolf fighting technique. These moves are becoming more and more integrated with himself. In a trance, there is even a feeling of unity between man and nature. It was 5 o'clock. It was getting dark. Chen Yuan took back a few of the skeleton puppets, leaving only a few, then went to take a bath and spend the night here. After taking a shower, I changed into fox fur pajamas. Start preparing dinner. 1 battle in the morning and another in the afternoon. It's time to have a good meal. For dinner, we cooked grilled steak, hyena meat, a small dish of air-dried meat mixed with cold sauce, and a small bowl of steamed fragrant rice. The vegetables include lettuce, fried crispy potatoes, and tomato and vegetable soup. Drinks include plum juice and freshly squeezed milk. The fruit plate contains wild fruits, berries, a few green plums, and sliced watermelon. In addition, Chen Yuan also brewed several jars of fruit wine and sealed them in the wine cellar next to the restaurant, waiting to be drunk in a few days. It would be great if it could be broadcast live. Chen Yuan enjoyed all this. I felt sorry in my heart. If happiness cannot be shared, happiness cannot be doubled. This is the source of regret. The time came to 6 o'clock. The attribute value is updated again. Last night's score was 7,980. Chen Yuan's huge gain this time increased by a full 3,200 points. The score is updated to 11,180. It has exceeded 10,000. 11,180. Once again, the crowd on the World Channel was so shocked that their eyes almost exploded. Chen Yuan looked at these comments. Also numb. Since the ranking rewards were distributed last night, they will definitely be gone this time. Chen Yuan browsed the World Channel. Prepare to withdraw. At this time, a large string of text pops up on the game page. Game tips. Since the number of people in the World Channel has dropped to 1.5 billion, the regional channels will be reintegrated in the next 3 minutes. Some channels with lower cumulative scores will be automatically merged into high-scoring channels, and the original high-scoring channel ID titles will still be used. After the channel is reintegrated, the number of people will still be 10,000, the channel administrator will be expanded to 20 people, and the super administrator will still be the first person in the channel points. After the channel is reintegrated, an additional channel comprehensive score world ranking list will be released on the third day. Like the regional personal ranking and the world personal ranking, the channel comprehensive ranking will also have rewards. In the regional channels with the top 200 cumulative comprehensive value rankings, members will not only have combat power bonuses before the next ranking update, but the top 100 members in the channel will also receive additional rewards of varying sizes. The integrated regional channel will add all-in-one video conferencing functions, call functions, management permissions, blessing functions, regional templates, and many other functions. Chen Yuan watched all this. Are the channels going to be reintegrated? Also, some channels now have more people, but some channels have as low as 1,000 people. It needs to be integrated. However, integration is not the key. After integration, wouldn't the entire video conferencing function be able to conduct video calls? Chen Yuan stood up. In front of the bathroom mirror, I took a look and styled my handsome hairstyle. He looked at his pajamas again and put on an extra bright cloak. Return to the restaurant and take a seat. Game prompt. 3 minutes have expired, and the channels will start to be automatically integrated. Game tips. The channel integration is completed and will automatically enter the regional channel. Chen Yuan entered the regional channel. The channel name is still the Shiny EK0086. The number of people who were less than 3,000 before was updated again and became a full 10,000. The channel was in chaos. Oh my god, did you really change the channel? Whose channel is this? Holy shit, I actually came to Mr. Chen's channel. Shit, I'm not dreaming, am I? I gave myself 2 big mouths just now. It hurts. It's not a dream. Oh my god, I'm on the same channel as my idol and I'm about to faint. Have a look. Does it have the same name? If you have the same name, you can't emphasize the last one. Even if the last one is also important, the overall value won't be the same. 11,180. It is definitely Mr. Chen's channel. The red name of the super administrator is bolded and deepened. It is definitely correct. Woo, I cried, I really cried. I feel like my heart is suffocating. Who can help me with CPR? It was a mess. During this period, there were numerous sounds of game prompts, such as if a certain player reached the top 20 points in the channel, he would be automatically upgraded to an administrator. Then, it was a large group of people clamoring to see Chen Yuan's true appearance, and beg Chen Yuan to open the video. Thousands of people wrote in blood, begging Mr. Chen to open a video and host the channel's first all-member meeting. Thousands of people wrote in blood, begging Mr. Chen to open a video and host the channel's first all-member meeting. Thousands of people wrote in blood, begging Mr. Chen to open a video and host the channel's first all-member meeting. In the end, all of this was summed up in this sentence. Horror hits the screen. Chen Yuan grinned. Another friend sent me a private message. Brother Chen, can you make a video call? Idol, let's have a meeting. Boss Chen, can you let everyone see your true face? Lu Xiaoya, Lu Yang, and Li Cheng sent messages one after another, and Chen Yuan replied calmly, okay, in this beautiful season, it's time to have a meeting. Chen Yuan clicked on the plenary video conference with his right hand. This is a privilege only available to super administrators. Set the My sequence to speak. I saw a sudden change on the entire regional channel, and a 1x1 meter virtual screen automatically stood up. In the center of the screen is Chen Yuan, occupying half of the screen. Then channel members joined in frantically one after another. Their video screens are also on the screen, and are much smaller than Chen Yuan's. They are all surrounding Chen Yuan's main video screen, and the split screen is getting smaller and smaller. As soon as someone went up, they were pushed down. The number of places in the video conference is limited, and only 100 people can show their faces. After clicking on the video, if the score is not enough, it will be automatically squeezed out by people with high scores. Made. Mr. Chen and I were in the same frame instantly, and we were squeezed out in an instant. Please, stop crowding. Miss Lu squeezed me out from under Mr. Chen. Boss Chen is so handsome. Oh my god, Mr. Chen's main screen is too big. You can still see food on the table. Steak, barbecue, lettuce, fruit plate, juice, milk, and vegetable soup. Are there so many fruits in the fruit plate? And rice. Is this so rich? It's so inhumane. If it weren't for the video, I would suspect that Mr. Chen staged it in advance. Oh my god, why are you having a video conference? It's so uncomfortable. What Mr. Chen eats in one meal is 10 times richer than what I have eaten in all the days I have been here. What is Mr. Chen wearing? Is it a mink velvet cloak? It's too high-end. Unfortunately, my pants are leaking. Oh, I can't sleep well at night again. Chen Yuan glanced silently. Of course he doesn't stop there. He stood up, walked downstairs, and held the sleeping Xiaobai in his arms. The screen also switched as Chen Yuan stood up, revealing everything behind Chen Yuan. Exquisite restaurant, wine cellar next to the restaurant, rich and delicious food, elegant spiral staircase, large fireplace with high flames and carved patterns, warm pet kennel. Stroking Xiaobai's head. The sleeping Xiaobai rubbed against Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan took a fork of delicious sauce steak and took a sip of fresh juice. Okay, let's have a meeting. Don't ask why we have a meeting, but why we go there specifically to hug Xiaobai. Just to have something to touch during the meeting. Xiaobai's hand feels better and better. The soft and spotless hair, the chubby and soft body, with the slightest warmth. Chen Yuan didn't talk much during the meeting. This will be the regional comprehensive ranking list in about 3 days. I hope everyone will work hard and get the first place on the list. But when Chen Yuan said this, everyone was discussing crazily. Is it such a beautiful fireplace? The restaurant also has a wine cellar. There are also pets, a special pet nest. Mr. Chen has already raised pets in this world. I didn't see that the pet kennels are all padded with warm wolf furs. My bed is still padded with thatch. I'm crying, I can't compare to a little pet. Brother Chen, do you need a bed warmer? I am very good at warming beds. I really want to stay at Mr. Chen's place for a night. I can really warm the bed greater than carat omega carat less than. Warm your sister's bed. Don't seduce my idol. There are too many crazy temptations. At the end, Chen Yuan said, okay, everyone, let's work hard for the regional comprehensive ranking in 3 days. I'll take the order of my, and you can continue to speak. Chen Yuan ordered the wheat sequence. The video screen also exits, and the entire center of the main screen is switched away. Lu Xiaoya ranked second. She was automatically promoted by Mai Shu. She was a little surprised, and then said, since Brother Chen has said it, in the following regional comprehensive ranking, REK 0086 channel must win the first place. In addition to the combat power bonus, there are also ranking rewards. Everyone, come on. Her pink fists were clenched and her eyes were determined. Then he got off. Lu Xiaoya's appearance and temperament caused the wolves below to howl in admiration. As the third person on the channel, Lu Yong intentionally made a point. You guys, before talking about the regional comprehensive ranking, let me say one thing first. Miss Lu is the boss, so you can just chat about sex. Don't take advantage of Miss Lu, otherwise you won't. I blame Lu for being rude. Quote. 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 The corners of Chen Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. This guy was still reading the Yuanyang book. Speeches came one after another. That is to say, the same thing is true. In addition to welcoming everyone, I also hope that the channel will be reintegrated and everyone will work hard. Strive to win the comprehensive ranking of the channel in 3 days. Chen Yuan was thinking about this too. There are now 3 rankings. The first one is the World Personal Comprehensive Attribute Value Ranking. The second is the Regional Personal Comprehensive Attribute Value Ranking. These 2 rankings are personal rankings in the game world and reward distribution. Regional Comprehensive Score Ranking. It is a ranking based on the combined scores of regional channel owners. If there are good things in the future, you can first sell some of them on the regional channel. The stronger everyone is, the more rewards I will receive. In addition, the stronger they are, the greater the probability of getting good things, and the more it's convenient for transactions. Chen Yuan thought. In addition, he also thought of something. If these things can be sold at the same value, it is better to sell them to people in your own country than to sell them to people in some island countries and pirate countries. Survive the world. Can't take care of too many people. But if you can trade, in terms of business needs, the group of people in your hometown are better. Call. Shaking his head, he threw away the messy thoughts. I'm thinking a little too much. Have a good dinner. Clear the table. Chen Yuan lay on the bed, opened the regional map, and also opened the world map simultaneously. When the regional map appeared, there was an area in the southwest corner of the world map where the fog had cleared. But that area is still too small compared to the entire continent. Just the tip of the iceberg. Chen Yuan thought of the human bones of the axe-wielding skeleton again. He was not sure whether they were humans from the survival world or earthlings like him. Normally, other players must have encountered it, but he has not yet because the process is too fast. To be honest, Chen Yuan did not want to encounter other players. In case of encounter, the other party will be in danger. To save or not to save? To help or not to help? What if he follows me after helping? If it's a big man, let him be self-reliant. What if it's a cute girl with acceptable looks, but she makes unreasonable requests like warming the bed? What should I do? Chen Yuan looked at his bed. 2 meters wide and 3 meters long. No, it's too small to accommodate the second person. Chen Yuan said righteously. Xiaobai, who was carried to bed next to him, turned over with peace of mind, stuffed another piece of stuff into Chen Yuan's arms, and slept more soundly. Chen Yuan looked at the regional map again. Close slowly. As it stands now, the upgrade of Dashi Castle still ranks first. The collection of flesh, blood and raw meat is also very important, as it is directly related to the growth of the skeleton puppet. In addition, they continue to migrate to safe areas. The southwest of where I am is considered the edge. The closer I am to the safe zone, the safer it is after all. Moreover, if you plan ahead and migrate earlier, you will have more initiative and opportunities. The safe zone is constantly refreshed. Sitting there and waiting for death is really death. The only regret is that basic metals such as iron and copper, even if they are smelted into refined iron and refined copper, are still very abundant. It would be nice if this thing could be consumed. Chen Yuan thought. A dreamless night. Soon the next day came. It was another sign in today. Chen Yuan hoped to get some good things, but there was none. Intermediate stone crystal +10, fire element crystal treasure box +1, and 3 excellent fragrant rice seeds. Chen Yuan planted them. Then open the fire element crystal treasure chest and get the fire element crystal +30. Decompose the fire element crystal treasure box to obtain fire element crystal +6. Have a good breakfast. After feeding Xiaobai and Xiaojun again, they both reached level 31, but the intimacy level did not change. Received other puppets. It's been a hard night's work. Smelting can continue. Even if it is stored in the storage stone, smelting can still be carried out, and livestock can be lived. Keep going. With the direction stone in his hand, a white dotted line appeared, which was calibrated with the direction of the regional map. Chen Yuan collected the big stone castle and set off with Xiaobai and Xiaojun. Direction: northeast. Distance: 210 miles. Name: Ore Cave. Level: marked in green font, the degree of danger is average. The idea of going to the ore cave is very simple. There should be a lot of ore there. If you are lucky, Chen Yuan thought to himself, if you are lucky, you will get props and objects related to the ore. Kill the Grey Wolf King and get the complete werewolf fighting skills. Kill the wandering axe-wielding skeleton and get the first 3 of the 6 styles of cold axe. Kill the 2 skeleton kings and get the mysterious golden doll skeleton figurine. When you get to the mine cave, you should have some different gains, right? When Chen Yuan thought so. It's 210 miles away. Deep in the ore cave. A huge bronze stone man was lying on the ground, opened his mouth, swallowed a large piece of fine copper ore about 1 meter in diameter in front of him, and started eating, making delicious crunching sounds while eating. Wait for it to eat well and bask in the beautiful sun. Suddenly, it looked like it couldn't digest something. As it moved its mouth and stomach, a strange green stone spit out from its mouth and rolled to the side. 210 miles. That is 105 kilometers. Even if it wasn't a very straight line for Chen Yuan to drive through, there would still be a detour in the middle, and it would only be 100 to 20 kilometers away at most. The world men's marathon record is 2 hours and 42 kilometers. Chen Yuan was walking in the wilderness, naturally not walking step by step, but trot. This kind of trot may not be as fast as marathon running, but it is very easy and does not consume any physical energy at all. An ordinary person would be exhausted after walking for an hour, but Chen Yuan would be fine running at this speed for a whole day. Chen Yuan's plan was to arrive at the mine cave before 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It just so happens that you can also harvest a wave on the road. Collect the flesh and blood and feed them to the doll skeleton statue to upgrade and nourish the skeleton puppet inside. The soul was eaten by the mysterious fruit. The dropped treasure chests can also collect supplies, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Keep going. When he was still 180 miles away from the mine cave, Chen Yuan encountered the first wave of beasts, a group of level 26 fierce-toothed tigers. There were 42 in total, all killed. Except for 10 pieces of tiger thigh meat, all the rest were eaten by the doll skull statue. It's easy to eat these with doll skull statues. The raw meat was placed within a few meters of it, and then in a burst of black light, all the raw meat disappeared into the doll skull statue. There is no need to decompose it, and the whole body of the fierce-toothed tiger will disappear again and again. Of course, Chen Yuan also conducted experiments, and living animals did not have this effect. It must be dead. 42 fierce-toothed tigers got 42 bronze treasure chests, which contained elemental crystals, obsidian, upgrade stones, red gold, crystals, ginseng, etc., accumulating more than 200 units. In addition, there are 41 elementary souls and 1 intermediate soul. When he was still 120 miles away from the mine cave, Chen Yuan encountered a group of level 30 armored rhinos. Not many, 18. Kill them all. I got 18 treasure chests, and those things still dropped, but the souls were all mid-level. It seems that at level 29 and 30, the soul begins to transform into a medium level. Level 30 must be average. The armored rhinoceros meat was just mediocre, so Chen Yuan didn't collect it and ate it all for the doll skull statue. In addition, Chen Yuan got a preliminary defense enhancement scroll from a treasure chest in the armored rhinoceros king he killed. Elementary Defense Strengthening Scroll, a one-time consumable. After use, you can get 10% defense strengthening within 10 minutes. It cannot be reused and can be used continuously. In other words, once you use it in battle, your defense will be strengthened by 10% for 10 minutes. If there is any left, you can continue to strengthen it after 10 minutes. Not bad, the only regret is that there is only one. Now, Chen Yuan brought 2 beasts with him. Almost all the beasts below level 35 could be easily killed instantly. You know, the Sword King and Axe King at level 35 and 36 in the skeleton territory are no worse than the ordinary beasts at level 38 and 39. In front of them, and in front of 2 groups of 700 or 800 armies of skeletons, Chen Yuan and the other 3 were not even injured. Strength. It's confidence. But there are times when things are not always smooth. For example, when encountering a group of timid level 23 unicorn antelopes, they saw Chen Yuan and 3 others hundreds of meters away and ran away in fear. Chen Yuan stopped chasing. Since you are so knowledgeable, just give me some face. The point is, it's also troublesome to catch up. Along the way, when there were only the last 70 miles away from the mine cave, Xiao Jin suddenly screamed. Woo! A unique and slight cry with excitement. Chen Yuan had also seen it a long time ago. There were several trees on his left hand several hundred meters away. Chen Yuan's eyesight could be said to be extremely good now. He immediately recognized it as Ning Yuan Mu. He rushed over with the 2 beasts and picked up the mountain axe. Kaka. Cut off again and again. Game tips. Ning Yuan wood +4. Game tips. Ning Yuan wood +4. Game tips. Condensed wood +4. Comma. The condensed wood here is about the same size as the condensed wood in front of the skeleton man's territory, with a total of 6 trees, and each tree can harvest 4 pieces of condensed wood. A total of 24 pieces of condensed wood. Woo woo. Xiao Jin was still shouting. I saw it, I saw it. Still in the position of the left hand, from the direction from before, 100 meters away in a straight line from the condensed wood, there are still a few condensed wood. Click. Continue to chop. Game tips. Condensed wood +24. Xiao Jin's shouting still didn't stop. There are still condensed wood over there. Good luck, Chen Yuan exclaimed. He continued to walk with the axe. When he came to these condensed wood, he even went around to the back to take a look, and now there was no more condensed wood in his sight. The last batch, there were also 6 trees. Chen Yuan chopped them all off. Harvested 24 pieces of condensed wood. There are 3 waves in total, which means 72 pieces of condensed wood, plus the previous 12 pieces of condensed wood, 30 pieces from the sword-wielding skeleton king, and 40 pieces from the axe-wielding skeleton king. 72 plus 82. A total of 154 pieces. 200 pieces are not far away, right? Chen Yuan was quite excited. You know, 2 days ago, he didn't have a piece of condensed wood, but now he has collected more than 3/4. At this speed, it seems that condensed wood is very fast, and the next ones are bright light stone, high-level obsidian, and high-level upgrade stone. Chen Yuan thought in his heart. At this time, Xiao Jin was still shouting on the side. Huh, anything else? Chen Yuan looked in the direction of Xiao Jin's shouting, and saw nothing. There was only a piece of barren grass. On the wasteland, except for a few places, 80% of the place was this kind of barren grass. The barren grass was knee-deep. Follow. Chen Yuan took the 2 beasts. He walked carefully in the direction of Xiao Jin's shouting. Whoosh! The wind swept through the weeds. A sea of grass floated up. In front of the site, the weeds collapsed a little. A goblin about 1.5 meters tall, with a thick body, holding a large cloth bag in his right hand. It was taking a nap. Goblin merchant. A special biological merchant who can seek trade in the survival world, trustworthy, level 27, timid and cautious by nature, likes to collect treasures everywhere, likes food, has a very high affinity for sand, and will quickly burrow into the ground to escape when encountering danger. As Chen Yuan and the 2 beasts approached, the goblin merchant seemed to sense something and immediately became alert. Holding the large cloth bag under its armpit, it rushed out for several meters. This. Chen Yuan stopped with the 2 beasts. The goblin merchant took a few steps back, but did not run away immediately. Because it stood up too quickly, it did not hold the large cloth bag tightly when it rushed out. Several fiery red stones fell from its cloth bag. Chen Yuan's eyes fixed. Light stone. A stone that can absorb and transform into light under elemental energy. It can automatically adjust the brightness according to the indoor environment. Due to the characteristics of the stone, it only needs a little elemental energy to last for a long time. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. Only 3 light stones fell, and there should be more in the big bag of the goblin merchant, so Chen Yuan quickly collected the language of the goblins in the language of beasts. He tried to speak. Hello, lovely and kind goblin friend, let's have a trade. What good things do you have? Let me see them first. The goblin merchant held his big bag and looked at Chen Yuan with a kind smile on his face, and he was immediately alert. Seeing the goblin businessman like this, Chen Yuan simply sat on the ground. He held Xiaobai and Xiaojin steady with both hands. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I have good trading credit just like you goblins. Chen Yuan didn't want the goblin merchant to dig a hole and run away. The goblin merchant touched its big nose, still a little wary. Do you know the dwarves? That Master Bane, I even traded with him. I know the language of your goblins, and I learned it by trading a book, Language of Beasts, with him. At that time, I was in the werewolf cave. Do you know if it's home now? Hearing Chen Yuan talk about the dwarves, the goblin merchant's eyes suddenly became less wary. Have you ever dealt with the dwarves? The dwarves are also a trustworthy race. The goblin merchant praised. Certainly. Chen Yuan smiled and took out an obsidian. Look at this stone. It's pitch black, but it's very rare and valuable. I got it from a trade. Chen Yuan did get obsidian from Bane, but it wasn't this piece. The goblin merchant's eyes lit up when he saw the obsidian in Chen Yuan's hand. But then the light disappeared. Obsidian is not very attractive to it. Chen Yuan was thoughtful. Suddenly, he remembered that goblins like delicious food, so he took out a piece of air-dried meat with secret sauce tune leaves from the warehouse, lightly cut a piece with a knife, and threw it towards the goblin merchant. At that time, when I was trading with the dwarves, I used this piece of jerky. This jerky, 13 seasonings, secretly made and air-dried for 180 days, sucking the sun and the moon. The taste is absolutely unique and delicious, and it will melt your taste buds. Quote. The moment the goblin merchant got a small piece of dried meat, I was attracted to it. It sniffed it gently, and just the rich, deep and long-lasting aroma of meat made it unable to extricate itself. This meat looks really delicious. However, it didn't dare to eat. Chen Yuan knew what the goblin merchant was worried about, so he cut off 3 small pieces and threw them at Xiaobai and Xiaojun respectively. I also ate a piece. It smells so good. The expression of intoxication and enjoyment is revealed unconsciously. The chewiness of the air-dried meat, combined with the aroma of meat, spices and secret sauce, will make your taste buds explode at that moment. Only then did the goblin merchant lose all vigilance. Stuff the dried meat into your mouth. Chew carefully. Subsequently, its eyes widened. Wow, I have never tasted such delicious and unique air-dried meat in my life. In the past, this kind of air-dried meat was the best in human cities in the wasteland northeast. I really love this taste. Northeastern Forgotten Wasteland, Human City. Chen Yuan suddenly had the idea to inquire. But the goblin merchant obviously didn't want to say more. Let's trade. Just like the dwarves, I also want the dried meat in your hands. Okay, trade first. Chen Yuan didn't waste any words and immediately pointed out that he wanted the stone that fell on the ground. The bright stone. This kind of stone is indeed good, but human beings, I have to remind you that this kind of stone will shine in the dark. If it is not placed in the house, exposing your position will not be worth the gain. Fine. Chen Yuan smiled and shook his head. Okay. The goblin merchant took out a small golden abacus from nowhere and immediately transformed it on his fingertips, 5 pieces of bright light stone. If you exchange for the dried meat in your hand, it must be more than half. Of course, if you are willing to trade a whole piece of dried hyena leg meat, I can exchange it with you for 12 bright light stones. The unit of hyena leg meat in my hand weighs almost 4 to 5 kilograms. Put it on the trading market. If the transaction is known, the value of the clear stone. No one is happy. Not to mention 12 yuan. But goblin merchants obviously have different values for each other. Okay, the best of both worlds deal. Chen Yuan also recognized it. A generous piece of dried hyena meat was thrown over. The integrity of goblin merchants' transactions is unquestionable. The moment it took the dried hyena meat into its hands, it immediately started groping in its big bag, and then threw 9 bright stones at Chen Yuan one after another. Pick it up yourself from the ground. The goblin merchant pointed at the 3 between it and Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan put away the 9 bright stones. Let Xiaobai pick up the other 3 pieces. All put into the warehouse. Do you have anything else? Chen Yuan still smiled and spoke, and the goblin businessman greedily smelled the dried hyena thigh meat in his hand. Yes, I have. So, it reported a lot of things. Chen Yuan listened. Unfortunately, it didn't have what it wanted. The goblin merchant didn't expect that the human opposite would want so many good things. Suddenly it thought of something. Human, I got a fragment by chance before. It seems to mark a certain site. This kind of fragment is quite popular in your human world. It's a pity. I made a mistake and can't go back. If you like, I can trade it to you. This time, it was the goblin businessman who took out the things first and showed them to Chen Yuan. Game tip. +1 for finding fragments of ancient ruins. Fragments of ancient ruins. Fragments that record the location of ancient ruins. Rumor has it that ancient ruins contain countless treasures. If you can find the largest treasure among them, you can get clues about the secrets of this world. If you can collect 8 pieces, you can get the ancient ruins. Specific location. Chen Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Fragments of ancient ruins. He got one in the gold treasure chest before, but he didn't expect that the goblin merchant now also has one. Isn't this thing untradeable? Wrong. The setting of not being able to trade may be aimed at survival players like Chen Yuan, but goblin merchants obviously do not fall into this category. Looking at it this way, you are so lucky. Chen Yuan suppressed the joy in his heart. Okay, this thing is indeed good, but it's just a fragment. I can't provide you with anything very good. If you like it, I'll give you another piece of dried meat. It can also be regarded as making friends with your goblin clan. How about it? The goblin businessman did not expect Chen Yuan to be so grand. Dear human friend, your broad-mindedness is the most respected by our goblin clan. You are honest, broad-minded, and straightforward. You are not like some races who are completely profiteers. Quote. I don't know who it is scolding. Chen Yuan then took out another piece of dried meat and threw it towards the goblin merchant. The fragments of the ancient ruins were naturally put into his warehouse. The goblin merchant took it very happily, fumbled around in the big bag for a while, and threw another token to Chen Yuan. Human friend, this is our goblin clan's honest transaction token. In the future, you will encounter it in this wasteland or other places. If you come to our species, you can use this token to trade with them. We goblin merchants are the most trustworthy trading partners. As it spoke, it dug a hole in the ground, lowered its head and disappeared. Chen Yuan took the token, and there were indeed several goblin words on it. Deal with integrity. But why are you running so fast? Chen Yuan was a little regretful. He hadn't had time to ask about the human city in the northeast of the Forgotten Wasteland. Really. However, the harvest this time is really too great. Among the materials for upgrading the big stone castle to level 5, the bright light stone was obtained, leaving only a few condensation wood and high-grade obsidian upgrade stones. Getting closer. The acquisition of the fragments of the ancient ruins allowed him to take the initiative again among the props that prompted the main mission of the game. Chen Yuan believes that ancient ruins must be a very important part. Certainly. The most important thing right now is the mine cave. But, Chen Yuan, who was originally planning to take Xiaobai Xiaojun to continue heading towards the mine cave, now that he has obtained this, simply rests here. Have lunch, tidy up the warehouse storage room, and feed the mysterious tree and the two beasts. By the way, let's take a look at the changes in the skeleton puppets. In front of the big stone castle, there are 18 neat skeleton puppets, all of which have reached level 33. The flesh and blood of 60 beasts has increased them by 1 level. Out of obsessive-compulsive disorder, Chen Yuan took the 2 skeleton puppets that were doing the smelting work back into the doll skull statue. All need to reach level 33. Finally, all the puppets recovered the doll skull statue. Leave 2 level 33 puppets to continue smelting. The results of smelting are still visible to the naked eye. That pile of broken swords and broken axes has been smelted into more than 300 refined iron units from morning until now. The amount of refined copper smelted last night also exceeded 600. The space pressure in the storage room is greatly relieved. Certainly. If Chen Yuan is willing, the practice room on the 3rd floor and the balcony on the 4th floor can still store a lot of things. However, this is not necessary yet. In front of the mysterious tree on the balcony on the 2nd floor, Chen Yuan ate all his souls except for some that were still backed up by the mysterious fruit. The maturity of the mysterious fruit increases. 16%. Finally, after having lunch, Chen Yuan set off again with the 2 beasts. Before setting off, compare the directional stones with the regional map to accurately confirm the direction. About 2 hours later, the last 70 miles are completed. Destination arrived. It took me a total of 2 hours to eat and rest at noon, and sort out all the miscellaneous things. It happened to be 4 p.m. There is also a temperature display on the watch, 13 degrees. Chen Yuan stood on the wasteland and looked at the entire mine cave in front of him. A very rugged and peculiar landform structure. It's a bit like the werewolf cave, but the surface is not made of earth, but of stone or other mineral materials. The entire mine cave is very large, comparable to a dozen werewolf dens. There is no end in sight. In fact, it is indeed not promising. The mine cave area has high and low levels, just like countless stone mountains. Some places are sunken and some are raised. The rocks are rugged, interlocking teeth. There are also green trees growing on some strangely shaped ore hills. Chen Yuan took the 2 beasts over. What greeted us was the unique smell of the mine cave. There was sulfur or other inexplicable smells in the light dust. Chen Yuan subconsciously put on gas masks for himself and the two beasts. The air is much fresher now. This place, like the previous skeleton territory, also changed from high to average as Chen Yuan's strength increased. There are a total of 8 red-named areas, 6 of which have been converted to normal. Be careful. There might be a strange stone man in this ghost place. There is a big stone lying there, which is hard to guard against. Chen Yuan reminded the two beasts. He even took the jetpack and brave badge with him immediately. In fact, there is no need to remind them, both beasts are very alert. Xiaobai and Xiaojin spread out, on either side of Chen Yuan 10 steps away. One left and one right. And he was very eager to protect his master, even 2 steps ahead of Chen Yuan. With the current strength of the two beasts, Chen Yuan doesn't have to worry too much. The mountain axe is in hand. Walk towards the front. In front of it is a milky white rock mass, which looks like traces of mining and excavation. The side facing Chen Yuan is vertical and smooth. It's like a huge stone mirror. In front of the mountain rock mass, there are several pieces of gravel. Game tip. Found several pieces of granite. Although the granite is useless to you, it may contain primary stone crystals. Primary stone crystal. Does it make the primary stone crystal very useful to me now? Chen Yuan struck the mountain with the back of his axe against a granite stone more than half a meter in diameter. Click. The granite cracked, and a primary stone crystal rolled out. Game tips. Primary stone crystal +1. Chen Yuan put it in the warehouse. Thereafter, beating repeatedly, pieces of primary stone crystals rolled out. Game tips. Primary stone crystal +1. Game tips. Primary stone crystal +1. Game tips. Primary stone crystal +1. If this thing is posted on the trading channel, it is estimated that 1/3, if not half, of the top 200 players in the game will lack this. Can be sold at a good price. Although Chen Yuan was pounding the granite to obtain primary stone crystals. But still remain vigilant. After all the beatings were completed, we arrived in front of the milky white rock mass, only more than 3 meters away from it. At this time, a stone shadow suddenly shot out from the rock wall of the mountain. Chen Yuan hasn't seen it clearly yet. The mountain axe chopped it out. Game tip. Kill a rock man. Rock man. Level 31, a stone man that can be disguised in the rock body. It has good defense and camouflage skills, and likes to launch sneak attacks when others are not prepared. How pitiful. I'll kill you without even seeing you clearly. Chen Yuan looked towards the rock man. There is indeed a human outline inside, and the limbs can be clearly distinguished, but the entire body is made of stone. A cyan treasure chest drops from it. Pick it up. Income warehouse. And the moment this rock man emerged, countless stone shadows jumped out in front of the entire mountain rock mass. The two beasts have already escaped. Chen Yuan can create a level 31 rock man with just one axe. Too weak. Although the two beasts are only level 31, with their natural blood, they can easily deal with these rock men. For a moment, 16 rock men were killed. Received 15 more bronze treasure chests. The only regret is that the golden doll skull statue is not interested in these. Obviously they have not yet been classified into the category of flesh and blood. The mountain that was as smooth as a mirror before was transformed by the emergence of these granite men. It's already bumpy. Chen Yuan stared deep into the mountain. Come out. There was no movement inside. If you don't come out, I'll take action. Still no movement. Chen Yuan glanced at the two beasts, and the two beasts jumped forward with understanding, attacking a raised boulder in the middle that was motionless and attached to the mountain. The huge stone shadow jumped out. The two beasts used 2 moves respectively. Xiaobai is an illusory claw shadow with silver light. Xiaojin was a turtle shell phantom in the air, with a fierce blow from his probe. Boom. The stone shadow shattered. Game tip. Kill a level 33 Rockman King. Game tips. Bronze treasure chest +1. Chen Yuan collected the treasure box. After looking at the countless split rocks on the ground, I saw that the axe had broken many of them, but there were no primary stone crystals left. As for these granite blocks, they may be better than ordinary stones. But the stones are no longer on the trading channel. There are many people looking for a piece of raw meat to trade 100-unit stones, but Chen Yuan is too lazy to pay attention to these stones. Walk. Continue with the two beasts. The road to the mine cave is uneven and difficult to walk. Although there are small paths, the stone paths are not stone paths after the vicissitudes of life. Go inside. After passing 2 half-mined mountains, suddenly, a huge pit appeared on the stone ground in front of them, filled with turquoise water. There are obviously various minerals and even metallic elements in this water. If you dare to drink, are you afraid that you will die directly on the spot? But Chen Yuan's eyes were not focused on the water, but on a piece of red wet soil beside the water. Game tips. Found a large piece of land. Pay 2. Isn't it the rare earth that fell from the big earth lizard and was later used for planting the mysterious tree? Now, there are so many. Good stuff. Chen Yuan sighed and walked towards him. Before he even got close, a stone shadow suddenly appeared from under the water. The stone man with a dark green head covered with moss, which could be seen to be made of some kind of stone, and 2 green ore eyes, punched Chen Yuan fiercely. Boom! Chen Yuan came forward with his mountain axe. The stone man's fist was bigger than Chen Yuan's waist, and suddenly, split. Hiss. The dark green stone man took a deep breath. It hurts. Chen Yuan glanced at it. Copper-eyed greenstone man. A stone man who likes to live underwater. He is level 36. His body is covered with moss. His eyes are made of the king of fine copper. His body is made of hard greenstone. He has strong defense and attack power, and the power of the earth element is mutated and shrouded by the power of the stone element, which increases defense and is very difficult to deal with. Very difficult. Maybe for other people. The level 36 copper-eyed greenstone man is about 6 or 7 meters tall, and his fists are bigger than his waist. But it is still weaker than the skeleton king with swords and axes. Split the opponent's right fist with one strike of the axe. It was so painful that it chilled out. Chen Yuan planned to hand over this opponent to Xiaobai and Xiaojin, so he looked at the 2 beasts. Go and know it. The 2 beasts rushed out immediately. The copper-eyed greenstone man is in the water. So Xiaojin used his racial skills and enlargement ability. He can currently enlarge 20 times for 20 minutes. Call. Huge Xiaojin. Xiaobai stands on Xiaojin's turtle shell. The 2 beasts rushed out. Countless skills are released. Xiaobai's talent skill has aura suppression, and he is using it at this moment. The bloodline of the gold swallowing beast and the void rabbit queen are not comparable to the copper-eyed greenstone man in terms of racial bloodline, and the elemental power is not as strong as the copper-eyed greenstone man, but of extremely high quality. Above the deep pool. Boom! Countless claw shadows from the attacks of the 2 beasts fell on the copper-eyed greenstone man. Wounds appeared on the body of the bronze-eyed greenstone man. The copper-eyed greenstone man naturally counterattacked, but most of the counterattacks were resisted by Xiaobai. The occasional attacks directed at the 2 beasts were forcefully resisted by the diamond shell in Xiaojin's golden swallowing shadow without being affected at all. Xiaojin's perverted defense was on full display at this moment. Xiaobai was on Xiaojin's back, extremely flexible. And when Xiaobai reached this level, he opened an additional skill, Phantom 3-part body. As soon as the skill came out, it transformed into 3 ethereal rabbit shadows. Under its crazy violent claws that already had LV2 damage plus 350%, it attacked the copper-eyed greenstone man with bruises all over his body. Xiaojin also used his probe from time to time. This moment, the copper-eyed greenstone man seemed to have become a living target. All its attacks were blocked by Xiaobai and Xiaojin. Xiaobai and Xiaojin's attacks left it helpless. Finally, 10 minutes later, even at level 36, the copper-eyed greenstone man, who was 5 levels higher than the 2 beasts, was killed under the combined attack of Xiaobai and Xiaojin. Game tip. Kill a copper-eyed greenstone man. Game tips. Silver treasure chest +1. I actually got a silver treasure chest. It seems that level 35 and 36 ordinary beasts, strange creatures, may all drop silver treasure chests. Xiaobai and Xiaojin came to the shore. Xiaobai looked at Chen Yuan with expectant eyes. Xiaojin looked silly. Ha ha. Chen Yuan smiled. Well done, I'll prepare something delicious for you 2 tonight. The 2 beasts were so happy that they started playing by the water. Chen Yuan collected the silver treasure chest and decomposed the bronze-eyed greenstone man. Game tips. Greenstone +30. Game tips. King of fine copper +2. Greenstone. A stone that can become emerald if it continues to develop. The king of fine copper. After refined copper is refined again, it can reach the level of the king of fine copper. 10 pieces of fine copper can be used to refine 1 piece of the king of fine copper. The value of the king of fine copper is higher than that of red gold and platinum, and it is often made to be rare. Important raw materials for weapons and equipment of level 1 and above. If we talk about refined iron and refined copper, they do not meet the rare and precious metal requirements of the gold-swallowing beast. The king of fine bronze is undoubtedly satisfied. It can even be used to create rare weapons. Block of copper, fine copper, the king of fine copper. Chen Yuan was thoughtful. Collect all the remaining pay too. He was collecting it when the two beasts fought against the copper-eyed greenstone man. It now took another 10 minutes to collect them all. Accumulate 24 units of pay soil. Rare level soil can grow higher level crops and vegetables. Of course, 24 units of soil are not enough to cover the entire indoor greenhouse. Based on the previous usage of black soil, it might take 35 to 40 units. If Big Stone Castle is upgraded, it will take even more. Don't worry, there are still a lot of nutrients in the black soil and can be used for many days. Chen Yuan was not in a hurry. All earth is collected into the warehouse. Then he opened the silver treasure chest. Game tip. Emerald plus 20. Game tips. King of fine copper plus 5. Game tips. Earth elemental crystal plus 10. Game tips. Medium soul plus 1. The harvest is huge. And he threw out an emerald to Xiaobai, and Xiaobai ate it with relish. Apparently the emerald met Xiaobai's requirements. Wu. Xiaojin conveyed a strange meaning. Eat too. Chen Yuan had already prepared. He threw a piece of king of fine copper on the ground, and Xiaojin swallowed it in one gulp, chewing it carefully. Today's little white gold, rare jade metal with a small weight will not let them fall asleep. Of course, large portions should be digested slowly while sleeping. Set off. Continue to set off with the two beasts. Chen Yuan was in high spirits. Period. The perfect level swordsmanship was traded away, and 100 fire element crystals were obtained. Chen Yuan asked. It turned out that the man was very lucky and got a gold treasure chest. As for the golden treasure chest, except for one unmentioned treasure, they are all fire element crystals. The man also kept some for himself, and traded the rest for the perfect swordsmanship sold by Chen Yuan. It seems that some people are really lucky. Chen Yuan sighed. Certainly. There are also players who have problems. For example, on the World Channel, someone complained about trouble when relocating the big wooden houses. Like driving into a swamp, the house overturned, etc. But, whenever there is a problem, there is a solution. In the world of survival, it is impossible to have smooth sailing. No one has it all once and for all. Go deeper. Chen Yuan encountered two level 36 bronze-eyed greenstone men again. In order to complete the search here as soon as possible, Chen Yuan chose to take action himself. Game tips. Emerald plus 40. Game tips. King of fine copper plus 10. Game tips. Earth elemental crystal plus 20. Game tips. Medium soul plus 2. 2 minutes later, two copper-eyed greenstone men were killed. It was the same as the copper-eyed greenstone man before, but this time he was not so lucky and encountered the rare grade pay 2. That's enough. Rare grade pay soil, how can it be so easy to get? Chen Yuan was very satisfied. Take Xiaobai and Xiaojin and continue to go deeper. Passing through this area of secluded pools and pits, we entered the hinterland of the mine cave and bypassed a reddish-brown mountain. At this time, a bronze light appeared in front. Chen Yuan approached and looked happy. He is actually the king of fine copper. Game tips. King of fine copper plus 1. Game tips. King of fine copper plus 1. Game tips. King of fine copper plus 1. Comma. There are too many kings of fine copper, one here and one there on the entire uphill road. Chen Yuan picked up dozens of them in a row. Finally we reached the end of the uphill climb. All picked up. Gulu. At this time, another king of fine bronze rolled down to Chen Yuan's feet. Looking in the direction where the king of fine bronze rolled down, the end of the uphill slope is a piece of flat land, backed by a huge green mountain. In that empty clearing, the sun was shining brightly, and a huge strange-shaped stone was basking in the sun. Hulu. The stone also made a snoring sound, obviously asleep. Game tip. Found a fine copper stone man. Fine copper stone man. a stone man whose body is made of fine copper, level 38. The head, heart, stomach and other key parts are all made by the king of fine copper. He has tenacious vitality, strong repair ability, and strong resistance to blows. It's actually a level 38 fine copper stone man. At this time it happened to be asleep. Steal a handful. Originally, Chen Yuan, who was planning to secretly kill it while it was sleeping, quietly walked over with the two beasts. But unexpectedly, after walking 2 meters, it woke up. Call. As soon as it woke up, it saw Chen Yuan and the two beasts. Stand up straight. Fully 10 meters high. Looking at Chen Yuan and the two beasts with slightly angry eyes, he roared, "Stupid human, you can't break into this place. I'm tired of eating copper. I just want to change my taste. I hope your taste is not bad." It speaks a language universal to stone people. Roaring and charging towards Chen Yuan and the other three. There is no way. I can only be tough. The level 38 copper stone man was weaker than the axe-wielding skeleton king Chen Yuan faced, and about the same as the sword-wielding skeleton king. And its attack is not as strong as imagined. However, it also has its own advantages. Compared with the skeleton king, its repair ability is very good. Pity. Met Chen Yuan and two equally strong Xiaobai and Xiaojun. Phew. Scandium. Click. Axe after axe. Claw after claw, there were countless attacks, and Chen Yuan discovered that the source of repair for the fine copper stone man was in the heart. There, the power of restoration stretches. Then, the jetpack flew up, and Chen Yuan was sprayed into the air, supplemented by the agility of the ghost wind boots, and he kept slashing at the chest of the fine copper stone man. Fine bronze stone man. Extremely embarrassed. The injury became more and more serious, and it instinctively wanted to escape, but unfortunately its speed and body were not flexible enough. Finally, under the hunt. 3 minutes later, the exhausted copper stone man collapsed. Chen Yuan took advantage of the momentum and broke open its chest with an axe. Fine copper stone man. The level 38 fine copper stone man was killed. If the copper stone man is the strongest creature here, then as Chen Yuan expected, this place is weaker than the skeleton man territory. Silver chests drop from it. Chen Yuan opened it directly. Game tips. Earth Elemental Crystal plus 30. Game tips. King of Fine Copper plus 15. Game tips. Medium Soul plus 1. Game tips. King of Fine Copper Refiner plus 1. What surprised Chen Yuan was that the King of Copper Refiner actually dropped from the Copper Stone Man. Could it be that the King of Fine Copper he picked up on the uphill slope was extracted from the Fine Copper Stone Man? There is a fine copper stone man in the ore cave. Can the king of fine copper refiner be dropped? Are there also fine iron stone men, or even mithril stone men, or red gold stone men? Chen Yuan is looking forward to it very much. He originally planned to deal with the fine copper stone man. After taking a short rest, he regrouped. After decomposing the fine copper stone man, he got plus 100 fine copper, and the king of fine copper added 15, and continued in the mine cave with the two beasts. Started shopping. Ore cave. The entire ore cave. It seemed that Chen Yuan felt the malice of the two beasts. Some ordinary stone men no longer dare to appear. They are hiding in some deep pools in the mountains and do not dare to appear. A full hour. Chen Yuan found nothing. Chen Yuan then returned. He's not in a hurry. The king of copper refiner is too important. Those stone men may have a good sense. The battles before and after scared them. After a while, they may appear tomorrow. Return to the level of the bronze stone man. The flat land is open. Big stone castle was summoned from the storage stone. The storage stone that had consumed half of its energy was directly replenished with soul, and then Chen Yuan took out the king of fine copper refiner. King of fine copper refiner. Square. Half a meter high. Put it on the workbench, put 10 pieces of fine copper in it, and after a while, a piece of the king of fine copper spit out. They are exactly the same as those picked up by Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was even more certain that the kings of fine copper he picked up were extracted from the fine copper stone men. I hope I can get the king of fine iron refiner tomorrow. Chen Yuan thought in his heart. Fill the king of fine bronze. A full 100 are stuffed in, and they can all be extracted within an hour. Taking advantage of this time, start preparing dinner. Period. The time came to 6 o'clock. After Chen Yuan released a few puppets, he checked the score update. Following yesterday's 11,180 points, Chen Yuan increased by nearly 2,000 points, further widening the gap with others. However, this obviously did not attract much attention from Chen Yuan. 2 days later, the regional channel comprehensive score list will be released. Channel members, do you want to raise your hand? Chen Yuan was thinking about this. After all, it's also about his own reward. At this time, the game page suddenly changed. A large string of text popped up. Game tip. Alliance competition and mall system are started simultaneously. Alliance competition. Half an hour after the score is updated at 6 o'clock every night, it will start on time. The game will simulate different scene environments. At that time, all game players can enter the scene and kill each other. Each player's initial score is 1. After killing the other party, you can gain points from the opponent. After a player is killed, he will exit the competition and his points will be reset to 0. Game tips. Points can be used to purchase items in the mall. Points cannot be traded. Points are the only designated currency in the mall. The competition lasts for 2 hours. Within 2 hours, the points owned by the surviving players will truly become their own. The rules of the alliance competition. The alliance is very important. 1. Players in the same regional channel will automatically form an alliance and cannot kill each other. 2. In addition to players in the same region, you can also form a team with the players you meet in the competition scene. After the players form an alliance, the formed teams will automatically form an alliance relationship and cannot kill each other. 3. If you must kill, it is not impossible, but if you kill players in the alliance team, you will not get points, but the corresponding points will be deducted. 4. The alliance relationship with the same region exists permanently, and the alliance relationship with the team exists as a team. 5. After entering the competition, everyone's initial points are 1, but the combat power value is determined based on your combat power value in the survival world. The combat power value is different from the comprehensive attribute value, and is only related to personal physical fitness, weapons, props, and moves. Skills. These are related. In addition, those with pet beasts can also bring them in. 6. After entering the competition, please make sure you are in a safe area, because this is a consciousness simulation scene. Once the consciousness exits, it cannot be re-entered. The exit of consciousness means failure. 7. The game will start in half an hour, so be prepared. When Chen Yuan saw this, his eyes instantly lit up. Watching the World Channel again, it was also a complete explosion. In the alliance competition, you can get points and buy treasures in the mall. It's really a great benefit. The premise is that you survive inside for 2 hours. I want to eat well, drink well, close the doors and windows, and be ready for the next 2 hours. Hey, are you in a team? Is there anyone in a team? You entered randomly, right? Did you form a team with the players you met? Maybe there will be permanent team building items in the mall in the future, but for now, I'm afraid I still have to meet them in the game before forming a team. Wow, my name is Junzaburo Yamamoto 28.160. Guys, please don't kill me when you enter the game. Please let me survive for 2 hours. I'm going to thank you. You will lose points if you die. How cruel. You want points even if you die, just dream. I'm really looking forward to it. If we can form a team of 100 people and meet Mr. Chen, will Mr. Chen be defeated? Sabala, a large team of 100 people, go to Chen. Chen Yuan glanced at the guy who scolded him, and silently wrote down the name of this country thief in his small book, Kui Yongshan 24.181. I have a bit of an impression. I looked up the world rankings and found that I was ranked 28th in the world. There's still half an hour left in the Alliance tournament. Chen Yuan just finished his dinner. Since the two beasts can be brought in, and their consciousness can be brought in, let them not sleep for now. I also fed them some food. Then, Chen Yuan wondered if he had anything to add. Finally, he pulled out his jetpack. The game prompts that props such as jetpacks can be brought in. It may also be a virtual existence, but it can be brought in. Perfect level jetpack. The power source has been strengthened, supporting liftoff time of 180/180ths of a minute. There are currently 162 minutes left. Upgrading to the next level requires 2 intermediate upgrade stones and 20 souls. There are too many upgrade stones, and the souls are also backed up. Upgrade. Game tips. Intermediate upgrade stone -2, elementary soul -20. Game tips. Perfect level jetpack upgrade. Close black lens bracket. Rare level free jet. An upgraded version of the perfect level jetpack supports 4 directions, 360 degrees without blind spots, lift off, flying, soaring, various flight postures, lift-off time of 240/240ths of a minute, and the rare level starts. Consumption: you can use the soul to replenish it later, and 1 soul can replenish the energy for 120 minutes. The previous jetpack could not be replenished. But now it works. This definitely makes up for Chen Yuan's biggest shortcoming, and it can fly in various positions. Compared with the perfect jetpack, the rare free jet will play a larger and wider role in battle. A complete qualitative leap. Chen Yuan entered the mall again. The mall page is next to the Pet Beast column on the personal attribute page, and the entry page for league competition opens a port on the world channel. Click to enter the mall page. There are many things to buy. Some water, food, crop seeds, basic materials, and basic minerals can all be purchased. For example, 1000 milliliters of pure water requires 1 point, a piece of raw meat requires 1 point, 1 fine grade seed requires 1 point, and 10 units of iron require 1 point. Normally, points used to buy these things are a waste. This is a redemption of 1 point. There are also 5-point redemptions, such as fine grade iron axes, fine grade long swords, fine grade iron pickaxes, and fine grade spears, all of which cost 5 points, and the price-performance ratio is also not high. Some excellent weapons can be purchased by some people, but the points requirements are high, ranging from 20 to 50 points. Like a set of excellent armor, which requires 50 points. There is also perfect level armor, which requires 200 points, which is even more terrifying. Perfect level armor. I have excellent level battle armor and perfect level golden silk inner armor from the dwarves. If I need to change it, it can be improved a bit. I just don't know how difficult it is to get 200 points. Chen Yuan continued to scroll down. There are even equipment with 1000 points or even thousands of points, including rare weapons. Rare level battle axe. A very sharp battle axe with durability +80, sharpness +80, and containing elemental power, requiring 1200 points. Rare hammer mountain axe. One end is a hammer, the other is an axe, durability +110, sharpness +110, a rare battle axe containing elemental power, requiring 2400 points. Rare level hammer mountain axe. It's only slightly worse than my own mountain axe. 2400 points are required. For other ranked players, even if they kill some powerful players and get enough points, it may take a while. And Chen Yuan also thought about something. In the alliance competition, if opponents with similar strength fight each other, one party was killed and the other injured. This will definitely have an impact on combat effectiveness. Physical strength, injuries, status, will all affect the next battle. Want to get points? Keep earning points. Disaster. He looked through other things in the mall and found at least 7 or 8 things that Chen Yuan had a strong desire to buy. Integral. I want points. It's basically impossible to get these things through trading with other players, but the competition gave me another chance. Chen Yuan is looking forward to it very much. Enter the world channel. There are only 5 minutes left before 6:30. Do not know why. The world channel started to fight. Axie, when we enter the competition, what else can Chen *** do to me? All 1.1 billion survival players have entered. How big is this virtual scene? How unlucky am I to run into him? Even if I run into him, who will die? It's not certain who will survive. It's a floating screen. Hui Yongshan 24.181. This guy is floating on the world channel. Facing them were a large group of people, mostly members of Chen Yuan EK0086. Lu Yang, Li Chang, and even Lu Xiaoya were also there. In addition, there are fans of Chen Yuan on the world channel. Basically, Hui Yongshan 24.181. This group of people engaged in verbal battles with other scholars, and under the quintessence of Chinese culture, they were scolded to the point where they had no power to fight back. HMPH. Please Chen * kill me. Please Chen * kill me. Please Chen * kill me. After a dozen consecutive floating screens, the game prompted, Player Kui Yongshan 24.181 made too many uncivilized remarks and was banned for 24 hours. Chen Yuan, take your finger away from the input box. At this time, the game also sent a prompt. There are 10 seconds left before entering the competition, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. The numbers keep flashing. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Chen Yuan holds his breath. Game prompt. The alliance competition has started. Do you want to enter? Close black lens bracket. Enter. Chen Yuan held a small white in one hand and a small gold in the other. A burst of white light fell, and the space changed, and he came to a forest. Very realistic forest environment. Trees, fallen leaves, soil beneath our feet. Moving wind. But Chen Yuan knew that these were fictitious scenes, and he himself was also an ideological fiction. Xiaobai and Xiaojun beside them looked around with confused expressions. The same is true for ideology. Chen Yuan's heart moved slightly. The appearance of the mountain axe was also simulated, but its lethality was still there. Then, brush, brush, brush. White lights flashed in the forest, and individual figures in the white lights were other players. Above each player's head, there was the regional channel logo in front, and their own ID logo behind. The nearest player is about 30 meters away from Chen Yuan. People who are not on their own channel. When the man saw Chen Yuan approaching, his eyes suddenly shrank. That's it. As soon as he uttered 3 words, a flash of axe light passed by, and the entire figure dispersed in an illusory way. Game tips. Points +1. The killing begins. This kind of killing has no impact on the player's true body, and Chen Yuan doesn't have much psychological burden. Otherwise, if you really want to kill him, then he will die. That's really hard to do. Remember, don't kill anyone starting with EK. Chen Yuan's voice was conveyed to the 2 beasts. The 2 beasts nodded very understandingly and rushed out together with Chen Yuan. As long as you are not a member of your own channel, you will get points if you kill someone. Kill, kill, kill. Suddenly, there was a howl in this small forest. In just a quarter of an hour, Chen Yuan cleared the entire forest. 72 players were killed. Together with his original 1 point, there are a total of 73 points. None of them have their own channels. Chen Yuan was about to leave. Suddenly, a card fell from the 72nd dissipating figure. What the hell? Chen Yuan walked curiously. Pick up the card. Game tip. Get a positioning teleportation card. Positioning teleportation card. Exclusive prop card for the competition scene. When using it, you only need to enter the opponent's name, and you can teleport to the opponent's side within 100 meters. It is a one-time use prop card. The accuracy of prop usage is 100%. Seeing this, Chen Yuan was slightly startled, and then the corner of his mouth curled up. What a good thing. A name was silent in his heart, and it rose up without any suspense. Chapter 71. Of course, Chen Yuan was not in a hurry. The game has just begun and the sheep haven't been fattened yet. Choosing a direction at random, Chen Yuan rushed out again. He was a little curious about what other strange props there would be besides the location teleportation card. Kill. Madly slaughter. Chen Yuan led the 2 beasts to kill in this virtual environment, gaining points crazily one by one. Time passes quickly. It has been more than an hour since the competition started. Chen Yuan accumulated 432 points, 3 positioning and teleportation cards, and 1 stealth shielding card. Stealth shielding card. Exclusive prop card for the competition scene. When using it, you only need to enter your name. It can block anyone's tracking within half an hour. It is limited to your own use. The accuracy of prop usage is 100%. From the perspective of function and function, it is to overcome the positioning transfer card. But it only works for half an hour. That's almost it. If Kui gets it and uses it, I won't kill him today. Chen Yuan took out a positioning transmission card. Enter. Kui Yongshan 24.181. Game prompt. Do you confirm the use? Close black lens bracket. Confirm. In a burst of white light, Chen Yuan and the 2 beasts disappeared immediately. At the same time, in a canyon, Kui Yongshan formed a team with several people, including men and women, and each of them had the HQ 4444 Alliance logo on their head. Kui Yongshan and his group may have obtained some kind of prop. Gather all the experts in the regional channel. This canyon is very big. A few of them gathered together to form a single force, which almost slaughtered all other players. Brother Kui, it's all thanks to you this time. Yes, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You got the friend summoning card, and summoned us all. Tisk, tisk, this time, we killed more than 400 people in the canyon. Brother Kui killed the most, and he has more than 100 points. The alliance is still very beneficial. In addition to being able to gain points quickly, it can also protect itself. It is difficult for a lone wolf to have the best of both worlds. That's right, there was a ZG master just now. If we hadn't joined forces, it would not have been easy for Brother Kui to face him, and he might have been injured. Injury will greatly affect subsequent harvesting. Brother Kui, when it comes to ZG people, that big brother Chen, we still have to be careful. In the crowd, the young man at the head, wearing thick armor, heard someone talking about Chen Yuan and immediately dismissed it. It's not a big deal. The comprehensive attribute value is not equal to the combat power value. Although the guy's combat power value is definitely not bad, but we are so if multiple people join forces, will they still be afraid of him? Quote. Be careful, Brother Kui. Didn't Xiao Zhang get an invisibility shielding card? How about you use it? One of them spoke. For what purpose? Kui Yongshan immediately scolded. The 7 of us are all in the top 10 of the channel, and I am ranked 28th in the world. If it weren't for my bad luck, I would have been in the top 10 of the world. That Chen, I would have been unhappy with him. Quote. If he could appear in front of me. Kui Yongshan just finished speaking. A burst of white light appeared 50 meters in front of them. This white light was too familiar to them. A player is coming. Really, it's been an hour and no player has entered. You must be mentally retarded. Axie. Several people cursed, and then the white light disappeared, and a young man appeared with a battle axe and a rabbit and a tortoise beside him. That's Mr. Chen. In Kui Yongshan's party, someone suddenly spoke. Who doesn't know Chen Yuan's appearance on World Channel? Some of them have seen the profile pictures in their personal information more than 20 times. What's more, the logo of EK0086 Chen 24.182 yuan on the head is so big and obvious. Suddenly, everyone became nervous. At this time, the people who came were none other than Chen Yuan and the 2 beasts. The positioning teleportation card was used to teleport to the opponent within 100 meters. Unexpectedly, he arrived dozens of meters in front of them. There's no need to look for it. Chen Yuan walked away with a smile. Look at the young man who is the leader of the 7 or 8 people. Kui Yongshan, when you scold me on the channel, do you feel good about scolding me? Everyone has his or her own ID hanging above his head. Chen Yuan recognized Kui Yongshan at a glance. Kui Yongshan opened his mouth, but suddenly he didn't know what to say. The mouth is so mean, it needs to be slapped. Chen Yuan waved his hand, and Xiaobai and Xiaojun rushed out immediately. Swish. The 2 figures disappeared. Game tips. Points plus 27. Game tips. Points plus 32. There are a total of 8 people on Kui Yongshan's side, all of whom were summoned by Kui Yongshan using the buddy summoning card. This kind of summoning card is actually not easy to get. Kui Yongshan's luck is not bad. And among them, several of them were also the ones who had been at odds with Chen Yuanyang on the channel before. They originally thought that with so many people on their side, even if Chen Yuan really came, they wouldn't be afraid. But unexpectedly, Xiaobai and Xiaojun killed 2 of them in one go. Brother Chen, I don't know them, please let me go. Someone immediately spoke. Brush. Xiaobai raised his hand and pawed, and the figure of the man disappeared. Game tips. Points plus 38. Do it. Chen Yuan spoke again. Those people knew that begging for mercy was useless and immediately resisted, but where was Xiaobai Xiaojun's opponent? 3 breaths, all taken down with the ever-increasing sound of the game. In this moment, Chen Yuan accumulated 300 points. This efficiency is so high. Chen Yuan sighed and looked at Kui Yongshan at the end. Kui Yongshan suddenly panicked. Really panicked. He found that if a fight really broke out, there wouldn't be enough of them to fill Chen Yuan's teeth. Well, Mr. Chen. Chen Yuan raised his hand and slapped him. Kui Yongshan was whipped out. In the virtual scene, the people were just like real people. Kui Yongshan was whipped to the ground, and his whole face was deformed. Didn't you send a dozen floating screens in a row and beg me to kill you? Chen Yuan approached again. Hui Yongshan was about to cry. Chen Yuan raised his foot and clicked again. Hui Yongshan suddenly felt like he was hit by a mountain and flew out again. The thick armor on his body shattered, and his whole person became a little more illusory. Boss Chen, please don't worry about the faults of others. Hui Yongshan actually knows Chinese. He spoke in Chinese. Snort. Chen Yuan struck with an axe, and Hui Yongshan's entire figure immediately disappeared in a white light. Game tips. Points plus 106. Hui Yongshan led a wave of players, scoring 302 points in the first 7 games. Right now Hui Yongshan alone has 106 points. In addition to the 432 points Chen Yuan got before, the total is 840 points. Added together with the initial points, Chen Yuan has 841 points. At the same time, a card also fell from Hui Yongshan's body. Chen Yuan walked over to take a look. Game tips. Resurrection card plus 1. Resurrection card. The exclusive prop card for the contest scene will be automatically stored in the contest port location. After death, as long as it is used at the port location, it will be resurrected and enter the contest world. For resurrection, currently, Chen Yuan has received a total of 3 types of prop cards, positioning cards, invisibility cards, and this resurrection card. However, this is certainly not all prop card types. Hui Yongshan was able to gather so many people together, obviously using some kind of prop card. Not yet myself. As for this resurrection card, it was dropped after killing Hui Yongshan. Hui Yongshan and his group were able to kill more than 400 people, so they should have obtained the card. Cards will not be dropped when killed. Are the drops just game rewards? Chen Yuan was thinking about the relationship. At this time, a white light rose in front of his eyes, and a paragraph of text appeared. Game prompt. The player, EK0086 Lu Xiaoya 22.168 feet used the help card and asked you for help. Do you want to help? Close black lens bracket. Chen Yuan was stunned. Is Lu Xiaoya in danger? No, with her current ranking of 4th on the world channel, who else could put her in danger? Game prompt. Rescue. Close black lens bracket. The prompts continue. Rescue. Chen Yuan thought silently in his heart. Suddenly a white light enveloped him, and he and the 2 beasts disappeared in this canyon. When Chen Yuan confirmed the rescue. At the same time, in front of a game interface, a young man watched the competition port enter the position and the prompts that kept coming. Game tips. You can be resurrected once now. Do you want to be resurrected? Close black lens bracket. Game tips. You can be resurrected once now. Do you want to be resurrected? Close black lens bracket. Game tips. You can be resurrected once now. Do you want to be resurrected? Close black lens bracket. The young man laughed heartily. Chen asterisk asterisk asterisk. You don't know that I can be resurrected, right? Mock up. Don't let me catch you. The young man said, laughing very proudly. Resurrection. Suddenly, wrapped in white light, his consciousness once again entered the world of competition. The grass is luxuriant. The wind is a bit cold. In the scene where Chen Yuan appeared again, the sky seemed to be covered with falling snow. There is very little snow. There were sounds of fighting ahead. Several blue-eyed blonde men surrounded and killed a girl with silver armor and long hair. Girls are strong. Shenfa is also good. A small dagger wandered around, protecting the whole body. Pity. The people opposite her were all bad, especially several of them who were among the top 20 players in the world. Some of them used long axes, some used spurs, and some used keris. Judging from his skills and moves, he looks like a master from the world's military. Miss Liu, it's really hard to tell if I face you alone, but it's very easy for a few of our aces in the Royal British Special Forces to kill you. I advise you not to struggle needlessly. Wilt, you will just bully the minority. Lu Xiaoya said coldly. Although he tried his best to resist. However, he was quickly injured after being surrounded by this group of people. The rules must be applied reasonably. Who let me get the companion summoning card? To be honest, if I hadn't met you by chance, I wouldn't have thought of dealing with you. You are ranked 4th in the world, but you are still 1 head above me. In the past hour or so, you have at least gained more than 100 points, right? If I kill you, our rankings will probably change. The only bald man, Wilt, spoke. Phew. Another blow, and there was a scratch on Lu Xiaoya's arm, and blood spilled out. In the virtual environment, it will not affect the real body. But this pain is still very real. Lu Xiaoya gritted her teeth. When Brother Chen comes, there will be so many of you, and it will look good. Boss Chen. When those people heard this, fear was evident in their eyes. But then he laughed. The competition only considers combat effectiveness. No matter how powerful your boss Chen is, he can't beat 4 hands with just 2 fists. Don't say it, we are still looking forward to his arrival. The glory of the great British nation remains. It's just, will he come for you? Lu Xiaoya heard this, also very uncertain, although she has long regarded Chen Yuan as the most important and special person here. It left an indelible place and weight in her heart. But, in the eyes of Brother Chen, you are just a passerby, right? Will he come? Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoya's face looked a little ugly and a little disappointed. Due to excessive blood loss, her face was also a little pale. Snowing. Snowflakes fell on her cheeks, making her feel cold. And this distraction. She was hit hard on the back again. The silver armor was broken. Lu Xiaoya couldn't help but show a hint of pain on her beautiful face. Give up, Miss Lu. We British people are very gentlemen. As long as you don't resist, we will give you a good time. Wilt continued to speak. Impossible. Lu Xiaoya turned over, the dagger in her hand shaking. Keep attacking. Puff. Another wound. Lu Xiaoya still wants to attack. At this time, a voice came from behind. Back off. This was the second time she heard this voice, and for some reason, it made her feel at ease. Brother Chen. Turning around, I saw a young man walking with a hare and a tortoise. Well enough. The person who came was none other than Chen Yuan. He looked at Lu Xiaoya, and Lu Xiaoya looked at him, with a few tears flashing in his eyes. Brother Chen, I didn't expect you to come. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have let you come. They are too powerful. Fine. Chen Yuan looked at Lu Xiaoya. Just an avatar. It cannot reflect Lu Xiaoya's appearance. Skin is better than snow. Pretty face and gentle. The slender figure outlined by perfect arcs, bundled in silver armor, is as beautiful as a face carefully carved by nature, with a curved eyebrow. The bridge of the nose is delicate. Small-mouthed cherry. The most special thing is her eyes. He is obviously weak, but in such an environment, he has developed some unyielding strength, which is pitiable. Leave the rest to me. Chen Yuan said calmly. Brother Chen, I want to fight with you. Need not. Chen Yuan waved his hand. I can help. Chen Yuan shook his head. You will hold me back. Hold up. Lu Xiaoya curled her lips slightly and backed away silently. Brother Chen, be careful. Chen Yuan looked forward. Step out. Xiaobai and Xiaojun followed. Xiaobai turned back and glanced at Lu Xiaoya. Wow, what a cute bunny. Lu Xiaoya's eyes gleamed. Xiaobai turned his head arrogantly and ignored the woman. Chen Yuan looked at the group of people in front of him. Emerge from him. This group of people stopped taking action. There were 8 people in the group, just like Kui Yongshan and his group. Mr. Chen Yuan, I didn't expect you to show up. You didn't think there were so many of us, right? Wilt's eyes were solemn. He said this, but he was still very afraid of Chen Yuan. You guys come together. Ah, Wilt was in disbelief. Come together and give you a decent death. Chen Yuan spoke. Wilt suddenly showed anger. Brother Chen, don't think that higher overall attribute value means higher combat power. There are so many of us. Wilt said, suddenly waved his hand. Kill. Actually, he also felt that going together was the best way. Since Mr. Chen said so, we are not welcome. Be careful. Our swords don't have eyes. It is an honor for you, Mr. Chen, to die under our siege. Several people spoke one after another. Rush forward. Not only Wilt thinks that going together is the best way. Just watch it. Chen Yuan spoke to the 2 beasts. Then, his body rushed out, and the mountain axe in his hand struck out with the first ray of axe. Phew. A figure disappeared. Game tips. Points plus 42. Another one. Game tips. Points plus 58. The overall strength of Wilt's group is higher than that of Kui Yongshan's group, but they are far from Chen Yuan's opponent. Nearly 10 times the physical fitness of ordinary people. Rare level mountain axe plus ghost boots. Familiar fighting skills and axe moves. Cutting watermelon is not that easy. Phew. Game tips. Points plus 126. After killing a master named Belushi who was ranked 18th in the world after Wilt. Among Wilt's group, he was the only one left. The snow is falling harder. The grass is gradually covered with snow. Lu Xiaoya stared at all this with wide eyes. This was only a short time, and the fighting time was not as long as the communication time. Wilt is the only one left in this group. Wilt's face turned ugly. Chen Yuan is too powerful. More powerful than all of them combined. Far more than he imagined. Boss Chen. He stepped back step by step. He had never been timid before, but this time he collapsed from head to toe when he saw Chen Yuan's cold gaze. Run. Before getting the friend summoning card, he actually got another card. It's called Scene-Changing Card. Use silently. Suddenly, a burst of white light emerged from in front of him, and his entire figure disappeared in front of Chen Yuan, who was walking towards him. Chen Yuan's lips twitched slightly. And this trick. The hand moved. A positioning teleportation card appeared. Brother Chen. Lu Xiaoya's voice came weakly from behind. Chen Yuan shook his head and put the positioning transmission card into his pocket. Just let you live a few more minutes. Walking towards Lu Xiaoya's face was very pale at this time, and her silver armor was dyed red with blood. Need to heal her. On the grassland. Inside the hollow of a huge tree. It's snowing heavily outside. Inside the tree hole, Lu Xiaoya's back was turned to Chen Yuan, with all her clothes taken off. Injuries must be treated promptly. If you are unconscious, you will be judged by the game. Eventually your consciousness will exit, which is equivalent to death, and you will not be able to re-enter the game. Even if there is a resurrection card, the points will be cleared. I originally thought that healing medicine couldn't be used, but I didn't expect that it could be used. However, the game ends in less than 40 minutes. Your injury is too serious, and I still need to stop your bleeding. Ahead, Lu Xiaoya's voice was as thin as a mosquito's moan. Chen Yuan took out the gauze. Hemostatic drugs. The hemostatic medicine was carefully applied to the wound, and the gauze was slowly wrapped around the wound on Lu Xiaoya's smooth and white back, pointing downwards in a perfect arc, and her slender waist was grasped. Conscious virtual character. It is 100% authentic to the real person. Xiaobai was beside him. His eyes were filled with piercing eyes, and he was very melancholy. Suddenly, the arm that was picking up the gauze and wrapping it around accidentally touched something soft, causing Lu Xiaoya, who was already blushing, to turn red instantly. Brother Chen. Lu Xiaoya lowered her head shyly, her voice almost inaudible. Chen Yuan quickly bandaged Lu Xiaoya. The eyes observe the nose observes the mouth, and the mouth observes the heart. It's bandaged. Together with the hemostatic and healing medicine, the injury will heal soon. Chen Yuan put Lu Xiaoya's shirt on and moved a few steps away. Such a sealed environment and such a scene. It's easy to imagine. The tree hole is huge. It's snowing heavily outside. Brother Chen. Thank you. After a long while, Chen Yuan replied, nothing. Brother Chen, I feel a burning sensation on my back and the wound is itchy. The injury will heal soon. I have killed all the players here. There is no danger. Otherwise, please leave me alone. Go about your business. Lu Xiaoya turned her back to Chen Yuan and suddenly said. Fine. Chen Yuan added some wood to the bonfire nearby. But points are the most important thing. I'm really fine. Lu Xiaoya's tone was a little anxious. She didn't want to delay Chen Yuan's business because of herself. Nothing. Chen Yuan leaned on the inner wall of the tree cave and looked at the heavy snow outside the cave. Brother Chen, I'm sorry, am I very weak? Lu Xiaoya suddenly turned around, folded her arms around her knees, and said somewhat uncomfortably. Xiaobai took advantage of this moment to jump onto Chen Yuan's lap and huddled up. Xiao Jin lazily roasted the turtle shell. Chen Yuan still looked out of the cave. There is no one weak or weak. If you can survive, you are strong. Maybe, your ability to curse people is a bit weak. Lu Xiaoya was stunned for a moment, then thought of something. Brother Lu, have you seen everything? When you were scolding Kui Yongshan, your pens were flying across the screen, and you could only say this. It was hard not to pay attention. Lu Xiaoya's face turned red instantly. Brother Chen, that was the first time I cursed someone. Chen Yuan's eyes then moved to Lu Xiaoya. Without the silver armor and just a thin shirt, Lu Xiaoya looked weak and helpless. Brother Chen, where are you? Seeing this, Lu Xiaoya lowered her head again, her face as red as an apple. Forgotten Wasteland. Chen Yuan spoke. Forgotten Wasteland. Lu Xiaoya pondered slightly. Brother Chen, I got a map yesterday, which leads to the human city. Will that be our destination? Human city. Has this name ever crossed the lips of a goblin merchant? Is there a city name? No. Lu Xiaoya shook her head and even took out a map. Chen Yuan went over and took a look and saw that the map was very blurry. The outlines of human cities were drawn one stroke at a time and were written in simple strokes. Not even a name. You want to go and have a look? Lu Xiaoya nodded. A lot of the information I got pointed me there, and I always felt like there was something waiting for me there. Chen Yuan fell into deep thought. From Lu Xiaoya getting the golden treasure chest to guiding the human city. There are many survivors who have great luck. And these lucks are not simple lucks either. If the temporary luck is the blessing of God, then the continuous luck is the hard work of oneself. Live well. Chen Yuan suddenly spoke again. Lu Xiaoya was stunned. Then he nodded vigorously. You will definitely do it. Live well. Because only by living can you meet the person you want to meet. Half an hour later. There are only the last 5 minutes left before the end of the competition. Chen Yuan said goodbye to Lu Xiaoya. Snow was flying all over the sky, and the sky was filled with white. Brother Chen, be careful. Behind him, Lu Xiaoya's voice came, and Chen Yuan and the two beasts disappeared in a white light. Wait until it appears again. Already in front of Wilt. Brother Chen, I was wrong. Phew. There was a flash of silver light. Game tips. Points plus 158. Moreover, Wilt once again dropped a positioning teleportation card. Chen Yuan got a total of 4 positioning teleportation cards, used 2 of them, and left 2 cards. The other ones were 1 invisible shielding card and 1 a resurrection card. And the points earned also reached 1403 points. 841 points after killing Kui Yongshan's group, plus 562 points from Wilt's group. Think of Kui Yongshan. Chen Yuan took out the positioning and teleportation card for the 3rd time, positioned and teleported. Call. The white light flashes again. On the other side, Kui Yong successfully used the resurrection card to enter the world of competition again, killing everyone by a lake. Less than 1 hour. He killed 120 people. He really vented all his anger at being killed by Chen Yuan on this group of people. Happy. Cool. There are only 3 minutes left before the end of the game. It's time to find a place to hide. Otherwise, if the guy locates him again, it will be in trouble. Kui Yongshan said, walking towards a forest of rocks by the lake. It's still good to hide there. At this time, suddenly a voice came from behind Kui Yongshan. Immediately afterwards, an axe light passed by, and Kui Yongshan turned around to see a figure striding towards him in the dissipating shadow. You again. Kui Yongshan returned to the game interface again. Phew. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. Angry. It was so uncomfortable. The game was over with only the last 3 minutes left and he could get his points. After killing 2 groups of enemies, they all made wedding clothes for Chen Yuan. Even the resurrection card was wasted. It's so uncomfortable. My chest feels tight. Puff. Another mouthful of blood vomited out, and Kui Yongshan staggered and fell down from the seat. Game prompt. The competition is over. Game tips. Points 1524, obtained. Game tips. Prop cards are only available in competition scenes, cannot be traded, and exist permanently. Game tips. Points can be redeemed for goods in the mall. Chen Yuan entered the mall directly. He looked at the 7 or 8 treasures in the mall that he was ready to move, and finally, after carefully weighing them, he stared at one of them. Wait a little longer. Resist the urge in your heart. Chen Yuan exited the game interface. Put the 2 beasts back into the beast den on the 1st floor, and give them a large amount of obsidian emeralds and red gold, the king of fine copper, in front of the den. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to leave tomorrow. I'll just take a walk in the ore cave and see if I can get the king of fine iron refiner here tomorrow. With the king of fine copper refiner and the king of fine iron refiner, the entire basic metal processing will be perfect, and the storage in warehouses and storage rooms will become infinitely more reasonable. The king of fine iron refiner. With anticipation, Chen Yuan lay on the bed and closed his eyes, while the 8-headed skeleton puppet continued to guard, doing his duty and duty. The night fades and the sky becomes brighter. Finally, 8 or 9 hours later, a new day came again with a ray of morning light piercing the mist. Congratulations to the host, you got the intermediate stone crystal plus 10. Get elemental crystal treasure chest plus 1. Get high grade obsidian plus 1. A new day has come and signing in has become a habit. This is already the 13th day Chen Yuan has signed in. What Chen Yuan didn't expect was, I actually signed in and got a high grade obsidian. The elemental crystal treasure chest is also different from the past, it is a large treasure chest. The upgrade of Big Stone Castle only requires some condensation wood and advanced upgrade stones. Chen Yuan immediately took out the high-grade obsidian, and a large black crystal as black as night appeared in his hand, with endless energy. Compared to mid-level obsidian, high-level obsidian has 10 times more energy. Open the elemental crystal treasure chest again. Each of the 5 elemental crystals is plus 3-0, and you get an additional elemental crystal, the dark elemental crystal plus 2-0. It's so cool. This sign-in has been sluggish for a few days, and it finally broke out today. And what Chen Yuan is looking forward to even more is that the sign-in system has special sign-ins. Previously, the special sign-in was for a week, and I got a rare level mountain axe. Now, it is already the 13th day, and the special check-in is very likely to come again in the second week or half a month. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Chen Yuan is full of expectations. After breakfast, we came to the first floor. I fed a lot last night, and Xiaobai and Xiaojun were still sleeping. I looked over and saw that it was already level 32. I was afraid that it would probably break through level 33 when I woke up. Certainly, feeding many pieces at one time was something I had never done before. Even if he wakes up, it will be several hours later. Step out. The skeleton puppet was recalled and several others were summoned. After a night of guarding, they were all tired. Of course, this place was once the territory of the copper-eyed green stone people. Even if they were killed by Chen Yuan, other stone people would not dare to break in. Holding the mountain axe, he walked down the mountain. The mine cave is peaceful. Scattered stone men began to move among the mountains. Chen Yuanfei is soaring in the sky. Perhaps it has something to do with the environment here. The stone man has good perception. Chen Yuan didn't want to see the situation where the stone man hid after yesterday's fight again. Several stone men were leisurely looking for food underneath. The level is too low, and Chen Yuan is not interested. Keep flying. The ore cave is very big, and Chen Yuan actually didn't get into it yesterday. Now with the help of the rare level injector, the efficiency is greatly increased. He understood the mountain environment one by one. Suddenly, in the mountain near the west, a silver-black stone man fell into Chen Yuan's eyes. This stone man gave Chen Yuan the feeling of a mechanical warrior. Chen Yuan stared slightly. Fine iron stone man. A stone man whose whole body is made of fine iron. Level 38. The head, heart, stomach, arms and other key parts are all made by the king of fine iron. He has strong defense, strong resistance, and strong attack power. It is very similar to the introduction of the fine copper stone man. However, one has strong repair ability and the other has strong defense ability. Chen Yuan is high in the sky, looking down at the fine iron stone man. The fine iron stone man was completely unaware. Call. He took out the elemental fire gun in his hand, and the elemental cannonball that had been charged for 10 seconds shot out like a roaring laser cannon. Boom. A direct hit. The fine iron stone man was blown away. Heavy damage. Chen Yuan's mountain axe struck through the axe, and the fine iron stone man tried his best to resist it. It was no match for Chen Yuan, let alone the heavy damage he was currently fighting against Chen Yuan. After a few breaths, the fine iron stone man was killed. Game tips. Silver treasure chest +1. The treasure chest opens directly. Game tips. Earth elemental crystal +30. Game tips. King of fine iron +15. Game tips. Medium soul +1. Game tips. King of fine iron refiner +1. King of fine iron refiner. Put fine iron into it, and you can refine the king of fine iron's artifacts. 10 units of fine iron, you can refine 1 king of fine iron. It has the same function as the king of copper refiner. relaxed. Seeing so much fine iron in the warehouse, especially in the storage room, I immediately felt relieved. And the king of fine iron, Xiao Jin, can also be used. In the future, I will get some high-level blueprints and some rare-level blueprints for weapon forging, which is essential for the king of fine iron. Decompose the iron stone human body. Get fine iron plus 100, king of fine iron 15. Chen Yuan began to continue harvesting in the mine cave. Obtained the refiner of the king of fine copper. This trip to the mine cave was perfect, and the other stone men were killed. Some green stones and emeralds were obtained one after another. Even if the stone man noticed the movement and hid, Chen Yuan didn't care. When it's time to wave, you still have to wave down. The materials required for upgrading the big stone castle were further replenished. The king of fine copper and iron refiners were obtained one after another, and there were also points for the night. Everything made Chen Yuan swell. When you get the points again in the evening and exchange them for rare level armor, you can then enter the places further northeast of the wasteland. Of course, Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin still need to upgrade better before going over there. At least level 34, even level 35. Chen Yuan was no longer in a hurry. The skill of sharpening a knife and chopping firewood without missing a beat. And the skeleton puppet also needs to be upgraded. The upgrade of the skeleton puppet and the golden doll skeleton statue are synchronized. As long as there is enough flesh and blood, they will absorb and upgrade simultaneously. The upgrade of the skeleton puppet will be stronger. When the golden doll skeleton statue is upgraded, more skeleton puppets can be summoned. Complement each other. There are also the dwarf mountains at the end of the northeast, and the human city that the goblins say is further northeast. I always feel that I want to go there, but I don't know if that human city is the same as the human city that Lu Xiaoya said. Not one. Chen Yuan guessed. If other people on the regional channel talk about human cities, the possibility is still very high. But Lu Xiaoya joined the channel midway, and the probability that the human city near her would be the same as the human city in the northeast of the Forgotten Wasteland was not high. In the past 2 days, Xiao Bai, Xiao Jin, and the skeleton puppets have all been upgraded. Chen Yuan made plans. Back at Dashi Castle, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. After eating something casually, Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin were still sleeping. In front of them, they made a crystal plate, which was filled with obsidian emeralds, king of fine iron, and so on. King of copper. Looked around. The patrols of the skeleton puppets are still airtight. The stone statue guards stared majestically into the distance, and the elemental power was invisible in the big stone castle, exuding bursts of oppressive force. Chen Yuan determined the direction and launched the jets. Let's go again. There are other places around the ore cave. Chen Yuan mostly looks for wild beasts and kills them along the way. All the treasure boxes dropped by these wild beasts are collected by him, and the corpses are eaten by the doll skeleton statue. 10 corpses of beasts above level 30. 20 corpses of beasts above level 30. 30 corpses of beasts above level 30. Finally, 6 hours later, there were a total of 180 corpses of beasts above level 30, including 20 level 36 poisonous lions. These 20 level 36 poisonous lions were ferocious beasts with lion heads and snake bodies. Beasts, flesh and blood are extremely powerful. They nourish doll skull statues and skeleton puppets. Chen Yuan's skeleton puppet. 30 heads were summoned directly. Among them, there is also a skeleton puppet that has changed. It has light golden skeleton bones all over its body, and it has the feeling of a skeleton king holding an axe and a sword. Level 35. This skeleton puppet king has reached level 35. The level 35 skeleton puppet king is not weaker than the skeleton man king with a sword and an axe. It even has a long sword in its hand. Chen Yuan asked it to chop trees. It cut a tree with one sword, which is very powerful. As for the other skeleton puppet warriors, most of them have reached level 34, and a few are level 33. Chen Yuan put them in together with the guarding skeletons to upgrade. At this time, Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin have woken up. Game tips. Xiao Bai's intimacy +1, current intimacy 99. Game tips. Xiao Jin's intimacy +1, current intimacy 96. The two beasts are already level 33. Especially Xiao Bai's intimacy is 99, and there is only 1 point left to the intimacy of 100 to transform into a human form. Xiaojun swallowing turtle race does not need to be specially strengthened. Xiaobai is different. With each upgrade, the blood concentration increases. Now, it has reached 26% of the level of the Void Rabbit Queen. On Xiaobai's forehead, there was a faint mark in the form of a flame, which made it look more like a queen. Xiaobai, you are the blood of the Queen of the Void Rabbit, and your blood concentration is already 26, but you are chubby. Don't transform into a human form. You are a 250-pound fat man. Chen Yuan looked at Xiaobai with disdain. He kicked him. Xiaobai turned over twice on the ground. Xiaojun laughed secretly on the side. Xiaobai immediately called out with a claw, and Xiaojun quickly retracted his head into the tortoise shell, and the whole tortoise shell turned over several times before stopping. Woo woo woo. Xiaojun made an apologetic sound. Xiaobai ignored this guy and looked at Chen Yuan angrily. 250-pound fat man. Your whole family is 250-pound fat men. Hey, you're rebelling. Chen Yuan held Xiaobai's hind legs and soaked it in the bathtub on the second floor. After the void fire pattern appeared on its forehead, Xiaobai was actually a little dirty. Xiaobai immediately became a drowned rabbit. Squeak. It struggled uncomfortably in the water. Chen Yuan didn't care. It's so dirty. If it climbs on my bed in the middle of the night, I'll be annoyed to death. He tossed Xiaobai hard in the water. He even used a brush. He rubbed it hard many times. The wet hair was draped over Xiaobai's body, and the two long ears also folded down, and then Chen Yuan took a towel. He wiped it hard and absorbed the water. Xiaobai was more energetic. Although it's a rabbit, it also has to be clean, understand? Chen Yuan put Xiaobai on the ground. Xiaobai touched his paws. The paws were soft like meat pads, all covered with fluffy white hair. Still a little wet, Xiaobai ran to the fireplace on the first floor to warm himself. Chen Yuan ignored the two beasts. He started to prepare dinner. For today's dinner, Chen Yuan planned to steam rice and meat, air dry meat and make cold dishes, and throw the green vegetables in when the rice was ready. He also made a tomato and egg soup, and the eggs were laid by turkeys, which were laid yesterday. He laid 3 eggs. In fact, after the vegetables are ripe, they can be picked and put in the kitchen to be very fresh for 3 or 2 days. Then he squeezed the milk again. As for fruit wine, the brewing time is much shorter than expected. Maybe the environment is different. Half of the process has been completed in just 3 or 4 days, and it will be ready to drink in another 3 or 4 days. In addition, Chen Yuan prepared a stack of fruit plates with various flavors of fruits. When all these were done, it was 6 o'clock. Chen Yuan ate. The points were updated again. The points increased by more than 1,800 points. In addition to the harvest in the wild, the most important thing was the upgrade of Xiaobai, Xiaojun and the skeleton puppet. This time the points will be rewarded. Game tips. Elemental Crystal Treasure Box +1. Game tips. Elemental Crystal Treasure Box +1. Open them all. Game tips. Each of the 5 elemental crystals +30. Game tips. Each of the 5 elemental crystals +15. The big treasure chests each have 30 pieces added. 15 small treasure chests. There are no more dark element crystals. In addition, Chen Yuan noticed that others were also rewarded with crystal stones. But the quantity is much less than his. Now, Chen Yuan's 5 element crystals have exceeded 300 of each type, and some have even reached 400, close to 500. After dinner, the competition will begin. At this time, Lu Xiaoya sent him a message. Brother Chen, I made some new clothes, do they look good? Attached are several photos. After regional channels are integrated to enable video conferencing, friends can send pictures to each other. In the picture, Lu Xiaoya is wearing a piece of gauze. Graceful and graceful. Very pretty indeed. At the end of the message, there are also gifts from friends. Chen Yuan opened it and saw 2 pieces of clothing. Game tip. Exquisite clothes +2. It is the kind of style that can be worn inside with the armor on the outside without affecting the combat at all. In leisure time, the armor can be taken off and used as casual wear. Very convenient. Thanks. Chen Yuan replied. It's pretty. Hey. He smiled and said nothing more. Chen Yuan suddenly had a feeling. Could it be that Lu Xiaoya fell in love with herself? It's like the kind of love that you like silently behind your back, but don't want to be nagging. If you really like it, women are troublesome creatures. Chen Yuan silently cut off the chat page, feeling melancholy inside. In order to alleviate this melancholy, Chen Yuan decided to write down the names of everyone in the top 20 in the world. When the competition for hegemony starts, you can harvest a wave depending on your mood. Chen Yuan is actually a bit petty. When writing these down, keep an eye on the World Channel and read everyone's messages. See if anyone attacks him. Tisk, tisk, I heard that yesterday the Korean arrogantly confronted Mr. Chen and was killed by both of them. Which Korean? The guy who scolded Mr. Chen and was banned from the game. Is it so awesome? Haha. Kill twice with one hand. How did you do it? I heard that there is a resurrection card that can revive you. Tisk, tisk, I feel much better now that I was killed by Mr. Chen at the beginning yesterday. I hope I won't be touched by Mr. Chen or other big guys. Amitabha and Bodhisattva bless me. Which one of you will scold Mr. Chen and see the effect of the competition later? Is there something wrong with you? That's right, go ahead and eat shit. If you want, don't bring us chatting with you. Boss Chen might be silently peeping at the screen, be careful what you say. At Cheyenne Yuan 24.182, idle, please spare your life if you meet me later, I helped you scold that Kui Shacha and his gang. Idle at Cheyenne Yuan 24.182, I have also scolded you. If you like it, I will scold you again. I remember back then, I was known as the network keyboard warrior, the warrior among keyboard warriors. Chen Yuan silently clicked on the competition entry port. Game tip. Countdown to 10 seconds. 8 seconds. 3 seconds. 1 second. Comma. Enter the world of competition. Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin will not take them with them today. They are eating those rare jade metals and have fallen asleep. Today's goal. Rare level armor. Points left. 1176 points. Get it done. Chen Yuan attaches great importance to the rare armor, not only because it can defend, but also because it has combat power. Wearing it on the body can effectively increase combat power by 10%. This is enough for him to fight against level 1 to 2 more beasts on top of his current confrontation. Very useful. Moreover, the rare level armor also gives it more protection in terms of defense. With the inner soft armor, the safety is qualitatively improved. Enter the competition. This time, Chen Yuan appeared in a desert. The game scenes are exactly the same as the real world, and the fighting is almost the same. Sometimes, Chen Yuan was wondering if this was to prepare for future fighting encounters. Shake his head. Don't think about it. On the desert, white lights emerged, some far away, some close. Chen Yuan rushed out. 40 minutes later, Chen Yuan killed nearly 300 people with the help of a jet. The points earned also reached 347 points. Among these people, not many had more than 2 points. They were basically unlucky and were killed by Chen Yuan at the beginning. It is also injector assisted, otherwise Chen Yuan would not be so efficient. In positioning transfer card +2, interfield change card +1, resurrection card +1. These cards can help Chen Yuan gain points better. Use scene change cards. Move to a hilly area. Damn it, Mr. Chen is here. Brother Chen, I kneel down for you, don't kill me. Boss Chen, please spare my life. Ignore everything. Game tips. Points +6. Game tips. Points +10. Game tips. Points +8. This group of people seems to be a small team, grouped together, and the highest one among them gets 22 points for the kill. A wave of 10 people, team mode. Completely annihilated by Chen Yuan. Got 112 points. And the guy with 22 points dropped a double points card. Double points card. Exclusive prop card for the competition scene. After use, the points for kills will be doubled within 10 minutes. It is a one-time prop card. A double points card that can support 10 minutes. This is very useful for Chen Yuan. No rush to use it. This area is a hilly area, with a wasteland on the edge. There are faint figures of people in the wasteland, and jets fly out. Chen Yuan found these people. Kill them one by one. At the beginning of the game, people only have 1 point, and rarely 2 or 3 points. But at this stage of the game, many people have 5 or 6 points, and some even have more than a dozen. Kill. Chen Yuan didn't hold back, he was all killed with one blow. Many people saw him from a distance. Make a plea. He even knelt down and begged for mercy. Chen Yuan was not polite. He was being polite here, and those beasts wouldn't be polite to them in the real world of survival. Cruel, trying to survive, hard work, dangerous. This is the main theme of the survival world. And if he was as weak as these players, how many people would be polite to him when he met some masters? Even the encounters in the real world are even more greedy and plundering. Growing up, there is never any calm. The flowers in the greenhouse have long been eliminated among the billions of people. Call. Got another scene change card. Chen Yuan went on a killing spree in the wasteland for half an hour. Even with the help of a jet, there was no trace of anyone on the grassland. The scene change card is used again. That's all. Chen Yuan's points increased rapidly. 800 points. 900 points. 1000 points. In the last 10 minutes of the game, Chen Yuan's points have reached 1346, which is a little less than yesterday, but it is already very good. Chen Yuan took out a piece of paper. Tear into 2 halves. Write 2 names. Need 2 small paper balls, randomly grab them in random positions, open them, and Kui Yongshan's name appears inside. Unlucky boy. Use the location transfer card. A flash of white light. Chen Yuan's figure disappeared instantly. And the other side. In a forest, Kui Yongshan has assembled a team of 200 people. These teams have almost gathered the masters of their entire country of thieves. Xiao Kui, will the Chen Yuan come? Yes, this time we use the strength of the whole country to deal with this kid for more than an hour. Maid, you don't take us Koreans seriously. This time, we have a total of 200 people, and they are basically the top 10 masters in their respective regional channels. Brother Kui's strength has increased tenfold compared to the original. 10 times. Brother Jin is still here, are you afraid that you can't deal with that guy? Will he come? There was a lot of chatter among the crowd. This time, in order to deal with Chen Yuan, the Koreans were unprecedentedly united. It took more than 10 or 20 companion summoning cards alone, and one of them, the guy named Jin Jeong, even used a big companion summoning card. Summon 20 Korean masters at once. These masters used summoning cards one after another to summon masters from their own channels. Only then did such a large-scale team form. Just to deal with Chen Yuan alone. Phew. Suddenly, a figure disappeared. Chen asterisk appears. Along with the sound, 200 people suddenly started fighting in the peripheral positions. Chen Yuan was also stunned. In the woods, sprayers are not easy to use. But his speed and ghostly boots were still there, and dense figures appeared in every corner of the woods. As this Kui Yongshan's handiwork, Chen Yuan was overjoyed. 10-minute double points card can be used instantly. Call. He jumped out like a tiger. Kill. Kill this bastard ZG person. Damn ZG people. ZG people will not die well. Chen Yuan, who had never taken anything to heart, was now angry. It's okay if you scold me, but you also scold my country and people. It's true that there is a way to heaven, but you don't take it, and there is no door to hell for you to force your way through. Kill. Deserves to be killed. Everyone starting with HQ should be killed. Chen Yuan's eyes became completely cold. The body moves, glittering among the trees like a ghost. Every flicker is accompanied by the disappearance of several figures. Game tips. Points plus 1-2, double to get 24 points. Game tips. Points plus 3-6, double to get 72 points. Game tips. Points plus 1-7, double 34 points. Finally, these people were afraid of being killed and began to beg for mercy. How arrogant they were when they clamored just now, but how humble they were begging for mercy now. They are all Orientals, forget it. Boss Chen, Brother Chen, we don't dare anymore. Spare us. Phew, phew, phew. How could Chen Yuan show any mercy to such a group of fickle guys among humans and animals? His men showed no mercy. The begging for mercy gradually became less and less, and finally turned into all kinds of insults, shouting, and cursing. When there were only a dozen people left, it turned into painful pleading and begging for mercy again. Chen Yuan remained silent. I was really wrong. After finally killing Kui Yongshan, a master named Jin Jeong next to him, and Jin Jeong's pet beast, a fox, the forest became completely quiet. The competition for hegemony also ends here. Chen Yuan quit the game. See the prompt from the game. My eyes are wide open. Game tips. Points 4542, obtained. Game tips. Points 4542, obtained. Game tips. Points 4542, obtained. In other words, with 10 minutes of double points, this group of Chinese thieves contributed more than 3,000 points to themselves. Cool. So cool. Not only the rare armor can be exchanged, but one or two other things are also available. Thank you. If there is a next time, I will be even more grateful. Chen Yuan thanked the screen. Enter the mall page. Start buying. Game tips. Confirm to use 2,700 points to purchase rare level armor. Close black lens bracket. Confirm. Game tips. Rare level armor purchased successfully. Suddenly, a set of majestic purple gold armor with strange patterns appeared in Chen Yuan's hands. It was majestic and domineering. Rare grade armor. Dual purpose for offense and defense, worn on the body, greatly improves defense and at the same time increases combat bonus by 10% in all directions. Chen Yuan put on the armor on his body, and a surging sense of power arose spontaneously. This will definitely greatly improve the strength. Moreover, this suit of armor is connected by mail and is very flexible, so it will not be affected at all during combat. With it, combined with the mountain axe, and the ghost boots, I can really turn into a killing machine. Chen Yuan looked at the other treasures again. Originally, Chen Yuan planned to buy rare grade pay soil. But the upgrade of the big stone castle only requires some condensation wood and high grade upgrade stones. Let's wait until the big stone castle is upgraded and the indoor greenhouse is expanded. Chen Yuan thought in his heart. Glancing over, the points he got on the first day were 1524 points, and today he got 4,542 points. The total is 6,066 points. After excluding the 2,700 points just spent, there are still 3,366 points left. Chen Yuan glanced at the points display next to the mall. 3,366 points. No tax evasion. Very good. There are still some treasures in the mall that I don't even have enough points to buy. I have everything I can buy, but most of them are not as good as me. A few have not increased much, and they are a waste of points. Chen Yuan screened them one by one. His eyes finally rested on two things. Invisibility Talisman and Absolute Energy Absorbing Talisman. Invisibility Talisman. When attached to the body, it can make oneself invisible for 10 minutes. Even if the pet is caught in the hand, it can also have an invisibility effect. 800 points are required. Absolute Energy Absorbing Talisman. When attached to the body, it can form an absolute absorption ability, absorbing 10 times the strongest attack power once, requiring 1,000 points. They are all life-saving things. Especially the Absolute Energy Absorbing Talisman, which can absorb and withstand the strongest attack that is 10 times its own strength. This is definitely a nip in the bud at critical moments. Just in case. Buy it. Chen Yuan spent 1,800 points. Buy an Invisibility Talisman and an Absolute Energy Absorbing Talisman. After buying it, I don't know why, but I always feel more at ease. There are 1566 points left, keep them and use them when needed. Points don't expire anyway, only by accumulating can you buy better products. It's a pity that the mall is still in its early stages, and there are no treasures above the rare level. Chen Yuan shook his head. Come to the first floor. A lot of jade and metal were placed in front of the two beasts. Then I practiced some moves. Take a bath. Just lie down on the bed and sleep. Drowsily, the tired Xiaobai seemed to have crawled into his arms. At dawn, Chen Yuan had breakfast and started signing in again. Check-in on day 14. Congratulations to the host, you got the intermediate stone crystal +10. Obsidian treasure chest +1. Perfect seed bag +1. The obsidian treasure chest is opened. There are 100 primary obsidians, 10 intermediate obsidians, and a perfect seed bag. There are several perfect vegetable seeds, including potatoes, cabbage, tomatoes, cucumbers, winter melons. There are also a few perfect fragrant rice seeds. Not bad. Today's check-in was okay, there were a lot of useful things. However, the special sign-in did not appear. It seems that 2 weeks does not count as a special sign-in. I am afraid that the special sign-in will not appear until the year of the monkey and the horse. Chen Yuan guessed. Set off with the two beasts that are already level 34. You must go to the dwarf mountains. Whether it is to lead to the human city mentioned by the goblins, to stay away from the foggy area, or to improve your strength, it is the final destination at this stage. Living from the dwarf mountains. Chen Yuan spread out the map. After some rough estimation, it was about 1,800 minus 2,000 miles, and at his normal traveling speed, it would take 4 to 6 days. If you are delayed somewhere for 1 to 2 days, it will be about a week. It's almost over now. Of course, Chen Yuan never thought of rushing over to the dwarf mountains. Take advantage of the time on the road. In order to further improve the strength, it is best if the initial elemental power in the belly of the body can change. Or, the fruit of the mysterious tree can ripen. These two things. Directly related to Chen Yuan's strength. Walk. The skeleton puppet is included in the doll statue. 2 skeleton puppets were left to continue smelting. Received the big stone castle. He took out the directional stone to compare the direction of the area map and continued to move forward. Just after leaving the mine cave, less than 1,000 meters away, Chen Yuan discovered that there was Ning Yuan wood in front of him. A total of 6 trees. There is Ning Yuan wood near the skeleton man's territory in the mine cave. Could it be that in a place of this level, there is a high probability of Ning Yuan wood appearing? Chen Yuan made a guess in his mind. The mountain axe struck out smoothly. After a while, you will get Ning Yuan wood plus 2-4. The main wood required for upgrading Dashi Castle to level 5 is Ning Yuan wood, which is 200 pieces. Chen Yuan got 154 pieces before. Now I get another 24 yuan. 178 yuan, only the last 22 yuan left. Chen Yuan felt that the level 5 Dashi Castle was waving to him. Close. Getting closer. Suddenly, I have a feeling that this wasteland is nothing more than this. I, Chen, with 2 idiots, can kill everyone. It is enough to show that I am powerful and terrifying, unmatched. Chen Yuan's pace. They all started to get mad. The 2 beasts beside them twitched the corners of their mouths slightly, as if they were saying, I don't know these guys. The wind surges in the wasteland. Getting bigger. There is a feeling of turbulence and stormy weather. Chen Yuan was in it and became even more excited. In this magnificent natural weather, the wind blows away all the grass and rocks, and the wind blows away all the stones. But I remain unmoved. Unmoving as a mountain. It is enough to show that my mentality is stable, my momentum is strong, and I look down on all living beings, and I am arrogant. Chen Yuan sang loudly. It's numerous fun to fight the destiny. Fight against the ground. It's endless fun. Fight with others. It's endless fun. The 2 beasts took a few steps away. I'm afraid of being infected by this neurosis. Suddenly, the wind is getting stronger. As if roaring. Amid the roar, a strange sound came from behind. The 2 beasts that originally retreated felt something and suddenly screamed wildly. Squeak. Woo. One by one, they approached Chen Yuan with extremely solemn expressions. Chen Yuan also felt something was wrong. Turn around. In the violent wind that tore the ground apart, a black and inscrutable object surged towards me like a wave. That is, Chen Yuan took out his telescope. Look towards it. Thousands of meters away, I saw this dark area, an endless tide of rats. Rat tide. Oh my god. The overwhelming rat tide is so huge. The width that can be estimated by visual inspection alone is more than 3,000 meters, and the height reaches 20 or 30 meters. That feeling. It was like a huge wave on the sea, hitting his small boat. Unparalleled momentum. Oppression is coming. Run. Chen Yuan didn't hesitate at all. Catch Xiaobai and Xiaojun and run wildly. But the distance behind him is still shrinking. At the scale of the rat tide, there is no way to escape from this kind of running. Then, Chen Yuan directly put on the jet, which took him and the 2 beasts to high altitude, 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters, 50 meters above the ground. Not enough. Not enough. 60 meters. 70 meters. 80 meters. Comma. Keep going. Keep going. 120 meters. 150 meters. In fact, some giant rats with a height of more than 10 meters suddenly raised their heads when they noticed Chen Yuan. What to do? What to do? That glance struck me as if I was being stared at by the god of death. Chen Yuan felt his scalp numb. An idea flashed in his mind. By the way, the invisibility talisman, and the invisibility talisman. Chen Yuan immediately took out the invisibility charm, attached it to his body, and disappeared into the air with the two beasts. Keep taking off. The wind is blowing under my feet. The wind raged beneath my feet. Chen Yuan has risen to an altitude of 200 meters. The rat tide continues to surge forward. Only then did Chen Yuan see the entire world beneath his feet. There were millions or tens of millions of black rats densely packed, like a black torrent, rolling toward the northeast from the mine cave. Wherever they pass, it is like locusts passing by, leaving no grass growing. Several giant rats stayed at their previous location, looked at the sky above their heads, and continued to move forward. But there was a giant rat. Not moved. Its bright red eyes looked directly at Chen Yuan's feet. 220 meters. 250 meters. The jet was almost as high as it could lift into the air, making a whining sound that was mixed with the roaring wind. Absolute energy absorbing talisman. Use. Chen Yuan had a strong warning in his heart. The two beasts were trembling in their arms. The absolute energy absorbing talisman turned into a stream of light and was absorbed into the body. Call. At this time, the giant rat opened its mouth and fired a black energy cannon. The energy cannon was too fast and powerful. In an instant, Chen Yuan moved 10 meters later with 10 times the speed of his ghostly step. But he was still hit by the aftermath. Boom. The aftermath was absorbed by the absorption power transformed into the absolute energy absorbing talisman. The runes shattered. Chen Yuan was so angry that he didn't even dare to express his anger. The giant rat then gave a suspicious sound, mixed in the huge and endless tide of rats, and ran forward. As he ran, he didn't forget to look back. Chen Yuan's heart palpitated for a while. If it weren't for the energy-absorbing talisman, it would have absorbed the power without causing much fluctuation. If it weren't for the strong wind surging in the sky, making him invisible, he would still be far away from it. This level is really hard to pass. This giant rat is obviously much stronger than other giant rats. There is a faint word, Wang, on its forehead, and black air is surging around it. Could it be the king of rat tide? That black energy cannon is countless times more powerful than the elemental fire gun. Black rat tide king, level 50. Level 55. Or level 60. Chen Yuan couldn't imagine it. With his current strength, he can kill level 40 or even level 42 beasts. When encountering beasts with 42 and above, it is not recommended to be tough. If it is a level 45 beast, you can only avoid its edge. But the feeling the Black Rat Tide King gives it is far from comparable to that of level 45 or even level 50 beasts. The black airflow around the Rat Tide King is like overflowing elemental power. This overflowing elemental power alone can tear apart level 45 or even level 50 beasts. Gap. A very wide distance. Second gear, third gear. Even higher. The tide of rats surged endlessly and finally came to an end. Only then did the fear of the two beasts in Chen Yuan's arms dissipate. With their bloodline race, they were oppressed like this by the rat tide. It's really rare. Squeak. Falling to the ground, Xiaobai made a sound. You're saying that you've seen rat tides several times, but this one is the scariest one you've ever encountered. Xiaobai nodded repeatedly. A rat tide of this size is heading northeast. Where is its target? Chen Yuan whispered in his heart. An answer comes immediately. Human city. In a human city, such a large-scale rat tide, and such a powerful rat tide king, will probably go straight to the human city. I don't know what the quality of the experts in the human city is. Chen Yuan muttered. Shake his head. These are not things he can worry about. It's a blessing to be able to survive a rat tide of this magnitude. Even though the invisibility talisman he just bought was absolutely consumed by the energy-absorbing talisman, Chen Yuan didn't feel distressed at all. It's a pity that I don't have enough points, otherwise I would still have to prepare a set of invisibility talismans and absolute energy-absorbing talismans. Chen Yuan shook his head. Take a few steps. I still bought an invisibility charm. It's okay to buy half of it first. After buying the invisibility charm, Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and set off with the two beasts. The two beasts also came out of their previous shock. Only, the wasteland that the rat tide had passed through became even more desolate. The wind also died down as the rat tide went away. After walking for several hours, nothing happened. Suddenly, a golden light came from the front. Chen Yuan was too familiar with this golden light. Could it be that this is the legendary survivor of a great disaster will have good fortune in the future? Chen Yuan hurriedly led the two beasts to walk. In a pit, a golden treasure chest appeared, and there were several corpses beside it, which were obviously eaten clean by the endless rat tide. Chen Yuan jumped directly into the pit and took out the golden treasure chest. Open it. Game tips. Water element crystal plus 100. Game tips. King of red gold plus 50. Game tips. High level soul plus 3. Game tips. Rare frost sword plus 1. Game tips. Ancient ruins fragment plus 1. A large number of tips came. The rewards are quite generous. The element crystals are replenished. The King of Red Gold, which is more valuable than the King of Fine Iron and the King of Fine Copper, has 50 units. As for the high-level souls, a high-level soul that Chen Yuan has never encountered before. There are 3 at once. In addition, there are fragments of ancient ruins, plus this one, a total of 3. There is also a rare level frost sword, which can be used by the skeleton puppet king. Once it is used, its strength will double, and it is not a problem to kill the opponent by 2 levels. Chen Yuan put all of this into the warehouse. The skeleton puppet king was called out from the doll statue. Replace it with the rare level frost sword. Suddenly, the whole skeleton puppet king was full of momentum, and a light appeared in his eyeless eyes, and a buzzing sound was made. Thank you, master. Skeleton puppets have low-level intelligence. There is no need to say more about the skeleton puppet king. Chen Yuan called the skeleton puppet king back again. It is true that those who survive a great disaster will have good fortune in the future. High-level souls. At present, there are 2 places where high-level souls can be used. One is the mysterious small tree fruit, and the other is the brave and fearless badge. To upgrade the brave and fearless badge, you need high-level souls and high-level upgrade stones. Don't worry, the mysterious small tree fruit is only 36% mature now. I'll give it to you later to see the changes. High-level souls are 10 times worse in quality and quantity than medium-level souls. The complete maturity of the mysterious small tree fruit may consume a lot of high-level souls. There is a long way to go. Continue to set off. Originally, Chen Yuan planned to move forward in the northeast direction, but the appearance of the rat tide disrupted his plan. If you go northeast again, I'm afraid you won't get anything. It's time to change the route. Fortune and honor are sought in danger. It's time to go to that place. Chen Yuan took the 2 beasts and changed the direction slightly. Slightly to the north. At the beginning, as his strength increased, 6 of the 8 red name areas had their danger levels reduced, but there were still 2 that did not. One of them is a swamp 200 miles to the north. It's called the Misty Swamp. Chen Yuan is very concerned about it. Because he doesn't know if there are swamp fruits in that place. The effect of swamp fruits on my body is continuous and constant. Unlike gray wolf blood, if I can get it, I can go to the next level. Even if the body is strong enough, the elemental power in the womb may change. Chen Yuan rushed to the Misty Swamp with the 2 beasts with a hint of expectation. At this time, in the deepest part of the Misty Swamp, several torches appeared faintly. A human figure appeared in the torch. The human figure was wearing special swamp boots, so he wouldn't sink into the swamp even if he stepped on it. Master Bane, please walk slower. One of them spoke, a dwarf. This damn place, the old man asked me to come here, I feel something bad is going on. Among the dwarves, the dwarf in the center spoke, and it was Bane, the dwarf Chen Yuan rescued in the werewolf cave. No, young master, the clan leader must have left something good for you, so he asked you to come. Really? Bane was a little suspicious. He had no choice but to obey the old man's words. But for some reason, he always had a feeling. That is, he must be in trouble here. It was like, he was clearly walking along a well-planned development trajectory, but as he was walking, an ominous thing suddenly rushed towards him and changed everything. Target: Misty Swamp. Distance: 200 miles north. Of course, the direction is not true north, but about 70 to 80 degrees from east to north. There are also some woods, hills, caves. There are some beasts ranging from level 30 to level 36 living inside. Kill. Raw meat is basically eaten by the skeleton statues. Soul collection. Various elemental crystals, rare jade metals, and some materials were collected. Among them, the horn on the forehead of a one-horned Red Bull is very tough and can also be used as a weapon. Chen Yuan was sold to the trading market. Chen Yuan also collected part of the front and rear leg meat of the one-horned Red Bull and kept it as meat. Both in terms of taste and storage, it is a very high-quality meat. Everything is in order. Chen Yuan had walked the previous 180 miles for a long time, and Chen Yuan had no intention of walking the 200 miles north at once. After the group of one-horned Red Bulls were killed, it was getting dark. Chen Yuan stopped. In a wasteland. Big Rock Castle summons. Today is the day when the regional comprehensive list will be announced. You can take a look. The extra souls are fed to the mysterious little tree as usual. The smelting furnace and the king of fine iron and king of fine copper refiners next to it are also continuously operated by puppets. Replaced them both. Summoned dozens of skeletons. Patrolling scattered hundreds of meters away from the big stone castle. And the skeleton puppet king holding a frost sword led the team. With the skeleton puppet king and the skeleton puppet who are much stronger than ordinary beasts, they can easily deal with the general group of 34 to 38 level beasts. Certainly, the great stone castle looms large in the wilderness. The elemental power is faintly leaking out. In fact, no wild beast dared to attack in the middle of the night. It's too late to run. Prepare for dinner. During this period, transactions occurred frequently. Some of the meat, other supplies, and some intact long axes and long swords made of fine iron that Chen Yuan had previously posted on the trading channel were being traded one after another. Originally, they were trading rare jade metals, elemental crystals, etc. Later, with the advent of refiners, the collection of ordinary metals was also allowed. But the amounts are all in the hundreds. Profits remain above 3 to 5 times. The tough and sharp Red Bull horn is no worse than an excellent weapon. And it's very convenient. Boss Chen took great care of us. 20 of them were given priority to our regional channels. I bought them. They are indeed very useful. The stone can be inserted easily, it's so sharp. You can buy it for only 300 iron blocks. It's so worth it. Weapons made of ordinary iron blocks are not as sharp and strong as a quarter of the one-horned Red Bull. Don't even look at what level of beast this horn is, it's level 36. Horrible. That level 13 gray pig that I fucked for 2 days, I feel like with this horn, I can kill it in one blow. Hold still, don't wave. The comprehensive ranking of channels is coming out. First, EK0086 is invincible. Boss Chen is invincible. Expect, while this group of members were having fun, the channel's overall ranking came out. Seeing the ranking, Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. First, in fact, before the release, Chen Yuan was 99% confident. Current points situation. He was in the only gear, and there were 2 empty gears in between before it was everyone else's turn. Some experts in the world rankings have made very rapid progress in the past few days. The highest one already has 2,600 points. Lu Xiaoya has also reached 2,400 points. Ranked 4th. Lu Yong and Li Chang also ranked among the top 20 in the world despite Chen Yuan's deliberate priority in trading regional channels. Even without Chen Yuan, this is also the strongest contender for number 1. What's more, Chen Yuan's current points are 16,800 points, which is extremely scary. Game tips. The channel comprehensive list has been released. EK0086 ranks 1st in the world, UK1188 ranks 2nd in the world, RS0007 ranks 3rd in the world. The channel comprehensive list and the personal world list are integrated into one page. Can be switched between each other. Game tips. The channel comprehensive list rewards have been released. The top 200 channels have rewards. The top 200 members in the channel have rewards. The size of the rewards is determined according to the members' regional channel ranking. Game tips. Rewards have been distributed. Game tips. All channel members ranked 1st in the overall channel list will receive an additional 10% combat power boost before the next list update. Members of the 2nd channel will receive an additional 8% combat power boost before the next list update. Members of the 3rd channel will receive an additional 7% combat power boost. Members of the 4th channel. I cried and laughed. For the blessing of combat power, thank you to Boss Chen of EK, thank you to Boss Lu, thank you to Boss Lu and Li, thank you to other bosses. I'm envious. EK's people's combat power is increased by 10%. MMP, this is a crappy regional channel. I'm still among the top 10 regional channels. I don't get any rewards. I want to change jobs. Alas, our regional channel is ranked 201st, and we are just a hair away from the rewards. It's really heartbreaking. Isn't there a channel changer? I heard someone got one. Yes, there is. It is said that you can change the channel after you get it. Unfortunately, I don't have it. I heard last night that a few people jumped to Mr. Chen's channel. Ah, stop talking, that's the first person to jump to our channel. And our third channel has also jumped. Has anyone quit? There are still very few channel transfers in the Chenyuan area. It is estimated that other administrators are responsible for approval and reception. He doesn't have to worry about these little things. Comprehensive rewards for regional channels are distributed. It's a big box. Chen Yuan opened it. Game tips. Direction stone +3. Game tips. 5 element crystals +20. Game tips. World channel loudspeaker +10. Regional channel loudspeaker +30. Game tips. Fog dispelling stone +5. Intermediate decomposition stone +2. Game tips. Fog light +1. There are still many rewards. Directional stones, fog repelling stones, intermediate decomposition stones, etc. Great addition. Elemental crystals are also added. In addition, these loudspeakers, whether they are world channel loudspeakers or regional channel loudspeakers, all have a floating screen effect. Chen Yuan looked at the fog lamp carefully. Fog lamp. When irradiated in the poisonous fog area, everything within a radius of 100 meters can be clearly illuminated, and some ordinary dangers can be kept away from the area irradiated by the fog lamp. It is used to brush the poisonous fog area. The light of fog lights can also dispel some dangers. Very applicable. Besides, my next destination is the Misty Swamp. Will this fog lamp be effective then? Chen Yuan was guessing. Although I'm not sure, I don't think it's a big problem. As for walking in the swamp, Chen Yuan now has a jet, and under the ghost wind boots, he is extremely fast as a dragonfly. Walking in the swamp is not difficult. Just keep the speed. Misty Swamp, Mist Swamp. Chen Yuan muttered a few words secretly, had a good dinner, and entered the world of competition skillfully, because the drops of cards are very random. Although it is also related to the strength of the opponent, the larger the overall base, the more drops will be. Kill. Chen Yuan would not let anyone go, especially in an environment where he was surrounded by a group of green-eyed, yellow-haired landscape informants who even complained with an air of arrogance. He would kill them all. The 2 hours of competition passed quickly. Although not as lucky as yesterday. But with the help of some dropped cards, Chen Yuan also scored 2,142 points. 2,142 points, plus the remaining 766 points after purchasing the invisibility talisman, is 2,908 points. Chen Yuan added an absolute energy absorbing talisman without hesitation. Invisibility talisman plus absolute energy absorbing talisman. A perfect match to save your life. Now I feel more at ease. Chen Yuan was happy. All other points are kept. There is another thing to buy when you have 5,000 or 6,000 points. Take a bath. Changed into Lu Xiaoya's clothes. A faint fragrance came. Still smells good. Chen Yuan was a little surprised. Isn't this smell the smell of sweat? Doesn't sweat smell bad? Chen Yuan took it off with some disgust. Wash clothes twice. The 2 sets of clothes given by Lu Xiaoya were washed twice. Hang it there to dry. It feels much more comfortable now. Wearing big pants, lying on the bed, just fell asleep. Wait for the next day. Both beasts have reached level 35. With the current levels of the 2 beasts, they can be upgraded by 1 level in 1 day, which is quite good. With the nourishment of the soul, the fruit has reached 46% maturity. However, Chen Yuan was still reluctant to use the advanced soul. Having breakfast. Wait. Finally, the sign-in has arrived. Game tips. Intermediate stone crystal +10. Game tips. Medium soul +20. Game tips. Intermediate obsidian +30. Chen Yuan continued to wait. Finally, a voice sounded in Chen Yuan's mind. The game prompts that special sign-ins are open for half a month. Do you want to sign in? Finally come. It's really here. Sign in. Game tips. The special half-month sign-in is successful. Close black lens bracket. Game tips. Epic Dragon Tooth Axe +1. I actually got an epic weapon. Chen Yuan's eyes were stunned. Ordinary, sophisticated, outstanding, perfect, rare, epic. From rare to epic, this is definitely a qualitative leap. The mountain axe can now be used to chop firewood. Chen Yuan happily took out the dragon tooth axe. A hand axe with dark golden patterns, rippling elemental power, and perfect shape, weighing 20 or 30 kilograms, appeared in his hand. The axe is 1 meter long. The edge of the blade was a flash of white. This weight, to him now, is no different than a 1-pound stick. Epic Dragon Tooth Axe. Made from the head teeth of a dark golden dragon in this world, sharp +660, durable +660, comes with elemental power, and has dragon power. After the strength is improved, it can be activated. Dragon Roar, attack power +300% violent attack. It is 5 times sharper and more durable than a mountain axe. This kind of sharpness and durability will not be lost at all when it is struck on the king of fine iron. And, different from the mountain-breaking axe, the epic dragon tooth axe not only has elemental power, but also has the power of the elements. It also possesses the power of the dragon. When the strength allows, it can also activate the Dragon Roar, attack power +300%. The power jumps tenfold. Before, I had to do my best to deal with level 42 beasts, but with the dragon tooth axe, I can kill them with just one axe. Chen Yuan felt that his strength had been greatly improved. Open the area map. The logo has changed. The Misty Swamp, which was originally classified as higher, in danger, changed from red to green and became normal. His eyes continued to move northeast. The danger level of the dwarf mountains has also changed. Black turns to red, and the danger level changes from extremely high to high. A dragon tooth axe brings about earth-shaking changes. Of course, the current Chen Yuan is not enough to exert the full power of the epic dragon tooth axe. Elemental power, dragon power, etc. If you want the epic dragon tooth axe to be fully utilized, the strength must be at least doubled. Recall the skeleton puppet to the doll statue. Receive the big stone castle. Keep going. The level of danger in the Misty Swamp is higher than that of the skeleton territory, but Chen Yuan can easily level it now. Walk. Take the 2 beasts and head straight to the Misty Swamp. Period. I used a dragon tooth axe to practice, it was so scary. With a casual wave, a ravine several meters deep and more than 10 meters long was left on the ground. This is the terror of power. Misty Swamp. Tread flat. Tread flat. Chen Yuan was in a great mood. The faint dragon power of the dragon tooth axe originally had an influence on the 2 beasts, but since it became Chen Yuan's owner, the influence gradually dissipated. The 2 beasts were also uncomfortable from the beginning. Feeling much better. Even in the end, there was no impact at all. I'm afraid this is because the 2 beasts have a very high level of bloodline and race. Otherwise, things like Longwei would still have natural pressure at their level. Chen Yuan thought. Keep going. During this period, take out the direction stone and map to check the direction. Go ahead. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, comma. After the rat tide yesterday, we traveled 180 miles northeast. During this period, we changed direction to the Misty Swamp, which is 200 miles away, and traveled another dozens of miles. Today, we covered the remaining 160 miles in less than 4 hours. Chen Yuan took out the map. There are not many miles left in the Misty Swamp. Although the time is noon. But for some reason, the sky gradually turned gray. Is it because it's close to the Misty Swamp? Chen Yuan looked forward. Ahead, several trees appeared. It's Ning Yuan wood. Even though they were hundreds of meters apart, Chen Yuan could tell the difference. Walk quickly. Felling. Game tips. Ning Yuan wood +4. Game tips. Ning Yuan wood +4. Game tips. Ning Yuan wood +4. Comma. There are 12 Ning Yuan trees in total. Obtain 48 pieces of Ning Yuan wood. Throwing it into the warehouse, the accumulation of Ning Yuan wood has reached 222 units. Meet 200 units now. Elemental crystals, intermediate stone crystals, bright light stones, high-grade obsidian, solid wood, now only the high-grade upgrade stones are left. Chen Yuan was very excited. This is really just the last step away from the upgrade of Big Stone Castle. Leading the two beasts towards the mist ahead, Chen Yuan can be sure. It's time to reach the misty swamp. The fog here shows a light white color, much like water mist. You can use a torch to illuminate the surroundings, but the effect is average. Chen Yuan then took out the fog lamp directly. The fog disperses. Everything within 100 meters radius is clearly revealed. 100 meters away. Then it's fog again. Xiaobai and Xiaojun followed Chen Yuan with alert expressions on their faces. The ground in front of them began to turn into a swamp, green and easy to sink into. Go faster. Behind Chen Yuan is a jet, just in case. Step out lightly. The two beasts followed behind, equally fast. Xiaobai was jumping up and down, his whole body turned into an illusion, and he was very agile on the swamp. As for Xiaojun, his four claws were like fast-forwarding, fluttering and moving forward strangely with a thick turtle shell. Not all swamps are swamps. Occasionally there will be solid ground. Whether it is on solid ground or in a swamp, there are some shrubs and grasses growing there. Fog lingered 100 meters away. Cold and cold. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed in front of him. It is a mouse-like animal with gray hair all over its body. Chen Yuan stared at the past. Swamp mongoose. Level 37, extremely fast, able to shuttle freely in swamps, and can also squeeze into swamps. It has sharp teeth and claws, usually in groups, and likes to eat plant roots and carrion in swamps. Behind that swamp mongoose, like a gopher, one after another, hundreds of swamp mongooses appeared. The apricot yellow eyes with a hint of green stared at Chen Yuan, shaking his head with a hint of provocation. Xiaobai couldn't stand it anymore. Squeaky. I saw it calling out, straightening its body, and a powerful aura suddenly came out as the shadow on its forehead flickered. Chapter 81. Xiaobai's aura of oppression comes from the blood of the Queen of Void Rabbit. Even among 10,000 wild void rabbits, there may not be one with the blood of the Queen of Void Rabbit. With the increase of strength, the concentration of Xiaobai's Queen of Void Rabbit blood has reached 30%, and the aura of oppression is extremely strong for ordinary wild beasts. These hundreds of level 37 swamp mongooses trembled suddenly. They wanted to escape, but they could not move under the oppression. Xiaojun rushed out. Whoosh! He killed a swamp mongoose with one head. Chen Yuan also rushed out, and the dragon tooth axe chopped casually, killing several swamp mongooses. In this swamp environment, it is very easy for swamp mongooses to escape and drill into the swamp. Kill them quickly while the aura is oppressive. One after another. Groups after groups. In a blink of an eye, 80 or 90 were killed. All the silver treasure chests were put into the warehouse. The bodies of the swamp mongooses were absorbed by the baby skeleton. Whoosh! Xiaobai's aura of oppression disappeared, and the remaining swamp mongooses were as if they had been pardoned. They quickly leaned forward and burrowed into the swamp. They were never seen again. Puff! The few slow-running swamp mongooses were unlucky and were hit by Chen Yuan, who was nearby. They were all killed with one axe. There was a solid ground next to them. They stepped on it with the two beasts. They sorted the supplies on the ground. All the treasure chests were opened. Game tips. Water element crystal +8. Game tips. Wood element crystal +10. Game tips. Platinum +10. Game tips. Intermediate obsidian +3. Game tips. Intermediate soul +1. Game tips. Mongoose ball +1. Game tips. Swamp fruit seed +1. ... A familiar prompt sound came. In addition to the usual element crystals, rare jade metals, and intermediate souls, mongoose balls and even swamp fruit seeds were also exploded. Mongoose pill. A detoxification pill. After taking it, you will not be affected by the toxins floating in the air deep in the foggy swamp. It can also be used for general miasma. There are toxins in the air deep in the foggy swamp. Let's eat it first. Xiaobai and Xiaojun also ate it. Then he looked at the swamp fruit seeds. Swamp fruit seeds. A mysterious seed in the swamp. After planting, the swamp fruit can improve the body's fitness and the effect is long-lasting. A total of 8 swamp fruit seeds were obtained. If all 8 were planted, each would grow about 10 swamp fruits, which would be 80. If all were eaten, the physical fitness would probably be nearly doubled. After all, now the physical fitness is 10 times that of an adult man, and the base number is very large. I don't know if other beasts here can explode swamp fruit seeds. If not, it would be a pity for the swamp mongoose that just escaped. Chen Yuan pondered. Can't take this risk. If other animals don't have it, it will be difficult to meet the swamp mongoose that is good at moving in the swamp again in this swamp. Swamp mongoose. Level 37, extremely fast, can move freely in the swamp, likes to eat plant roots and carrion in the swamp. Chen Yuan remembered this. Plant roots and carrion. Let's do it. Chen Yuan immediately issued a task. Let Xiaobai and Xiaojun collect plant roots. This piece of solid land still has hundreds of square meters. Enough to bury the trap. Then, Chen Yuan personally made the rotten meat. Rotten meat requires bacteria to degrade for a long time. Chen Yuan took out a few pieces of meat, chopped them up, and placed them in the center of the solid ground. Although the area increased, it still took time to degrade. But, the problem came. In this humid environment, it will take at least 1 day for the meat to be chopped and degraded by bacteria, even if it attracts insects. Wait for 1 day. Chen Yuan kept thinking hard. Is there a better way? Suddenly, he thought of the doll statue. Yes, the doll statue. The consciousness merged, and a strange space was formed inside the doll statue, with blood and flesh rippling in it, and a strong smell of decay. Those skeleton puppets enjoyed this kind of meat and were very happy. Chen Yuan's heart moved. A pool of rotten meat was drawn out from it and covered the original chopped meat. This is really the perfect rotten meat. A skeleton puppet suddenly cried and screamed. Chen Yuan ignored it. He brought out a few more puddles of rotten flesh, suppressing his nausea, and spread them out in the center of the entire ground. These are probably just the amount of a one-horned Red Bull. Wear a gas mask. Also bring it to Xiaobai and Xiaojun. Continue to spread out some. The plant roots collected by the two beasts are also scattered among them, covering nearly 100 square meters. Enough. This will attract a lot of swamp mongooses. Chen Yuan thought for a while. He also took out a lot of magic kuyan and sprinkled it on the carrion. He clapped his hands. Perfect. Then he took two beasts with him. Flying high into the sky under the jets. To prevent lighting, even the fog lamps were stored in the warehouse. Everything around him was white. The two beasts looked down in confusion. Chen Yuan listened carefully. 1 minute. 2 minutes. A quarter of an hour. 2/4 of an hour. Comma. Finally, an hour later, the sound of eating was heard from underneath, but Chen Yuan did not move. The sound of eating below began to change, with a hint of chaos. Kuyan worked. Kill. Chen Yuan led the two beasts and killed them straight down from the sky. Don't let anyone go. Chen Yuan's voice came out, and 30 skeleton puppets were placed on the periphery, surrounding the entire solid little land. Boom. Falling towards the ground. This solid land is surrounded by swamps. They immediately started fighting. The killing was brutal. Although Kuyan had little effect on this group of level 37 swamp mongooses, it was still somewhat effective. Coupled with Xiaobai's aura suppression, it was on the ground. Kill. Efficiency is greatly increased. The 30 skeleton puppets forced back the swamp mongooses who wanted to escape. 10 heads. 20 heads. 50 heads. 100 heads. Comma. In the end, for a quarter of an hour, all 306 swamp mongooses were killed on the ground. If it weren't for the dragon tooth axe, it would have saved a lot of effort. Chen Yuan was almost exhausted. All skeleton puppets are included as doll statues. All the swamp mongoose carcasses were also collected. All treasure chests are opened. Game tips. Water elemental crystal +8. Game tips. Platinum +10. Game tips. Medium soul +1. Game tips. Meerkat pill +1. Game tips. Swamp fruit seed +1. Comma. Game prompts came again densely. Elemental crystals, rare jade, metal souls are collected again, and mongoose balls and swamp fruit seeds are also collected again. Get 31 swamp fruit seeds. Basically, it takes 10 swamp mongooses to explode one. Plus the previous 8 pieces. 39 pieces in total. Reward. Huge gain. If the swamp fruit could go on and on, it would last until he had eaten them all. By then, his physical fitness will be that of a Saiyan. Even with the strengthening of physical fitness, Chen Yuan has a feeling that the power of the initial elements in the belly will change. Walk. Keep going deep into the swamp. Chen Yuan did not stop. Move on with the two beasts. There are so many gains in the outer position, but what about the inside? What about deep in the core? The fog lamp dispersed the fog and ignited all the expectations in Chen Yuan's heart. There must be something better waiting for him. Go ahead. Go forward again. In conjunction with Xiaojin's treasure hunting ability, suddenly, a faint footprint appeared in front of Chen Yuan's eyes, and Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Chen Yuan looked carefully. Not a footprint. It's like the traces of something walking. Is it some kind of beast? The walking marks are very regular, neat and orderly. How big is it? Chen Yuan guessed. But the clear-cut traces of the water chestnuts look like some kind of boots that can be used to walk in the swamp. Both are possible. The direction that Xiao Jin identified as the suggestion was consistent with the direction of the traces in front of him. Chen Yuan didn't even think about it. Follow me. Follow the trail with the two beasts. With the dragon tooth axe. Chen Yuan can now kill level 45 beasts. With all-round support, even level 46 and 47 beasts can compete with each other. A small misty swamp. It's hard for him. Of course, the habitual vigilance is still in my heart. Misty swamp. Even if there is a fog lamp, it can only illuminate a radius of 100 meters. The bottom of the swamp is even more unknown, and the surroundings are hazy. Caution is the boat. That's all. Following these trails of tiny footprints, under the dim light of the fog lamp, the figures of a man and two beasts gradually penetrated deep into the swamp. Occasionally, there are places where the footprints break. But if you search a little, you can continue to discover. And the traces of footprints led to the depths of the misty swamp, which makes Chen Yuan even more excited about what will happen next. The entire misty swamp is very large. Of course, moving forward will not be smooth sailing. In the 10th minute after finding the footprints and moving forward, several level 39 red toads were lying on a solid red rock and were killed by Chen Yuan. That's the spotted toad. Can breathe fire from his mouth. Chen Yuan was almost burned. Kill them. Obtain 30 fire elemental crystals, 10 flame heart stones, 3 medium souls, and 6 flame spotted toad poisons. There are flames in the flame heart stone, which can be used as wall lamps or given to Xiaobai for consumption. Toad poison is a highly toxic substance that can cause diarrhea, abdominal pain, and eventually death. The profit is good. When the footprints broke for the second time, Chen Yuan killed a level 40 giant pitcher plant and sprayed white air from his mouth. This giant pitcher plant is 10 meters tall, with thick white gas spurting out like a chimney. So much so that Chen Yuan felt that the mist in the misty swamp was spit out by it. This is the first time Chen Yuan has killed a level 40 creature. Get 6 mist stones, 3 intermediate decomposition stones, 1 high-grade obsidian, and 1 medium soul. The toad was eaten by the doll statue. Nepenthes jauntus decomposes. Another 100 units of high-quality pig cage wire were obtained. 15 units of top-quality pig cage wire. Ordinary materials, high-quality materials, top-notch materials. This is the first time Chen Yuan has obtained top-level materials, and he is very excited. I'm really looking forward to it. What can be found in the deepest part of this misty swamp? Chen Yuan's eyes gleamed. After killing the giant pitcher plant, we have entered the inner area of the swamp. Like the swamp mongoose, the air began to be filled with toxins. It is a poisonous smell that can slowly paralyze people, and eventually cause them to lose strength and mobility. It was mild at first, but then the toxins became heavier. Fortunately, there are mongoose pills, otherwise even if you have a gas mask, your body's pores will absorb these toxins over time. Although the impact is not as great as direct ingestion into the mouth and nose, it will still have an impact on combat and combat effectiveness. Chen Yuan swallowed 2 more mongoose balls. Xiaobai and Xiaojin each swallowed 1 more. Set off. Go deeper again. This toxin-filled area began to fade away after walking for half an hour. When the toxin completely disappeared, a very solid green land appeared. Sight ahead. Several glowing lantern trees appeared. The light from the lantern on the tree dispersed the surrounding fog. Even deep in the entire core, there is not much mist left. Chen Yuan put away the fog lamp. Walk away with the 2 beasts. Because when he saw the lantern trees, he also saw several figures under the trees. Game tip. Found 3 pig-headed men. Pig-headed man. A beast with the lower body of a human and the upper body of a pig. Level 37. It has a very big head with long dark green snot hanging from it. The snot is poisonous. It wears armor, holds a machete, and has a skull pendant on its body. Trophies, born with a fear of humans. 3 pig-headed men. Each is 3 meters high. Sturdy. Thick. When Chen Yuan and Xiaobai Xiaojun approached, they also noticed the 3 of Chen Yuan, their stocky bodies looking wary and fearful. Stop. Humans, don't come here again. If you come here again we will do it. Stop. 50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. Call. Chen Yuan showed his dragon tooth axe. The 3 pig-headed men trembled, looked at each other, and finally ran towards a large wooden building with a strange shape among several larger lantern trees behind them. So cowardly. Chen Yuan was slightly startled. The 2 beasts behind him were also stunned. Pig-headed people are naturally afraid of humans, not to mention that Chen Yuan is holding a big golden axe and looks so vicious and terrifying. It's strange that they don't run away. It's really. Chen Yuan looked in the direction where the 3 pig-headed men were running. There was a large wooden building with a strange shape that seemed to be coiled among the trees among several huge lantern trees. He discovered it as soon as he stepped into the land. That's the core of the entire misty swamp. Chen Yuan's eyes flashed. Know that all the good stuff is just there. Go towards it. At this time, he passed by the small lantern tree where the pig-headed man was, and heard intermittent whining sounds. What the hell? Chen Yuan walked curiously. The dragon's tooth axe in his hand is ready to strike at any time. The lantern tree is so thick that it can be hugged by several people. Go around to the back. Behind one of the lantern trees, Chen Yuan saw several small figures who were tied up and had cloth strips stuffed in their mouths. Is it you? Chen Yuan stared at the past. My eyes are wide open. Aren't these the dwarfs he rescued from the werewolf cave? Why were you kidnapped again? And the dwarfs who were trembling and looking at Chen Yuan's sudden appearance were trembling and frightened at first. When they saw Chen Yuan's appearance, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. Woo! They make a louder sound. You have to give me life-saving money later. Chen Yuan spoke skillfully. Remove the strips of cloth from their mouths and loosen them. Several people had tears in their eyes. Dear Mr. Human, thank you for saving us again. Woohoo! It's too difficult, it's really too difficult. Damn Cayman boy, in order to get something like that, you actually followed me and tied us up. It's really too hard. Damn it. Among the dwarves, the guy Chen Yuan remembered as Bane spoke repeatedly. Chen Yuan looked puzzled. After several old dwarves around him explained, Chen Yuan understood that this was what happened. So, that Cayman might be grabbing something good. Chen Yuan looked towards the big wooden building hundreds of meters away with a hostile look on his face. Here's the thing. After the dwarf young Master Bane and several other dwarves returned, big changes began in the clan. Finally Bane came here to take something so that he could successfully accept the baptism ceremony of the dwarf young leader. This is also a test for him. But they never expected that the Cayman clan, who had been purged out of their family after planning to frame him, actually followed them and tied them here. Brother Chen, you saved us. Our dwarves are the most grateful race, the most honest and friendly race, and we will definitely reward you heavily. Bane spoke seriously. This is what Chen Yuan was waiting for. Your level is no longer low now, why are you still being kidnapped? Bane's eyes turned red. I accepted the baptism of enlightenment when I went back. I am now level 40, but that guy Cayman is even more powerful and cunning. He set up an ambush in advance. Among the few tribesmen who followed me, there was one of his spies. Quote. The inside should be coordinated with the outside, and we are tied here in a daze. Bane was very uncomfortable. Chen Yuan has a big head. In terms of human age, this guy is actually still young and has never experienced the dangers in the world, so he has a simple heart. Then how are you going to reward me? Bane was stunned, not expecting Chen Yuan to be so direct. Brother Chen is quick to speak, straightforward and a true gentleman. Can I give you something good later? I'm worried now that Cayman won't take something like that away. How long have you been tied up? 2 hours. Let's go. The group of people then marched towards the big wooden building. Exquisite large wooden building, cleverly designed. Unique shape. It is mixed in between several large lantern trees. It is overall brown in color, with tree roots coiled around the house and green leaves of ivy. Mulot seemed to have 2 eyes. They are two lanterns of the lantern tree, hanging just above and to the left and right of the wooden building. There are 3 floors up and down. Under the ground, there is a vast layer leading to the ground. The area is very large. Inside is also a space at the bottom of a tree that is stretched out by thick tree roots. Due to the interlacing of tree roots, many underground chambers of varying sizes are formed. In the innermost underground chamber. Dear dwarf friend brother Cayman, you have said so much. If it weren't for the inheritance token, I would really give it to you. A tree spirit spoke. This tree spirit has human limbs, and its entire body is made of some unknown wood. There are clusters of leaves growing on the crotch, top of the head, knees, and elbows. The leaves have long beards. Opposite it were several dwarves. There was a dwarf in the middle with a blue complexion and a strong build, swinging a huge hammer behind his back. Did you find it? This dwarf was Cayman. He looked at the tree spirit Telensu with a smile. Telensu, 2 hours, I gave you a chance for 2 hours, but you still refused to speak. But that thing must be with you. As long as I kill you, will I still be afraid of not getting it? Cayman lost patience and pulled out his sledgehammer. Above the hammer, power ripples. Cayman, you can't get something like that without the inheritance token. Terensu spoke. Cayman smiled. The old guy's child is outside. When I kill you and get the inheritance token, I will kill him. Cayman was not impressed at all. It's all over. He raised the dwarf warhammer, and his whole body surged with momentum. If he were young, Delunsu would not be afraid of this junior. But Deluxe is old. The beards of the leaves have turned yellow. Cayman, maybe this is why Jax didn't give you the inheritance token. You are a bad guy among the dwarves. It's a century-old shame. Ha ha ha. Cayman laughed proudly. I'm very proud. Bang. At this time, there was a sound of fighting and killing outside, and then, after a few breaths, bang. The door to the secret room was split open with an axe. Split smoothly. I'm so proud of you, what a shame. Chen Yuan broke in with Bane and several others. Cayman's eyes were stunned. What happened? Bane, were you rescued? Cayman looked at Bane, then looked at Chen Yuan in the center of the crowd. Human boy, it was you who saved Bane. How dare you be my enemy? Damn it. And what did you do to the pig-headed men outside? He is my sweetest friend. Kill 2 of them and scare the others away. Hateful. Cayman's eyes were red. You have to pay the price for killing my friend. Although I feel uncomfortable because of these stupid friends, they are my friends after all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Delunsu had slipped behind Chen Yuan and his party. Master Bane, you are still the same as when you were a child. Hey, Grandpa Delunsu, now is not the time to reminisce, shut up. Chen Yuan looked at Cayman in front of him coldly. Cayman, level 45, Great Dwarf Warrior. No wonder Bane is no match for him. The difference of 5 levels is basically 1 level. There is no way. Well, Telensu sighed. Bala Mila boom. The roots suddenly became entangled under the tree. Bang bang bang. A space led to the ground, and the tree roots swung with soft force, and everyone in the secret room was suddenly thrown out of the underground secret room. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away from the big wooden building. I'm really afraid that you guys will tear this crappy place of mine apart. Delunsu looked at Cayman, whose momentum had reached its peak, and Chen Yuan, who seemed even more terrifying, with lingering fear. Haha, I'm also afraid that if this is demolished, it will be hard to find my things. Cayman looked at Chen Yuan arrogantly. Not much of a threat. But his axe is pretty good. Cayman's eyes were fixed on the dragon tooth axe. You guys, I'll leave the other dwarves to you. I'll take care of this human boy by myself. Cayman didn't care about anyone else at all. Yes, Master Carmen. Several other dwarves spoke one after another. Their eyes were all focused on the dwarves of Cayman and the tree spirit Telensu. As for Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin, they were automatically ignored. Bring it on. Cayman looked at Chen Yuan's dragon tooth axe greedily. Like it, like. Carmen licked his lips. Come and get it if you like it. Everyone has the right to pursue what they like, but, if you can't get it, you have to pay with your life. Chen Yuan's figure burst out. Cayman at level 45. He is the strongest opponent Chen Yuan has ever encountered, and he is also the most powerful young warrior of the dwarves. Chen Yuantai wants to know what will be dropped after killing the opponent. Whoops. Cayman's whole body flashed with red light. The power of elements. Be careful, this guy has a strong fire element. Bane and Dellen's sus voices sounded at the same time. Elemental power. Elemental power is a power evolution. Elemental power is the use of elemental power. The two are different. The elemental power in Chen Yuan's belly is its initial form. Once activated, it will develop in the direction of Cayman. I'm really looking forward to seeing how powerful the opponent with the first elemental power will be. Chen Yuan smiled and struck with the dragon tooth axe. Boom. Battle symphony. The melee behind Chen Yuan also started at the same time. The battle between Chen Yuan and Cayman. The battle between the others. The two battle circles started almost at the same time. Cayman was more difficult to deal with than expected. As the most powerful young warrior of the dwarfs, Cayman had great strength, excellent weapons, outstanding combat awareness and experience, and was especially good at using elemental power. Chen Yuan still attached great importance to him. But Cayman might not be the same. As for using elemental power right from the start, it was purely to make a quick decision and find that thing as soon as possible. Scandium. But as soon as he fought with Chen Yuan, Cayman found something wrong. Big. So strong. He even completely suppressed it that used elemental power. What kind of freak are you, kid? After more than 10 moves, Cayman was shocked. Chen Yuan was very calm. He hadn't used his full strength yet. He just wanted to test his own combat power under the dragon tooth axe. Scandium. 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 One move after another, Cayman has elemental power, those elemental powers entangled with it, making it stronger, and more elemental power gushed out of the warhammer in its hand. Whoosh. The black warhammer with dense patterns, now has flames. Cayman's elemental power is the fire element. Every time the warhammer with flames attacks, it is smashed by the dragon tooth axe. The flames are extinguished. Cayman's body retreats. The flames are extinguished again. The body retreats again. ... Warrior rage. At this time, Cayman roared, and his whole body became more burly, using the special fighting skills of the dwarves. Warrior rage is just one of the special fighting skills of the dwarves. It can make the warrior go crazy. In this state, although the mind is unclear, the physical fitness is improved by 50%, and the elemental power will become more violent. Sure enough, the suppression situation is deadlocked. Ha ha ha. Cayman laughed triumphantly. With red eyes, he shouted at Chen Yuan, "The axe in your hand is epic, right? Without this axe, you can't do anything to my elemental power. You are not worthy of using it." Chen Yuan was immediately angry. "I am not worthy of using my own things, so are you. Idiot." The badge of the brave is attached to his body, and a fearless force flows through his body, and his physical fitness rises steadily. 10%, 20%, 30%, 35%. Bang. Cayman was blown away again, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Cayman rushed forward again fearlessly and was blown away again. How is it possible? After several times, it climbed up from the ground that had been cracked into a mess, and there was nothing but shock in its eyes. At this time, Xiaobai and Xiaojin's combat blessings also arrived at the same time. Combat Power Blessing. Chen Yuan now has 4 kinds, the blessing of the first place in the channel comprehensive list, 10%, at any time. The blessing of rare armor and the badge of the brave and fearless will appear when worn on the body. The blessing of Xiaobai and Xiaojin appeared not long after the battle between the two sides began. Over there, Xiaobai and Xiaojin's combat power was obviously also strengthened. 1 rabbit and 1 turtle dealt with 2 level 40 dwarves. The originally stalemate situation also changed with the blessing of combat power, and the other 2 dwarves were suppressed instantly. Such a cute rabbit and turtle, so scary. I can't beat them. Ha ha ha. Brother Chen is really powerful, and even his pets are so powerful. So powerful. Everyone over there was stunned. Chen Yuan retracted his gaze. Looked at Cayman again. Cayman at level 45, everything combined, close to ordinary beasts at level 46 or even 47, which is also the glory of it as the strongest young warrior of the dwarfs. But it is not his opponent. Come on, don't you want an axe? It's called a dragon tooth axe. It's made of some dark golden dragon teeth. Epic. If you want it, take it. Chen Yuan stepped forward. The axe was pressed with countless threats and struck down violently. Cayman tried his best to resist. My heart goes crazy. Is it too late if I don't want it now? Getting stronger again. Stronger than before. One move after another, Cayman became a little desperate, and the blood from the corner of his mouth could not be restrained from pouring out. Qi and blood are boiling in the body. This was not only a side effect of the warrior's rage, but also caused by Chen Yuan's huge force. If you hit it again, something will happen. Cayman felt uncomfortable. As soon as he gritted his teeth, his hammering skills began to go crazy. Storm Hammer. 36 combos. The hammer technique dancing wildly in the sky activated all the strength and elemental power in his body, and the flames formed hammer shadows. Cayman didn't want to use this trick. Under the warrior's rage, it was already overconsumed, and now it uses the 36-hit Storm Hammer. Even if it wins, it will probably have to rest for several months. But there is nothing we can do. At this moment, either you die or I die. There were exclamations all around. The flame hammer shadow that fills the sky is really too strong. The ground is split. The air surges. The whole body temperature rises sharply. Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows. With this hammering technique, if you weren't in a warrior's violent state, you could probably hit 26,678 at most, right? If you do it so hard, the consequences will be huge. The dragon tooth axe pulled hard. The third of the 6 styles of Han axe is Han axe breaking through the river. The semi-arc axe beam that was drawn diagonally swept across thousands of troops and blocked half of the axe shadows. Snort. As long as I can kill you, why not lie down for a few months? Cayman was disdainful. The hammering technique in his hand suddenly accelerated. The 32nd hammer. The 33rd hammer. The 34th hammer. When it waited for the 35th hammer, it was covered in blood, and from the corners of its torn eyes, it roared, 36 hammers. Boom. A simple hammer shadow, together with the countless hammer shadows before, transformed into a giant hammer of fire. The giant hammer hit Chen Yuan hard. Cold Axe 6 styles. The 4th style. Cold Axe Iceberg. Chen Yuan was full of fighting spirit, and used the dragon tooth axe to split 3 axe beams in front of him. Under the elemental power and power, an iceberg seemed to appear. Boom. The iceberg resisted going out. The broken icy iceberg has the axe light, the axe energy, and the axe intention. The 5th form. Cold Axe Cave. This blow was integrated into all of Chen Yuan's axe moves, turning into a simple split, but the strength changed drastically at the moment of output. When the wrist reached the handle of the axe, the force circled 9 times with a cold aura. Cold Axe Cave. Different from the defensive nature of Cold Axe Iceberg, it smells a bit like an assassination. Here, the changes in strength are extremely demanding. The force of the 9 turns is like the drill bit of an electric drill, sizzling. Through the axe handle, it was transmitted to the dragon tooth axe. At the moment when it was struck straight, the axe light seemed to pierce the space. As if there was a dark cave, the axe light struck from in front of Chen Yuan directly to Cayman. This move, in addition to being unexpected, its power is 3 times that of the 3rd style Han axe Pochuan. Although the killing range is not as wide as the group attack moves like Han axe Pochuan, the victory lies in one sure kill blow. Phew. The axe light in the Cold Axe Cave shines through Cayman's body wearing thick armor. How can it be? There was still disbelief in Cayman's eyes, and he fell heavily. As for the hammer shadow, it shot towards Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan avoided it by rushing forward at 10 times the speed. Boom. Behind him, there was a huge roar. The fire was blazing. Chen Yuan looked at the lifeless Cayman, and a silver treasure box fell from it. Looking at the battle in another place behind him, it was already coming to an end. Open. So, Chen Yuan directly opened the treasure chest, and a large reward arrived. Looking at those things, Chen Yuan showed joy. When he saw the last thing, Chen Yuan's pupils shrank and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Developed. This time, really developed. Ha 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 ha. Elemental Guidance Technique. After the body is so strong that the fetal belly generates the initial elemental power, an elemental technique can guide the elements and inject it into the fetal belly to condense the elemental power, ultimately allowing the learner to possess the elemental power. Developed. Really developed. What souls, what fire element crystals, what dwarves, 72 consecutive hammer blows of the storm, Part 1, what high-grade obsidian. They are all so weak. After taking the fruit wine, the power of the initial elements was produced in Chen Yuan's body, and he could finally develop further. The first opponent with the power of elements gets the elemental guidance technique. Once I master it, my strength will truly transform. Chen Yuan's eyes shone. Everything is put into the warehouse. Learn elemental guidance directly. Game tips. Successfully learn the elemental guidance technique. Game tips. Use elemental guidance to condense the elements between heaven and earth, and eventually become the owner of a certain elemental power. For humans, guidance is based on the cross-legged sitting method, communicating with heaven and earth, and absorbing elements. Different races have different ways of guiding. Human beings sit cross-legged. There are several methods of sitting cross-legged introduced in guidance technique. Which one is more suitable for Chen Yuan still needs to be studied carefully. Suppress the joy in my heart. And at this time, the battle there was also successful. All 5 or 6 dwarves in Cayman's group were killed. Xiaobai and Xiaojun each killed one and got 2 silver treasure chests. Chen Yuan accepted them all. It's a pity that those killed by others didn't drop any. All dwarf corpses are included in the golden doll skull statue. Brother Chen, these. Bane was surprised when he saw that Chen Yuan was quite skillful in collecting the corpse. I'm useful. Chen Yuan just wants to study the elemental guidance technique now. You go look for that thing first, and talk about it later if you have anything to do. Even blackmail was temporarily forgotten. Arriving at the edge of the big wooden building, Dashibao summoned him directly. Chen Yuan went straight in with the 2 beasts. Bane was stunned. No wonder Brother Chen was able to collect those corpses. It turns out that Brother Chen has treasures in storage just like me. Storing treasures is not unusual for the dwarves. Not uncommon for humans. Therefore, the blank look in Bane's eyes only lasted for a few seconds, and then he looked at Telensu beside him. Grandpa Telensu, this is the inheritance token that Grandpa gave me. It says that you have people like us dwarves here. Something important, so I'm here. Ha ha ha. Telensu stroked his yellow leaf beard and watched Chen Yuan and the other 3 enter the big stone castle. His eyes returned and fell on Bane. Come on, I'll take you to see it. By the way, little Bane, how do you and your brother Chen know each other? Telensu led Bane towards the back of the big wooden building. Bane was stunned for a moment, then immediately started to explain. Brother Chen, this matter started when I was framed by Cayman and abducted by the werewolf cave. In the big stone castle. Quiet and comfortable. After feeding a large amount of jade metal to Xiaobai Xiaojun and letting them digest it, Chen Yuan couldn't wait to start practicing the elemental guidance technique. The core of the elemental guidance technique is to guide the elements of heaven and earth by sitting cross-legged, absorbing them into the body for refining. Among them, elemental crystals can assist the cultivation effect. Whether it is from perception, condensation, or final refining in the body, it has an effect. Ordinary people can often only perceive one element, and finally absorb and refine it. Chen Yuan doesn't know which one he belongs to. He had a lot of elemental crystals: wind, fire, earth, wood, and water, and he even took out the only 20 dark elemental crystals. There are 100 or 200 in total, placed around the practice room on the 3rd floor. Sit down cross-legged. There was silence in my heart. To prevent disturbance, even the double doors on the 1st floor were completely closed after Xiaobai and Xiaojun fell asleep. Try sitting cross-legged. The first one is the method of sitting cross-legged with 5 hearts toward the sky to communicate the power of the elements of heaven and earth. The slightest sensation came. Chen Yuan wrote down the degree of this feeling. After an hour, try another one. Human beings can sense the power of communication elements by sitting cross-legged, and finally absorb and refine it. Each person is different according to their human body personality. The basic sitting cross-legged methods include the 5 heart to the sky method, the meditation cross-legged method, and the crystal meditation method. The method of pure contemplation. Chen Yuan went to practice one by one. The time it takes is terrifying. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, not nearly enough. 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours, Chen Yuan began to try the cross-sitting method again. If you want to know how well each cross-legged sitting method adapts to your own body, and how well it can be perceived, refined and absorbed, you can only keep trying. 16 hours. 24 hours. During this period, Chen Yuan felt hungry and ate whatever he wanted. But it was only one meal. Chen Yuan, bathed in various elements, didn't feel hungry after just one meal. During this period, I fed Xiaobai and Xiaojun again. It took half an hour to get 1,200 points in the competition. Chen Yuan returned to the practice of sitting cross-legged. Perception, absorption, refining, are all inseparable from the method of sitting cross-legged. Normal people have limited talents, and the effects of these methods of sitting cross-legged are similar. Rather than saying that the method of sitting cross-legged distinguishes the effects of perception, absorption, and refining. Rather, it is what distinguishes ordinary people from geniuses. Genius does exist. There is always no shortage of geniuses in this world. When Chen Yuan began to concentrate on the method of sitting cross-legged in Senluo, he already had 13 methods of sitting cross-legged, and he tried to use it for the third time. The mood is empty. There seems to be an endless starry sky in my mind. The starry sky brings infinite mysteries. Within the perception, countless light spots are densely surrounding the body, and the light spots within a radius of several hundred meters are clearly visible. There are two main colors, plus a third, rarer color. The cyan light spots are the wood element. The red light spot is the fire element. There are also fewer dark elements with dark light spots. The power of three elements. Chen Yuan can sense and absorb everything. Isn't it true that normal people only have one kind of perception? I have three. How abnormal is it? Chen Yuan was surprised by this. But under Sen Luo's method of sitting cross-legged, he soon became clear of distracting thoughts. Absorb and refine the power of these elements with all your heart. Click. The elemental crystals around him began to break, and from the outside, with each break, the balcony on the third floor of the big stone castle was a color transformation between cyan, red, or dark. Outside the big stone castle. In front of the lantern tree house. Bane, Telensu and others looked at all this in shock. Is this elemental power training? Is the human race's elemental power cultivation so terrifying? It is a race worthy of being the spirit of all races. It is too terrifying. One day, I must visit a human city. In that endless northeast, human cities are the dream places of all races. Grandpa went there once when he was young. I will definitely go and see it in the future. Bane's original intention was to wait for Chen Yuan to come out and reward Chen Yuan. But I don't know when this will happen. Grandpa Delunsu, I will go back first. When Brother Chen is finished practicing, can you convey a few words to me? Bane immediately started talking. After he finished speaking, he came to the big stone castle and took out a big box. Countless good things rolled out. Haha, Brother Chen saved me twice and helped me complete the inheritance of elements. Although these things are valuable, they are not as good as the friendship between me and Brother Chen. Brother Chen, we will meet again when we are destined. After taking a deep look at the changing light on the third floor of the big stone castle, Bane stepped out, took the dwarf to say goodbye to Telensu, and left here. Delensu didn't know what he was thinking. He stroked his yellow beard and stared at the third floor of the big stone castle for a long time, and finally returned to its large wooden building with a strange shape. When Chen Yuan walked out of Dashi Castle, a day and a night have passed. For a full 30 hours, he even completed the competition again and received a ranking reward. Xiaobai and Xiaojun have also reached level 37. He saw all the good things in the big treasure box at the door. Elemental crystal. The large fire element crystals one after another are 5 or 6 times larger than ordinary fire element crystals. There are also water element crystals, wind element crystals. There are hundreds of these element crystals. There are also high-grade obsidian, high-grade decomposition stone, and 3 high-grade upgrade stones. Some rare metal jade. The last thing is a dwarf friendship token. Mr. Human, Bane has left. With your help, he completed the elemental inheritance and is now an elemental dwarf like Cayman. Mr. Human, before Bane leaves, tell me that you will always be his best friend and his benefactor. He said that your hometown must be in a human city. He wants to visit you there in the future. He also hopes that you will visit their dwarf mountains as a guest. That token is the highest friendship token of the dwarves. This kind of token is used by dwarves all over the world and will be popular. It will be convenient for the dwarves to have good relations with us dryads and goblins. Are you traveling? Deluxe introduced. Only then did Chen Yuan realize the value of the dwarf friendship token. But that's not what he's thinking about right now. He got the advanced upgrade stone. That's it. Big stone castle can be upgraded. Big rock castle can be summoned in front of them, but it cannot be upgraded in front of them. Telensu, I have some things to do and will leave first. Chen Yuan took over Dashi Fort, planning to say goodbye. Delunsu was considered very old among the tree spirits. He nodded, then returned to the wooden building and took out 3 things. Dear human friends, this is a fruit wine unique to the tree spirit clan. It can enhance the human body's spiritual power. You saved Bane, but you also saved me. This is my gratitude to you. Please accept it. Enhance human mental strength. Although Chen Yuan was confused, he still accepted it. This second thing is the wood sense technique of our tree spirit clan. I see that you have the power of the wood element when you practice elemental guidance. Although this wood sense technique is not an attack method, it is extremely powerful. The method of perception, combined with fruit wine practice, can greatly increase your perception within the range that cannot be seen in your field of vision. This is the secret technique of the tree spirit clan, and humans can also practice it. Chen Yuan hesitated. This, no reward for no merit. Human friends, actually I have a merciless request. Although the tree spirit calls himself me, he is not disobedient at all. In the human city, in the nearest northeast Lee City, I once had a very good human friend. Her name was Alice. She was the 3rd daughter of Earl Caesar's family in Lee City. At that time, I was studying with her at the Academy of Elements of all races. Unfortunately, after graduation, my fellow tribesmen left Lichang. In the next few years, I traveled around and never had the chance to return to Lichang, nor could I talk about my relationship with Miss Alice. This is my lifelong regret. If I pass this letter to her, I will die without any regrets. There was a faint fluctuation in Delensu's eyes. As the city in the northeast called Lichang. Chen Yuan pondered deeply and accepted, would sense, and the letter at the same time. Mr. Delensu, as long as I return to Lichang, I will definitely transfer this letter to Alice. Deluxu finally couldn't stop crying. White eyes. Human friend, thank you. After so many years, Alice may no longer be in this world, but this is my only obsession. Thank you for completing it for me. Let's go and leave here. The wasteland will not be peaceful. The wasteland will not be peaceful. What's the meaning? Is it the upcoming fog zone? Chen Yuan wanted to ask further. Delunsu has returned. Foreseeable risks, unforeseen future, unknowns and opportunities are all moving forward. The tree spirits perceive the world. If you have practiced would sense to a certain level, you may also be able to sense it. Something different. What an old man. This is such an inscrutable pretense. But Deluxe still provided a lot of effective information and things, especially fruit wine and wood sense technique, which facilitated his subsequent practice. Never mind that. He took the 2 beasts out of the misty swamp. The big stone castle was summoned above the endless wasteland. Like a ferocious beast entrenched. Game prompt. The current requirements for upgrading Big Stone Castle have been met. Do you want to upgrade? Close black lens bracket. Upgrade. Game tips. Ning Yuan Wood 200. Game tips. Intermediate Stone Crystal 30. Game tips. 5 element crystals, wind, fire, earth, wood, and water -100 each. Game tips. Bright light stone -5, advanced obsidian -1, advanced upgrade stone -1. Game tips. Found the flame heartstone, a lot of animal skins, a lot of crystals, gold, silver, the king of fine iron, the king of fine copper. The system will automatically consume part of it, and it will be a better and more perfect upgrade than the big stone castle. Do you confirm? Close black lens bracket. Flame heartstone, animal skin, crystal, gold, silver, king of fine iron, king of fine copper. Can these also assist in upgrading? Confirm. Wah wah wah. Countless tool hammers that had been prepared earlier suddenly started flying, and in the white light, the big stone castle was upgraded with a clanging sound. At this time, it's about 10 o'clock in the evening. Xiaobai and Xiaojun lay beside Chen Yuan, watching everything around them vigilantly. A bonfire was lit beside me. Chen Yuan closed his eyes and sensed the changes in his body, 3 essences of elemental power, 1 green, 1 red, and 1 black. There are 3 pillars within the womb. Blue is wood. Red is fire. Black is dark. Snapped. He snapped his fingers, and a flame several centimeters high shot out from his fingertips. It could sense high temperature, but had no effect on the fingertips. Call. A wooden thorn burrowed under his feet and suddenly pierced out from beside the campfire, startling Xiao Bai. Puff. A jet black knife condensed in the palm of his hand and flew out quietly, piercing the night with 100 steps. After mastering the power of elements, these little tricks come naturally. It doesn't seem to take any time. The key is the accumulation and powerfulness of the elemental power in the body. The cultivation of 3 elemental powers will definitely take much longer than the cultivation of 1 elemental power. In addition, if the 3 elemental powers are used alone, they can build an advantage, but the real advantage lies in the mutual complementation and integration of the 3 elemental powers. Wood element, fire element, dark element. How to integrate? Chen Yuan thought. He shook his head again. It's too early to think about this now. The upgrade of Dashi Castle will take some time, so Chen Yuan took out wood sense. Study. Thinking of the secret fruit wine made by the tree spirits, it can enhance mental strength and assist in the learning of wood sense. Chen Yuan then drank a few sips after studying. Whoops. Something changed in his mind. There was a dark night dozens of meters away, but Chen Yuan could sense everything within a few hundred meters with his eyes closed. Wood sense technique is a technique that relies on the perception of trees, grass, flowers, all plants, as if they were his own eyes. The range that Chen Yuan can now perceive is about 400 to 500 meters in radius, which may be related to the intensity of his mental power. Although it is only 400 to 500 meters, it greatly enhances Chen Yuan's many abilities such as searching, prediction, investigation, and early warning. Where greenery is lacking, perception may be diminished. But in places with dense trees, the perception is extremely terrifying, and insects, ants, and even the flapping wings of dragonflies hundreds of meters away can be detected. Moreover, as the mental power increases, the perception will become more terrifying. km. Thousands of meters. Even 10,000 meters is not a dream. After learning the perception technique, I also learned the guidance technique. The power of the elements condenses in the body, and even the power of the elements changes the physical quality. The effect will continue. Once the physical quality and the power of the elements are strengthened, the wasteland will no longer be able to limit it, my place. Even if we go to a human city, we will still be able to protect ourselves. Chen Yuan was thinking about his next plan. Throughout the wasteland, he was about to reach the peak of his combat power. To facilitate this step, he has a lot to do. The first thing to bear the brunt is to further cultivate the power of elements, improve the power of elements in the body, and strengthen physical fitness. In addition, the upgrade of Xiaobai and Xiaojin, the upgrade of the group of skeleton puppets, and the complete maturity of the mysterious fruit, are all very important. Swamp fruits should also be planted and matured as soon as possible. You have to buy things like that in the mall. In addition, elemental crystals can increase the speed of cultivation and should be further collected, especially the wood, fire and dark elemental crystals that need to be consumed. Wood and fire dark element crystals, especially dark element crystals, are very difficult to obtain unless you are very lucky or in a special environment, right? Chen Yuan guessed. Let's put up the transaction first. Healing medicine, raw meat, water, sophisticated weapons and many other items are put up for sale. Look for wood and fire elemental crystals, especially dark elemental crystals. Sitting cross-legged on the ground. Start practicing. Before practicing, summon the skeleton puppets around. After the Misty Swamp line, skeleton puppet can now summon 50 of them, with their levels ranging from 35 to 38. In addition to the skeleton puppet king, 2 skeleton puppet chiefs also evolved. Among the other 50 skeleton puppets, there are also several skeletons that can burrow through the earth. They are much smaller than regular skeleton puppets. It's a bit like a goblin merchant who disappears when he digs into the soil. Although this kind of earth-boring skeleton has weak combat power, its life-saving skills are very good. It is especially able to survey the surrounding terrain and environment, detect dangers on the periphery, and can provide timely warnings when encountering them, so as to escape. Chen Yuan likes it very much. Order these soil-boring skeletons to spread thousands of meters away. Other skeletons were scattered around. Only then did he start practicing with concentration. The whole body is also covered with wood and fire elemental crystals. Chen Yuan's original intention was to release these skeletons to save Xiaobai and Xiaojin from being vigilant for a few hours, but when Chen Yuan closed his eyes and started practicing, the two beasts dispersed their vigilance and looked around. Xiaobai is even more interested in patrolling all directions. Take steps and hold your body high. His eyes were stern. The blonde, level 38 skeleton puppet king, holding a rare long sword, originally commanded the world. I saw Xiaobai coming. Immediately, most of them were frightened. Sister Xiaobai. Xiaobai didn't pay any attention to it. The intimacy level is 99, which seems to be a hurdle. I don't know how long it will take for Xiaobai to further transform into a human form. But it began to look and feel more like a human being. This little Tsunere, although Chen Yuan is cultivating, there is always a trace of his mind outside. In the womb, the three elemental essences continue to grow under cultivation. The root of the elemental power is this elemental essence. But this is not something that happens overnight. While the elements are absorbed into the body, the power of the transformed elements also nourishes the body. This is how physical strength increases come about. But just like the growth of elemental essence, physical improvement is also a long process. Nothing can be rushed. Slowly refine the power of the elements. Nourish the body. Finally, at some point. Game tips. The upgrade of Dashi Castle is completed. The current level is LV5. Game prompt. The current building name is Little Castle. The upgrade of Big Rock Castle is complete. The entire Ning Yuan wood was dark blue. When Chen Yuan opened his eyes again, a huge dark blue with a bit of black standing in front of him. It is still in the form of a large stone castle. But there are 5 floors. From top to bottom, it looks like a small castle. The towering fort tip is like a lightning rod. A surrounding fortress wall seemed to be formed around the small castle, which was fully 3 meters high. The barbs were still there, and the power of the elements, which was much stronger than before, was revealed but not revealed. Chen Yuan walked away with the 2 beasts. The large iron gate at the entrance was made by the king of fine iron and connected between the front of the fortress wall. Enter. Just now is the main body of the small castle. The big stone gate lies in front of you. There are steps built into the building. The stone guard is embedded above the big stone gate and in the center of the front of the small castle. The 2 pairs of eyes are made of intermediate stone crystals, shocking people from afar. Follow the steps. Come to the stone gate. Open. At the entrance is the porch. The entire entrance is very large and bright, with a shoe cabinet and a wardrobe. Chen Yuan's coat and several coats are hung in the wardrobe. The wardrobe has shoe cabinets on the left and right. Beside it are 2 carefully trimmed pots of identical fragrant wood-potted plants. There is also a stone vat with clear water growing lotus leaves. On the road from the entrance to the lobby on the 1st floor, there is also rockery water. This water is normal and clean river water, forming a cycle of its own. It is filled with green leaves and aquatic plants. Xiao Jin was a little excited. One jump and he fell into the pool. Tossing happily. Chen Yuan also had a smile on his face. The elemental power at the entrance to the entrance is very strong and seems to have an autonomous attack effect. If there is hostility here, it will start to attack automatically. This seems to be an additional protective effect of the game upgrade. Good. Very good. Chen Yuan did not go directly to the hall. Instead, he stopped when he passed the entrance. On the left and right, along with the left and right sides of the rockery pool, the livestock pens and indoor greenhouses are separated. Small castle structure. This kind of independence between livestock pens and indoor greenhouses is true independence. Both within the subject and separate as a whole. The design of the livestock pen is more optimized. The white cows are in a dedicated pen and the turkeys are in a small cage on the far side. In addition to a special ventilation system, the wind attribute is very powerful and will automatically replace the air in this area. It is an independent structure and does not affect other areas at all. After the livestock pens were expanded, there were 1 cow and 2 chickens, but it was too empty. Chen Yuan turned to the indoor greenhouse again. The indoor greenhouse is larger. Behind a field of flowers and grass, there is an area of 20 to 30 square meters for melon and fruit crops. The area has been planted. I have grown all kinds of vegetables before, including potatoes, tomatoes, baby cabbage, lettuce, Chinese cabbage, fragrant rice, etc. Less than half. The remaining vacant spaces can be planted with swamp fruit seeds or other crops. Chen Yuan glanced. There is no need for rare soil, and there is no swamp fruit to plant, so there is no rush at this moment. Continue deeper and step into the castle hall. Castle hall. Magnificent. The use of gold and silver makes the entire hall very luxurious, like a small palace inside. The structure of the small castle is different from the entire structure alone. The main fireplace in the hall is still located deep in the hall. Other areas evolved into small independent rooms. The smelting furnace is enlarged and can smelt 1,000 units of base metal at one time. The workbench becomes a separate studio, doubling in size. The previous water storage area has completely changed. It is no longer unified but scattered. The places formed include drinking water areas, wash basins, water storage tanks. More reasonable and more functional. The ceiling height of the hall is 5 meters. The leather sofa is made of Ningyuan wood and wrapped in high-quality animal skin. The bright stone lamp above the head and the flame heart stone wall lamp on the side are brightly lit. It was soft and spongy underfoot. The carpet was black and white fox fur. The black and white design contrasts with the entire luxury design. Not only is there no violation at all, but it is less nouveau riche and more elegant and heavy. The storage room has changed the most. In addition to the overall space being expanded again, there are also special compartments for storing herbs, metals, jade, and other materials. Differences were made. The pet's kennel was moved to the side of the sofa and a third one was added. In addition, it's the changes on the second floor. There are actually secondary bedrooms on the first floor, and there are also secondary bedrooms on the second floor where Chen Yuan lives. One of the secondary bedrooms has a separate bathroom. The bathroom is separated from wet and dry areas. Chen Yuan's bathroom has a large bathtub that is 3 meters long and is designed for 2 people. So is the bed. It was too small before, but now it's so big that it doesn't matter if it rolls around a few times. There are also these bedside tables, wardrobes, desks, the connection between the master bedroom and the dining room, and a small shared fireplace. Completely upgraded. Chen Yuan looked again. Kitchen. Dining room. There is a Chinese and Western-style kitchen, a small bar is added in front of the restaurant, and the wine cabinet is moved to the back of the bar. There used to be a condenser here, and it's still there now. A new one was added to the large water tank. In addition, a freezer, a stone coffee table, and 2 small wooden chairs were added, which were not available before. More reasonable and with more functions. 3rd floor. 4th floor. 5th floor. The changes are slightly smaller. The 5th floor is the observation tower, the smallest. The original practice room on the 3rd floor has been moved to the 4th floor, as has the small garden. The 3rd floor also opens up a weapons room, study room, 2nd bedroom, and living room. The small garden on the front of the 4th floor is larger, the drill room is also larger, and a swimming pool is added, which is filled with clean water. These waters. The heating system is directly connected underneath and the water can always be kept at a warm temperature. You can take a bath very comfortably. Compared with the previous big stone castle, the small castle has been upgraded in several aspects. The first is the improvement of the internal space of the building, which has more than doubled. The other is that each area can be separated and upgraded more reasonably. More comfortable, and more livable. The material of Ningyuan wood ignores ordinary fire attacks and has enhanced defense. The elemental power boosts defense and improves it several times. The influence of elemental power can be seen in many other places. The livestock area is like this, the greenhouse is like this, the fireplace is like this, the swimming pool is like this. Safety and efficiency are greatly increased. Chen Yuan let the 2 beasts eat and go to sleep. Plant the swamp fruit seeds first. Sown in perfect soil. At Patu's growth rate, it can be fully mature in less than a day. 3 more excellent water condensers were made, and one was placed in the rockery pool area in front of the entrance. After all, there was less water here. 2 more units. Put it directly into the swimming pool on the 4th floor. 3 water condensators are working, and excess water in other places can flow into the swimming pool through the water pipes, and you will soon be able to take a comfortable bath. Do these things well. Chen Yuan began to plant some of the perfect seeds he had obtained in the indoor greenhouse area. They all replace the black soil underneath with pay soil. Normally, 1 unit of soil is enough to cover 1 square meter of greenhouse area, but Chen Yuan placed 2 units of soil on 1 square meter, so that the entire greenhouse can be used for a longer period of time. Soil nutrition is better. Perfect seeds include potatoes, tomatoes, cabbage, cucumbers, winter melons, and a few fragrant rice seeds. Plant them all. These are difficult to grow using black soil. Crops grown from perfect seeds not only taste better, but can stay fresher for a longer period of time. After eating, they will be more energetic and stamina, and of course the satiety effect will be more obvious. After doing this, Chen Yuan washed his hands in the pool nearby. I went to organize the storage room. Previously, some boxes were used for classification, but now the small compartments in the storage room can be perfectly classified. Chen Yuan even marked them on the partition boards. The herbs are placed separately. The metals are placed separately. Some ordinary materials and high-quality materials are also placed separately. Everything is labeled. These small compartments are just long drawers in the storage room, and some things are not easy to accommodate in them. Chen Yuan also left 2 black iron boxes to store some things. Then, start organizing warehouse supplies. The excess is stored in the storage room, and some basic metals are smelted in the smelting furnace. The smelting furnace is actually located very far away, and alone in a small secret room. When I woke up, I saw 2 skeleton puppets working there, which was a visual shock. The 2 dull skeleton puppets are very happy when they have a job. Chen Yuan came to the 2nd floor again. Except for the souls that were backed up as usual, all were eaten by the mysterious little tree. The higher soul also gave 1. The fruits of the mysterious little tree are already 58% mature. They are getting closer and closer. If you eat this batch, they will probably reach 60 or more. From the age of more than 30, the fruit of the small tree becomes dark and the surface changes. At the moment, more changes. On top of the fruit, there seems to be a vaguely smiling face, looking up, bewitching, and the mysterious aura is condensed to the extreme. This. Can you eat it when it's mature? Chen Yuan showed a hint of worry. Moved to the bathroom. Had a bath. At this time, the fruit of the mysterious tree has consumed all the souls, and its maturity level has increased to 64%. The prompt came. Game tip. The mysterious fruit has entered the late stage of maturity. Feed a drop of blood at this time, and it will be available for you to eat in the future. Feed a drop of blood. Chen Yuan looked at the mysterious Xiaoguo, whose smile became more and more obvious. A drop of essence and blood dripped decisively. See. The essence and blood seeped into the fruit, and the blood glowed brightly. Chen Yuan looked at the smiling face. He thought it was weird and bewildering before, but now he looked at it again, and it was much softer. This. Chen Yuan shook his head. Close the balcony door and draw the curtains. The effect of high-level souls is still very obvious, comparable to the effect of 10 medium souls. It's a pity that it's so difficult to get. Try to get more medium souls tomorrow. Correct. Chen Yuan visited all the way, sorting out supplies, planting seeds, and feeding small fruits. He was so busy that he almost forgot about it for a long time. Staring at the entire main body of the small castle, the materials needed to upgrade the small castle to the next level suddenly appeared. Game tips. The current level of the small castle is LV5. Materials required to upgrade to LV6. Ningyuan wood 22 500ths, high-grade stone crystal 0/50ths, wind element large crystal 17/50ths, fire element large crystal 20/50ths, water element crystal 18/50ths, earth element crystal 14/50ths, wood element crystal 15/50ths, advanced obsidian 4/5ths, advanced upgrade stone 2/5ths, advanced decomposition stone 0/5ths, advanced Hunyuan stone 0/2, fragrant musk stone 0/2. The small castle is upgraded to LV6. Ningyuan Mu is still the main body. Intermediate stone crystals have been replaced by high-level stone crystals. The elemental crystal finally changed and became a large elemental crystal, and he received 84 of them as a gift from Bane. high-grade stone crystals and 5-element large crystal stones, 50 pieces each. In addition, there are 5 high-grade obsidian, 5 high-grade upgrade stones, 5 high-grade decomposition stones, 2 high-grade Hunyuan stones, and 2 fragrant musk stones. Chen Yuan knew about obsidian, upgrade stones, and even decomposition stones. As for high-grade Hunyuan stone and fragrant musk stone, advanced Hunyuan stone. After the small castle is upgraded, an advanced Hunyuan array will appear to assist in elemental cultivation, and the high-grade Hunyuan stone is its core material. Scented musk stone. Used to assist the high-grade Hunyuan stone. The other one can be integrated into the bed. Its fragrance can slowly increase mental power while sleeping. To help with elemental cultivation and spiritual power growth. What a good thing. In terms of quantity and function, high-grade Hunyuan stone and musk stone are the most difficult to obtain. Compared with high-grade Hunyuan stone and musk stone, the others are much easier. The 500 units of Ning Yuan wood are just an accumulation of quantity. It is estimated that the high-level Shi Jing can be collected by signing in. The 5-element crystal may be difficult. After all, if it weren't for Bane, I wouldn't have gotten one yet. Advanced decomposition stone is also difficult. High-grade obsidian and high-grade upgrade stones are relatively easy. It is divided into 3 levels from easy to get, to not easy to get, to hard to get. It takes time to accumulate slowly. Not in a hurry. The upgrading of the small castle is accompanied by the collection of other materials, and the improvement of one's own strength is the only way. I took another look at the world channel situation. Get ready for sleep. At this time, a private chat popped up. Through the private chat on the transaction page, Chen Yuan regularly read it. The content of the private chat at this time made Chen Yuan immediately interested. Brother Chen, I picked up a special treasure box near the fog area. There is something in it. I think it will be useful when I come to the fog area, but I don't dare to break into the fog area. Do you want it? With Chen Yuan's current strength, the fog area is totally worth exploring. Chen Yuan's location was in the southwest corner. Even after traveling so long, the corner was still not far away. If you want to wait, you can wait until the fog zone. What? Chen Yuan asked. A reply came immediately from the other side. Brother Chen, this is a crop seed that can only grow in the foggy area. It's called a meatball seed. It takes 24 hours to grow in the rare soil environment of the foggy area. As long as it grows, it can survive in any environment. I don't have the rare earth, and I don't have the guts to stay in the fog area for 24 hours, so I want to sell it. I only want 1 mid-level obsidian, is that okay? Now on the market, many people are seeking deals for obsidian, upgrade stones, and elemental crystals. Those seeking these deals are the surviving masters. Intermediate obsidian is prepared for the level 4 cabin. It's just an intermediate obsidian. Chen Yuan has more. He was thinking about meatball species. Is it something that can grow into meatballs? Trade over. Meatball species. Rare level. Planted under rare soil in a foggy area, it can grow meatballs after 24 hours of maturity. It can be used as a plant or some kind of creature. The flesh and blood spit out after devouring flesh and blood can be greatly improved. Improve the quality of flesh and blood. 10 units of meatballs can be vomited in 1 day. For upgrading flesh and blood. What a good thing. Do you have more? The other person was stunned, and then replied, no more, Mr. Chen, I swear to God, this is the only one, and the rest are some other things. All right. Chen Yuan felt a little regretful. But the expectation in his heart was rekindled. He got Kui stone from a player before, and now he got meatball seed. There are good things in the fog zone. These things are in special treasure chests. These things will not appear in other places in the wasteland. I don't know how far the fog zone is from me. It seems to have stopped again. Chen Yuan remembered that when he was watching the World Channel last night, someone said that it had stopped. When will it come to him? Suddenly he felt a little anxious. The fog zone is naturally not for ordinary players to try casually. Experts can take a risk and see, but for himself, the fog zone at this stage should be able to beat it, right? No, I have to try. Once Chen Yuan had this idea, he couldn't suppress it in his heart. As steady as an old dog. He also wanted to see what the fog zone would have. And the meatball seed has such a great effect, directly helping the skeleton puppet to upgrade multiples. Thinking of the thousands of terrifying skeleton armies, Chen Yuan was quite tempted. These few days, I will improve the strength of Xiaobai, Xiaojun, and the skeleton puppet warrior, and upgrade the mysterious fruit. By the way, wait for the foggy area. It's best if we can wait, but forget it if we can't. And, spreading out the map, 6 of the 8 red named areas turned green as their strength increased. The next 2 areas have also turned green now. One of them is the Misty Swamp. The other one, it is the Mirror Monster Mountain in the northeast. Compared with the Misty Swamp, the Mirror Monster Mountain is the place on his original route. It is at least dozens of miles away from the direction of the Rat Tide. I hope the Rat Tide will not be so stupid and destroy that place. Chen Yuan drew a line on the Mirror Monster Mountain. The next target is there. Mirror Monster Mountain. A mirror monster. Mirrors are generally made of glass, and glass is a variety of inorganic minerals. Since it is a mineral land, some jade, metal, and even yuanjing may be obtained. 500 miles. Not far, we can get there in 2 days. Chen Yuan closed his eyes. He began to sleep. I have been cultivating the power of elements for the past 2 days, so I should have a good sleep. Wait for the next day. It is dawn again. The system sign-in is here. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained Advanced Stone Crystal plus 10. You have obtained Fire Element Crystal plus 5, Wood Element Crystal plus 5. You have obtained Rare Assassination Technique plus 1. Not only can you get Advanced Stone Crystal by signing in, but also Element Crystal. What surprised Chen Yuan the most was that he got Rare Assassination Technique. Rare Assassination Technique. Assassin's Special Killing Technique. Walking between ghosts and darkness, killing enemies invisibly, mysterious and unpredictable. This is higher than his axe skill level. Learn directly. By the way, I bought a rare and exquisite soft sword for assassination in the mall. This soft sword can be used as a belt. It is black and very convenient. It is better to have more skills. Moreover, the assassination technique is to help improve combat power. Chen Yuan's axe skills have a solid foundation. After learning some advanced axe skills, he can quickly apply them to actual combat. Now with the assassination technique, he is even more powerful. There is also more choice. After learning, Chen Yuan practiced outside the small castle for a while. Then he took the small castle. All the skeleton puppets were taken. Xiaobai and Xiaojun, let them upgrade, only when they are constantly stronger can they serve as their most capable assistants. When they reach level 40, level 42, it will not be difficult to kill ordinary beasts of level 45, or even level 46, 47. Chen Yuan started to set off. There are still some wild monster areas around the Misty Swamp. Find them one by one. Kill, kill. The killing process is always monotonous. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, but there is no way. This is the only way to improve them. Still dropped in large quantities. Various elemental crystals, rare jade metals, and high-quality materials. Chen Yuan even harvested condensed wood plus 4-8. He even got 1 high-level obsidian. Unfortunately, Chen Yuan didn't get any of the other things. The materials needed to upgrade the small castle to LV6 are more difficult than expected. But there are still gains. When killing wild beasts and some beasts, Xiaobai and Xiaojun have been upgraded to level 38, and even level 38 is behind. After the skeleton puppets absorbed a lot of flesh and blood, the skeleton puppet king was already level 40, the skeleton puppet leader was level 39, and the other skeleton puppets were level 38 and level 37. Compared with Xiaobai and Xiaojun, their upgrades are much easier. Enough flesh and blood can upgrade faster. The mysterious fruit has a greater upgrade this time. Even if they are both medium souls, there are differences in strength. Chen Yuan harvested a group of beasts at level 40 and obtained medium souls of 60 plus, all of which were eaten by the mysterious fruit. The maturity has increased to 78%. It has really entered the late stage of maturity. If this continues, maybe I can reach 90% maturity before reaching Mirror Monster Mountain. The direction Chen Yuan killed monsters was basically the direction of Mirror Monster Mountain. Killing enemies. Moving forward. When night fell, Chen Yuan summoned the small castle. The skeleton puppet guarded the kilometer radius. In the small castle, Chen Yuan took a bath and prepared a fine dinner to welcome the arrival of the championship. Before arriving at the Misty Swamp, Chen Yuan's championship score was 1908 points. Later, he stayed in the Misty Swamp for half a day, and a full day. Nearly 40 hours, experienced 2 championships. The score increased to 5,742 points. After buying a rare soft sword, the score dropped to 4,342. I'm close to the 5,900 point goal again. However, I only dealt with it briefly the last 2 times because I was cultivating the power of elements. I didn't even use many cards. I'll treat it well this time and try to reach 5,900 points directly. Chen Yuan stared at the entrance to the World Channel tournament. The World Channel was still very lively. Chen Yuan upgraded the big stone castle to a small castle this time, and the accumulation of materials before, until today. The increase in the comprehensive attribute value exceeded that of the previous 2 days. In just 3 days, the cumulative score increased by 12,000. The total score reached 28,800. When others were shocked by Chen Yuan's terrifying score, Chen Yuan flashed and entered the game. Kill. The killing began. With Chen Yuan's current strength, the tournament was completely about getting points. There was no fun at all. Facing these opponents who were as weak as scum, even the masters on the world rankings were no different from ordinary players in his eyes. It's so unlucky to meet Mr. Chen at the beginning. It's really fucked. Fucks. Amen. God bless. Chen Yuan took it seriously, or rather shifted his focus. The work attitude is still worthy of recognition. A full 2 hours. During this period, you can use more than 6 cards of various types, especially one of them. You will get a double points card, which will increase your points if used together. Chen Yuan didn't stop for a moment. 2 hours. Chen Yuan scored 2,478 points. It was only less than the last gathering of 200 people by Kui Yongshan. It's a pity that Kui Yongshan's group of people, I don't know if they have learned well or something, they don't join forces with Kui Yongshan. Chen Yuan secretly shook his head. Go to the mall page. Check Asura Axe Technique 1 to 3 styles. Click to buy. Game tips. Asura Axe Technique 1 to 3 styles was purchased successfully, points minus 5,900. Game tips. 920 points remaining. The points bottomed out instantly. But Chen Yuan didn't feel any pain at all. Asura Axe Technique, Style 1 to 3, the main battle axe technique passed down to the Asura clan of the evil realm. Even if it only has 1 to 3 types, it is the top axe technique among rare levels, the complete Asura Axe Technique. It is an epic level. The power of the axe technique is overwhelming and the mysteries are endless. Because the level is too high, it must be paired with at least a rare level battle axe to exert its power. If there is an epic level battle axe, the power will be even better. Close black lens bracket. This is the 5 or 6,000 points that Chen Yuan has always longed for. Ashura Axe Technique 1 to 3 styles. With it, you can truly show your current strength. The perfect Han Axe 6 styles are not worthless compared to my current self, but the level is indeed a bit low. Learn directly. Game tips. Learn the Asura Axe Technique 1 to 3 styles successfully. The axe technique turns into white light, poured into Chen Yuan's mind. Each move carries with it a variety of insights that are unforgettable. Chen Yuan couldn't help but practice. Practice in the open space outside the small castle. Practice again. The moves were extremely skillful in an instant, but when Chen Yuan started to use the power of the elements in his body, everything changed. Call. A dark black axe, carrying the aura of destruction, devouring, and ferocity, left a deep ravine several meters deep and 20 meters long on the ground. Above the ravine, destruction, devouring, and endless ferocious aura. Chen Yuan's face turned pale. And with joy. Different from the 6th form of cold axe, the Asura Axe technique is used in conjunction with the power of elements in the body, which is why the 6th form of cold axe is completely incomparable. But the consumption of elemental power is a bit terrifying. Furthermore, my weakest is the power of the dark element, but the axe method does not consume the power of the other 2 elements, it only consumes the power of the dark element. This move, all the dark element power in Chen Yuan's body was exhausted. The power is very powerful. It is even enough to kill beasts at level 50 or even higher. The trump card. This is the real trump card. Can't be used easily. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes. After this move is used, the power of the elements is exhausted. Although it is only the power of the dark element, one of the three major elemental powers, it is equally terrible in terms of physical consumption and cannot be used under easy circumstances. As a trump card, Chen Yuan is quite aware of his trump card. Especially when this move carries the power of elements, the lasting damage of the elemental power is the most terrifying. Chen Yuan stared at the destructive, devouring, ferocious aura above the ravine for a full quarter of an hour, but it hadn't faded away yet. Chapter 91. After falling asleep, a new day comes. Apart from 10 high-grade stone crystals, there are no other materials for upgrading the small castle during today's check-in. But there are 50 units of dark element crystals. It can actually assist in practice. After breakfast, after a morning exercise, continue to the Mirror Monster Mountain. During this period, Xiaobai and Xiaojun upgraded to level 39, and are expected to break through to level 40 when they arrive at Mirror Monster Mountain. By the way, Xiaobai's intimacy level is 99 points. Seeing that it has become more humane recently, I'm afraid it will reach 100 and turn into a human form, right? Thinking of Xiaobai crawling into his bed again last night. With his chubby body, Chen Yuan was really worried that this guy would turn into a human form and turn into a 250-pound fat man. If that's the case, just wait until it falls asleep in the middle of the night, sneaks away, and takes Xiao Jin with it. Chen Yuan thought secretly. Continue yesterday's work. Kill all the way. The flesh and blood are fed directly to the skeleton puppets. Souls, elemental crystals, rare jade metals, high-quality materials. Various material resources are collected. Pity. There is still no large elemental crystal. On the contrary, Ning Yuanmu harvested another batch more than 10 miles away from the Mirror Monster Mountain, and the total has reached 112 units. A strange mountain environment appeared in front of us. Mirror Monster Mountain has arrived. Chen Yuan stared at the past. This mountain environment is very similar to a mine cave, but many mountains are shining with silver, transparent, and white luster. Between the mountains, there are trees, shrubs and grass growing in some places. Wood sense is released. Xiaobai and Xiaojun were not allowed to come out. They have been mainly upgraded in the past few days. The environment of Mirror Monster Mountain with a radius of 500 meters comes into mind. It is clear that there are many places that cannot be seen. There are many blind spots. But these scenes really appeared in my mind. There were strange creatures moving in some places between the mountains. Some look like stone figures, but they are covered with glass fragments. Some looked like tigers and wolves, with pieces of glass still on their bodies. Those shards of glass. Some are made of glass, some are crystal fragments, and some look like other materials. The whole thing has the same color and luster as the mountains. Silver, transparent, white. It's interesting. Chen Yuan walked away with his axe in hand. After walking along the mountain road to the back of a mountain, a creature covered with barb-like glass shards appeared in front of Chen Yuan. Red eyes. The tail flashes and sparkles. Crystal tail broken mirror tiger. Level 41, a tiger whose body is covered with secondary glass shards. Its tail is made of crystal, and its eyes are red crystals. The secondary glass shards are harder than fine iron. When angry, it can be used as a hidden weapon. Shooting out, it can easily penetrate a 1-meter deep boulder. If it is shot on the body, it will be pierced into a plug. It has the power of earth element to protect the body. The crystal-tailed mirror-shattering tiger roared and came over. Ouch! When Chen Yuan raised his axe, it was split into 2 halves. Too weak. Chen Yuan shook his head. A level 41 beast couldn't even squeeze his teeth into it. The crystal-tailed mirror-shattering tiger shattered on the ground. The corpse does not have the characteristics of flesh and blood, but it can be decomposed. Game tips. Red crystal +2. Game tips. Crystal +10. Game tip. Level 2 glass fragments +40. Nothing else can be broken down, and the dropped treasure chests will be opened directly. Game tips. Earth elemental crystal +30. Game tips. Red crystal +10. Game tips. Mirror crystal scepter drawing fragment 1/4 +1. Game tips. Medium soul +1. 1/4 fragment of the mirror crystal scepter drawing. Mirror crystal scepter drawing fragments 1/4. Collect 4 mirror crystal scepter drawing fragments to get a complete mirror crystal scepter drawing. The mirror crystal scepter made according to the drawing has great power. This could be a good collection. The system of the survival world is still quite complicated. I wonder what the mirror crystal scepter is used for. Keep moving forward. Wood sense is used continuously. If the wood sense technique is only a slight perception, the mental energy consumed is very small. If you are just looking for monsters in the mirror monster mountain, there is no need to strengthen it. Stop and go. Go all the way. A level 42 blue crystal orangutan stopped in front of Chen Yuan. The axe light brings out. Puff. The blue crystal ape beast falls down. Decompose the body to get blue crystal +10, crystal +10, and crystal fragments +40. Decomposition also yields earth element crystals, blue crystals, and medium souls. It's a pity that there are no fragments of the mirror crystal scepter blueprint, but I got 2 high-grade stone crystals. There are high-end stone crystals. From this point of view, it is not impossible to have large elemental crystals. Chen Yuan is full of expectations. Harvest. 1 hour later. Chen Yuan killed a total of 28 monsters from the Mirror Monster Mountain, basically all between level 40 to 45, and obtained a large number of earth element crystals, blue crystals, red crystals, green crystals, crystal fragments, secondary glass fragments, even tertiary glass fragments. Souls also get 28. In addition, there are 15 high-grade stone crystals and 6 large earth element crystals. And there are 3 fragments of the mirror crystal scepter blueprint, and only the last one is left to make a complete blueprint. Go deeper. We have arrived at the core hinterland of Mirror Monster Mountain. At this time, the color of the mountain in front of Chen Yuan changed. If we talk about the previous mountain, it was often mixed with white, transparent, and silver light. That's right now. In the mountain, there is a faint earth yellow luster. Chen Yuan stared at the past. Game tips. Discover 1 large earth element stone ore. The earthy yellow luster has a little bit of transparency, and the gloss range is much wider than any other place before. It's actually a small stone mine with large crystals of earth element. Chen Yuan's eyes gleamed. Developed. Estimating the area of these crystal mines, it is estimated that more than 300 to 500 units of large earth element crystals can be mined. The large earth element crystals can be collected in one go, and more can be reserved for other uses. Chen Yuan walked away. 1 on the left and 1 on the right, 2 mirror monsters appeared in front of Chen Yuan. Game tips. Found 2 male and female mirror monsters. Male and female mirror monsters. The most powerful monster living on the Mirror Monster Mountain, level 46. They will fuse together when sleeping and separate when not sleeping. The female mirror monster has 60% of its body range and is made of the King of Crystals. It is extremely hard and good at violence. Impact. 60% of the male mirror monster's body range is made by the King of Crystals. It is extremely hard and is also good at violent impacts. They find that you are difficult to deal with and are combining together. There was a flash of white light. 2 male and female mirror monsters merge into one. 2 heads. With 1 body, 4 arms, and 4 legs, and a full 3 meters tall, the combined male and female mirror monster has gained a lot of weight. There are crystal king barbs all over his body. The most special thing is the position on the top of its head. Chen Yuan originally thought it was a crown or something, but after being combined, it turned into a mirror. Call. The male and female mirror monsters lowered their heads slightly, and a white light shone towards Chen Yuan from the mirror. For a moment, Chen Yuan felt his eyes turn white. Like being hit by a flash bang. Nothing can be seen. Call. The male and female mirror monsters collided violently. The combined male and female mirror monsters were at level 47. Chen Yuan felt the violent fluctuations. He ran continuously and nimbly dodged. The combined male and female mirror monsters hit the boulder behind him hard. Boom. The 5-meter-high boulder suddenly shattered with a loud bang. A combined male and female mirror monster. Level 47. The combat power is not necessarily terrifying, but it is troublesome. Compared with the dwarf warrior Cayman, it has terrible defense. Chen Yuan had a feeling. In terms of defense, only Xiao Jin can beat it at this level. Among all the wild beasts, ferocious beasts, and monsters that Chen Yuan has come into contact with, it has the most terrifying defense. The King of Crystals. The all-embracing Crystal King. Protect the whole body. The impact was as unstoppable as a hill. However, you are so slow that you can't even touch the corner of my clothes. How can you attack me? Chen Yuan struck out with his dragon tooth axe, carrying the power and might of the elements, as well as the faint might of the dragon. Puff! The male and female mirror monster weighing 600 to 700 kilograms had a wound dozens of centimeters deep on its body. Oh, ouch! The combined male and female mirror monster made a strange cry. Honestly, at this speed, the combined male and female mirror monster is really a living target. Even if there is white light, Chen Yuan's current level of perception, not to mention the bonus of wood sense, will have no impact at all. Puff! Another axe. The right arm of the Crystal King of the combined male and female mirror monster was cut off, and the combined male and female mirror monster screamed in even more pain. The mirror above it suddenly changed. It emits lines of misty light yellow with a trace of transparent luster. Every ray of luster condenses on the ground. Form a mirror image. 4 lanes in total. Call. The combined male and female mirror monster roared towards Chen Yuan again, and even the 4 mirror images rushed towards Chen Yuan. The momentum is like a rainbow. The momentum is overwhelming. Even Chen Yuan's body couldn't escape for a while. Snort. Then I won't hide. The dragon's tooth axe in his hand drew a silver half-meter long axe beam, and he pulled it out diagonally, tearing the mirror images apart one by one. The dragon's tooth axe in his hand struck out the 4th form of the 6 forms of cold axe. Cold axe cave. The axe shines like a dark cave. The moment Chen Yuan stepped out, he penetrated the chest of the oncoming male and female mirror monster. Boom! The body of the combined male and female mirror monster is stagnant for 3 seconds, falling down with a crash. No more life left. Mock-up. Chen Yuan looked at the combined male and female mirror monster and immediately decomposed it, getting the Crystal King +20 and the Crystal +100. Dropped treasure chest. The combined male and female mirror monster only drops 1 silver treasure chest. Open. Game tips. Crystal King +30. Game tip. Earth Elemental Crystal +10. Game tips. Mirror Crystal Scepter Drawing Fragment 1/4 +1. Game tips. Medium Soul +1. Game tips. Mirror Stone +1. 4/4 of the Mirror Image Crystal Scepter Blueprint fragments are directly fused to obtain a complete Mirror Image Crystal Scepter Blueprint. Study. Game tip. Learn the Mirror Crystal Scepter Blueprint successfully. Close black lens bracket. Game tips. Mirror Crystal Scepter, a scepter that can generate its own mirror image attack, is driven by mental power. The stronger the mental power, the more mirror images will be generated. The mirror image attack is generally 60% of the main body attack. Mirror Crystal Scepter. It requires 15 crystals, 5 king crystals, 5 red crystals, 5 blue crystals, 5 green crystals, 5 large earth element crystals, and 1 mirror stone. The current materials are found to be sufficient. Do you want to make it? Close black lens bracket. Make it. Wow. In a burst of white light, a crystal clear, mirror image crystal scepter appeared in his hand. The handle of the scepter is crystal. The crown of the scepter is designed with a crown. 3 crowns of different colors are drawn out from the arc of the crown, faintly exuding power. In the crown made by the King of Crystals, red, green and blue crystals are faintly visible. Strange lines wrap around the scepter. At the core of the scepter is a mirror stone. From any angle, it looks like a mirror. Mirror attack. Chen Yuan's heart moved slightly, and his mental energy was consumed. In a hazy glow, 4 mirror images of himself appeared on the ground from the top of the scepter crown. Chen Yuan waved his hand. The 4 self-images are like clones of themselves, with 60% of their own attack, blasting towards the large earth element crystals and small stone mines ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain shattered and the stone mines were exposed. Large earth element crystals rolled down one by one. Game tip. Earth elemental crystal +2. Game tip. Earth elemental crystal +3. Game tips. Chen Yuan is beautiful. Originally I just wanted to try out the power of images. At the moment, these images are mining large earth element crystals quickly, and the effect is very good. One by one, large earth element crystals were collected into the warehouse. Too much. There's so much to pick up. 100 coins, 200 coins, 300 coins. Although it was a small stone mine, in the end, Chen Yuan had collected a total of 538 units of large earth element crystals. 538. It's a pity. It would be great if there was a place to exchange them for other elemental crystals. Then the elemental crystals needed to upgrade the small castle can be collected in all 5 categories, and there is still a lot left. The large earth element crystals are mined from the crystal mines in Jingguai Mountain. I don't know if there are crystal mines in other places. Will there be other elemental crystals? Then, Chen Yuan happily collected all these and harvested them again. The entire Mirror Monster Mountain area is still very large, and it may not be possible to collect it in a while, so Chen Yuan harvested it slowly. There is wood sense. There is so much to gain insight into. Chen Yuan entered the Mirror Monster Mountain from the northeast, which meant that he only harvested the southwest part of the Mirror Monster Mountain, leaving 3/4 of the area unharvested. Harvest along the way. Crazy harvest. The most obtained ones are crystals, second-level glass fragments, third-level glass fragments, and earth element crystals. Occasionally there are red crystals, green crystals, blue crystals, king crystals, earth element crystals, etc. But there is no earth element crystal. Not to mention other elemental crystals. It seems that there are indeed no large crystals of other elements. In a place like Monster Mountain, it is normal for large crystals of earth element to appear, but it is abnormal for large crystals of other elements to appear, let alone the crystal mine. Chen Yuan thought. The small castle was settled deep in the Mirror Monster Mountain. Practice elemental power. At around 6 o'clock, I participated in another competition and got 1,800 points in the competition. The accumulated points have risen to 2,720 points again. In addition, the comprehensive attribute value points exceeded the 30,000 point mark, reaching 34,520 points, while the other ranked second just exceeded 4,000 points. Lu Xiaoya's ranking is one step closer. Reached third. Comprehensive attribute value point rewards are distributed. The one who ranks first in the area is the Dark Element Crystal Treasure Chest, and gets plus 30 Dark Element Crystals. The world ranking is only a large treasure chest of elemental crystals, and the 5 major elemental crystals are plus 20. Having dinner. So uncomfortable. Even Chen Yuan took out the fruit wine and tasted it. Fruit wine soaked in various ripe red plums and green plums has a fruity aroma, making people slightly tipsy. Chen Yuan couldn't help but ran to the swimming pool on the 4th floor and took a bath. The heat is steaming. Chen Yuan, whose whole body was soaked in hot water, felt a little tired and wanted to sleep. At this time, a lazy and extremely charming voice came to my ears. Owner. Then, a perfect body, looming, came from a distance. Chen Yuan turned his head. The first thing I saw was a woman with rabbit ears. In the steaming water, Chen Yuan looked at the woman walking at the door. Long bunny ears. The skin is fair and can be broken by blowing. She has a beautiful and charming face. She is probably in her early 20s. 3,000 supple black hairs are draped behind the shoulders, with towering peaks, long and round white legs, and a slim waist that can be grasped. Noob. Chen Yuan knew that this was Xiaobai. That first feeling of intimacy is all too familiar. And the game also sent a prompt at this time. Xiaobai's intimacy level was 100, and he transformed into a human form. Between Xiaobai's eyebrows, there is a faint flame pattern mark, which makes her look more like a queen. Move forward. Small hands folded behind her back. Be cautious when speaking. Master, do I look good? Chen Yuan got up from the water with a splash, and put on Xiaobai the big cloak he had prepared for himself. It's cold. Put it on. I'm not cold. Wear it even if it's not cold. Chen Yuan naturally doesn't know how to wear clothes when taking a bath. He came out of the water and put on the big cloak he prepared for Xiaobai. He was actually naked. Strong chest, perfect body. A face that is resolute and has an unstoppable handsome temperament. Xiaobai's eyes moved slightly. Move down again. Looking towards an indescribable location, a hint of sunset rose on his face. Close your eyes. Xiaobai reluctantly closed his eyes. Chen Yuan picked up Xiaobai. Xiaobai, who was wrapped in a big cloak, fluttered his eyelashes, and his jade neck was straight down like a white swan, with a hint of obscenity visible. The slender white legs are close together. When picked up, there was a gentle rubbing sensation coming from somewhere. Go down. Bang. Xiao Bai was thrown onto the bed in the second bedroom on the second floor by Chen Yuan. You can sleep here at night. Then, Chen Yuan returned to his master bedroom, immediately put on his vest and pants, and drank a few sips of cold water. This little goblin. If you don't take your time, she will eat you. Chen Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. Practice the power of elements. Soon the mood calmed down. When he was tired from practicing, Chen Yuan lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Perhaps because of the fruit wine, he fell into a deep sleep. At this time, a soft body quietly climbed onto the bed and was stuffed into Chen Yuan's arms. Master, Xiao Bai still has to sleep with you so that he can sleep peacefully. Xiao Bai moved her body into Chen Yuan's arms, tightened it again, and then showed a satisfied look on her face. The second day. After signing in, Chen Yuan made clothes for Xiao Bai. According to the tailor's skills, several pieces of well-fitting clothes were quickly completed. Xiao Bai likes it very much. He had to change in front of Chen Yuan. Seeing Xiao Jin, who was looking at him in a daze, he said, "Little bastard, turn around." Xiao Jin immediately turned around, his head shrinking into his shell in fear. Go upstairs and change. At this time Chen Yuan spoke. Xiao Bai stopped taking off his hands halfway, pouted and went upstairs unhappy, and when he came downstairs, he looked excited again. Does it look good? Does it look good, master? Xiao Bai looked at Chen Yuan expectantly. Chen Yuan nodded. Even simple clothes can't stop Xiao Bai's charming face and queenly temperament. It is indeed beautiful. Only then did Xiao Jin dare to stick his head out, turned around, and echoed, "Sister Xiao Bai, you look good." Xiao Bai rolled his eyes at Xiao Jin. "Have I asked you?" Xiao Jin grinned, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Time flies. Day after day. Soon, it was the third day after arriving at the Monster Mirror Mountain. During these 3 days, with the Monster Mountain as the center, all beasts within a radius of 100 miles were killed by Chen Yuan. Occasionally I will take Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin out. Xiao Bai sometimes transforms into a human form, and sometimes transforms into his true form. However, the main body state is still stronger. The two beasts have broken through to level 42. As for the skeleton puppet army, the summonable scale has reached 100, each of which is over level 40. The leader of the skeleton puppet king has reached level 43, and the skeleton puppet leader has also reached level 42 and has 8 heads. Although they are not as perverted as Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin, their level and quality have also improved due to the nourishment of flesh and blood. It is not a big problem to deal with level 1 to 2 beasts by leapfrogging. Chen Yuan even let them go and kill monsters around the Mirror Monster Mountain on their own. When they are killed, treasure chests will also drop. Sometimes I see a group of beasts that are good at speed, timid and wary, and go around from a distance, forming a surrounding posture, and no one can escape. The harvest is also quite rich. The only regret is that there are still very few large element crystals. However, I already have 7 high-grade obsidians, which is enough to upgrade the castle. The number of Ning Yuan wood has also been replenished to 200, and the number of high-grade stone crystals is only 10 short. The extent of material gathering continues to grow. Chen Yuan is waiting. Wait patiently. According to what was said on the World Channel, the poisonous circle that had been dormant for a while has started again, and there are even world-ranked experts who have made great gains in it. I got special powers. Ha ha ha. It's so cool. At that time, the world was spinning, and Chen Yuan happened to notice it. Some people are extremely lucky. Not only did he come out alive, he also gained special abilities. Chen Yuan was curious. Special abilities? What special ability? The system of the survival world is still very complicated. There are elemental powers, blessing powers, curse powers, mirror monsters and mirror attacks. Like Xiaojin, he currently has the ability to grow bigger and smaller. Xiao Bai is oppressed by his aura. Moreover, after Xiao Bai transformed, his blood concentration reached 40% and he gained another innate skill. The Void Rabbit Queen watched. Under his gaze, even if the opponent is 1 level stronger than Xiao Bai, he cannot dodge any attack. This kind of gaze is like a skill, more like an ability. Innate abilities. It's getting more and more interesting. Ability. Special power. Chen Yuan has not left these days. On the one hand, he can better upgrade the Xiaobai and Xiaojin skeleton puppets and collect supplies. In fact, we are also waiting for the fog zone. The fog area pressed in from the edge, getting closer and closer. There are world masters who survive in it and get good things. Chen Yuan also wanted to give it a try. It is better to block than to open up. As for, how dangerous is it? What will happen? What happened? How will you know if you don't try? Moreover, Kuishi aside, meatball species must be grown in foggy areas, and Chen Yuan was reluctant to give up on the double meat quality effect. The collection of some supplies has also reached a bottleneck. I only looked at the foggy area. Night covers the earth. 100 miles northeast of Mirror Monster Mountain. In the endless wilderness, the small castle is entrenched like a quiet monster, ferocious and majestic. Skeleton puppets are stationed everywhere. Kilometers in radius. Everything is under Chen Yuan's control. Suddenly, everything was very quiet, and a faint green mist swept in from the southwest. The speed is not fast, but if you want to escape, you have to escape with all your strength. The shroud soon enveloped the entire Mirror Monster Mountain. Continue to swallow rolls. Rush to the northeast. Chen Yuan just finished harvesting the points of the competition. After 2 hours of hard work, the accumulated points reached about 6,700. The feeling of the skeleton puppet king came through my heart. The fog is coming. The fog is coming. Stop close to the small castle. 100 meters southwest of the small castle stationed location. Is this going to stop? Chen Yuan stood in front of the small castle, looking at the fog that gradually subsided, with a strange look on his face. Xiaobai in human form and Xiaojin in animal form stood on both sides of Chen Yuan, one on the left and one on the right. Want to go in and have a look? Xiaobai flashed his big eyes and took a bite of the swamp fruit in his hand. After the swamp fruit matured, Xiaobai also ate it, and the effect was also seen. To see. Chen Yuan spoke. At this time, several figures walked out of the fog area ahead. It was the skeleton puppet king who came with several skeleton puppets. The skeleton puppet king chattered and spoke. So, this fog environment is slightly poisonous, will you all be affected too? Chen Yuan pondered slightly. Take out the mongoose balls. Several skeleton puppets ate them immediately. Go and have a look again. The skeleton puppet king immediately led several skeleton puppets into the fog area. After waiting for a while, he said excitedly, Master, there is no impact. Chen Yuan nodded slightly. I swallowed one pill myself, and so did Xiaobai and Xiaojin. Put on the gas mask again. Enter the fog zone. Nothing special. Look around. Stopped next to a bush 100 meters away from the fog zone. He took out a stone basin that he had prepared earlier and put the soil into it. Take out the meat bulbs. Plant carefully. Wait for the seeds to be good. You guys, just guard it here. Chen Yuan spoke to the skeleton puppet king. Yes, master. The skeleton puppet king immediately paid tribute. Other skeleton puppets, except for the part that shrinks to protect the small castle, have all been included in the skeleton doll statues. Watch it. Xiaobai asked again. Yes, Miss Xiaobai. The skeleton puppet king is submissive. Xiaobai immediately put his arm on Chen Yuan's arm, and the soft touch felt like an electric current flowing through Chen Yuan's body. Xiaobai looked as usual, pretending that nothing happened. Chen Yuan twitched his arm. Xiaobai held on tighter. Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows, and Xiaobai immediately said aggrievedly, I'm afraid. Afraid. Chen Yuan grinned and finally sighed, let's go. Take out the fog lamp and walk deeper into the fog area. Fog lights are originally prepared for foggy environments. The light shines out and everything within 100 meters is visible. 100 meters away there was still green mist. In the green mist, there seems to be a monster showing its teeth and claws. Chen Yuan took Xiaobai and Xiaojin with him. Proceed with caution. The fog lamp and even Xiaobai took the initiative to take it, with the dragon tooth axe in his hand ready to attack anytime and anywhere. 200 meters deep into the fog zone. 300 meters. 400 meters. There is no danger. Call. Suddenly, the wind surged in the foggy area, and a misty gray glow passed in front of Chen Yuan. The light is great. In a patch of grass, a gray treasure chest lay there. Special treasure chest. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. Walk away with the two beasts. I saw that it was a gray treasure chest of unknown material. It was about half a meter long, wide and high, and was surrounded by gray light. Chen Yuan looked around cautiously. There is no danger. Xiaobai and Xiaojun also took a few steps away. Look around carefully. After about a few minutes, there was no movement, so Chen Yuan directly collected the gray treasure box. Game tips. Special treasure box +1. Open black lens bracket. Do you want to open it? Close black lens bracket. Open. Game tips. Advanced upgrade stone +1. Game tips. Advanced decomposition stone +1. Game tips. Hui stone +5. Game tips. Pet beast upgrade card, white +2. Chen Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Did you get so many good things? I originally thought that the probability of other people possessing advanced upgrade stones and advanced decomposition stones was basically 0. But the fog zone obviously gives another opportunity. Hui Shi got 5 more pieces. As for the pet beast upgrade card, Chen Yuan took it out directly. Beast upgrade card, white, an energy card that allows the beast to upgrade. White, it can supplement the beast with 5,000 upgrade points. On top of the white, there are more advanced black and gold cards. White, black, gold. The upgrades of Xiaobai and Xiaojun are not numerically simulated. But there are pet beast upgrade cards. I don't know how much an energy card with 5,000 upgrade points can upgrade Xiaobai Xiaojun. A usable object is currently detected. Do you want to use it? Close black lens bracket. Use. Chen Yuan's heart moved slightly. Suddenly, the 2 white pet beast upgrade cards in his hand turned into 2 misty white lights, heading towards Xiaobai and Xiaojunjiao. Xiaobai and Xiaojun instinctively wanted to resist. But the white light came out of Chen Yuan's hand. He immediately gave up resistance. Even looking forward to it. White light comes. Whoops. In the blink of an eye, the 2 beasts absorbed all this, and their auras increased steadily, reaching level 42 in the late stage, level 43 in the late stage, and level 44. Until the late stage of level 44. The white light disappears. Energy disappears. The 2 beasts looked at Chen Yuan with unfinished thoughts. Gone. Chen Yuan spread his hands. He looked excited. A white pet beast upgrade card can upgrade 2 beasts to 2 levels in a row. This effect is comparable to 2 beasts eating and sleeping for 2 or 3 days. Good. With 2 beasts. Keep going. Chen Yuan was somewhat looking forward to the probability of encountering special treasure boxes in this fog area. The fog zone is toxic. But with the mongoose pills and gas masks, Chen Yuan and the 2 beasts might be able to stay here for a few days without any problem, but I don't know how dangerous it is here, and what is the probability of encountering a special treasure box. Everything is unknown. Need to explore. It has penetrated thousands of meters into the fog zone. In the environment of the fog zone, some previous creatures seemed to have begun to lose their vitality, and they could survive in another way. Very weird. Chen Yuan couldn't understand this state. It seems like a gray life force. The slightly yellowed grass and shrubs are still growing, and the insects and ants are still trembling despite their lack of energy. Stay strong and survive. Is it the toxins in the mist? Or is it not poison, but some kind of weird power? Chen Yuan guessed. At this time, the mist rolled in front of them, and strange gray, ferocious creatures with teeth and mouths that took up most of their bodies appeared. They looked like mice, but were much larger than mice, half a meter long. The eyes are green. The tail is split in 2. There are 6 limbs and feet. They looked at the light of the fog lamp in Chen Yuan's hand with fear, and at the fresh flesh and blood of Chen Yuan and Xiaobai Xiaojun. Hoo-hoo. Zitsa. Suddenly, swarms of bees rushed up. Chen Yuan held the dragon tooth axe, and Xiaobai and Xiaojun were also ready for battle. Following Chen Yuan's order, they rushed out. Boom. Fighting breaks out. Chen Yuan also knew the names of these strange creatures. Mist twin-tailed rat. There is no hierarchy, but there are levels. A first-order fog zone monster. Chen Yuan didn't know the level of the first-order fog area monsters, but when he went out to fight, he found that these 2-tailed rats in the fog were extremely weak. He easily killed a group of people without even using half of his strength. But at this time, a 2-tailed rat killed by Chen Yuan twitched, and the 2 halves that were split slowly came closer. Call. Get closer, and finally become one. The wounds disappear. The foggy twin-tailed rat raised its eyebrows, stood up again, and bit Chen Yuan with an unusually ferocious bite. Chen Yuan had noticed this a long time ago. All mist twin-tailed rats that are killed will slowly recover unless they are hit on the head or heart. Is it because of the fog zone? Chen Yuan pondered. Puff. The two-tailed mist rat that raised its body and bit at Chen Yuan was struck in the head by Chen Yuan with an axe and fell completely, unable to stand up again. A first-level fog zone monster. It is estimated that it is only a level 25 to 30 beast. Pay attention to Chen Yuan, who attacks their heads and hearts, and finish them off in a few clicks. A total of more than 40 mist twin-tailed rats were killed. Get 3 gray treasure chests. Gray treasure chest. It's a special treasure chest. However, these gray treasure chests are much smaller, only 20 centimeters in length, width and height, while the previous ones were half a meter. Game tips. Special small treasure box +3. The prompt came. Sure enough, the treasure chest was also discounted. It was a small treasure chest. Open. Game tips. Water elemental crystal +30. Game tip. Intermediate decomposition stone +3. Game tips. Intermediate obsidian +2, low-level Hunyuan stone +1. Game tips. Kui stone +3. Game tips. Medium soul +3. Supplies were collected on a larger scale. In particular, there was a primary Hunyuan stone, which was unexpected by Chen Yuan. The Hunyuan stone is the core for upgrading the small castle to the next stage and creating a Hunyuan array that can accelerate the speed of cultivation. There are primary Hunyuan stones in the fog area, so there may be intermediate or even high-level Hunyuan stones. Chen Yuan's eyes shone. If you get a high-grade Hunyuan stone, the materials needed to upgrade the small castle can really be replenished. Set off. Keep going. Chen Yuan was also curious. Will you encounter second-level fog zone monsters and third-level fog zone monsters next? Judging from the current situation of the survival world, some world experts do have the preliminary qualifications to detect fog areas. Certainly, someone as profound as Chen Yuan has yet to appear. The fog zone is 1,000 meters away. 2,000 meters. 3,000 meters. Chen Yuan encountered 2 more monsters, named mist pythons. They were much more powerful than the mist twin-tailed rats, and their levels had reached level 2. Equivalent to a level 35 to 40 beast. But in Chen Yuan's eyes it's still not enough. Kill. Still have to hit them in the vitals. The treasure chest that falls out is still a special small treasure chest. However, 1 out of 2 will drop out. Compared with the mist twin-tailed rat, the probability is much higher. Kui stone, intermediate decomposition stone, obsidian, etc., can still be obtained. But there is no Hunyuan stone. Go forward again. Even Chen Yuan expanded the scope. I am not going in depth blindly, I want to see if there are any chance encounters in other places. Unfortunately, no luck. The fog area is so large and the fog lamp's illumination range is limited. If we continue to look for it, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. We have to change our thinking. Chen Yuan walked. Start thinking. Xiaobai and Xiaojun were still looking around with a vigilant expression. Chen Yuan suddenly thought of Kui Shi. Take one out in your hand. Kui stone. A stone containing strange energy. Its function is unknown. It will undergo strange changes when placed in a foggy area. Or, try using Kui stone. Kui stones with unknown functions will undergo strange changes when placed in foggy areas. Maybe. Will it be effective? Chen Yuan carefully thought about the pros and cons, and finally decided to give it a try. He took out the Kui stone and held it in his hand. I took out 3 pieces. Pile up. Put it at your feet. Chen Yuan looked at the past carefully. At first, there was nothing unusual, but a few minutes after Kui Shi was placed on the ground, fog began to roll 100 meters away from the fog lamp. From the thin green mist, the mist surged. Actually, the fog gradually calmed down after it stopped. But at this moment, the mist surged restlessly again, and from the mist, elements gathered one by one. Chen Yuan looked happy. You two, keep an eye on me. Chen Yuan gave an order and sat down cross-legged. The surging elemental light points, wind, fire, earth, wood, water, and darkness, and even other element types, including wood, fire, and dark elements. Chen Yuan frantically absorbed and refined it. High speed. The effect is also very good. Kui stone is in the fog area. It has the effect of condensing elements and helping with cultivation. Chen Yuan was shocked. After a while, the concentration of elements around the body was 10 times higher than usual, which meant that the speed of cultivation was increased 10 times. It's more effective than having elemental crystals by your side. Throw out 3 more Kui stones. The effects continue. The concentration of elements around him increased again, reaching 20 times. Call. Keep throwing out. The concentration increased to 30 times. 40 times. Chen Yuan was so excited. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, motionless, the elements were absorbed into the body crazily, strengthening the 3 elemental essences. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Half an hour. Boom. In 1 hour, at 40 times the concentration of elements, the power of elements in Chen Yuan's body increased by a full circle, and the effect was comparable to those of 3 nights of continuous practice. Horrible. This effect is so terrible. Chen Yuan looked happy. 1 hour is comparable to 3 nights and dozens of hours of practice. What if there are more Kui stones? Dozens of Kui stones, hundreds of Kui stones together. Wouldn't that be worth 10 days and a half month, or even longer? Coming out of the misty swamp, even with the blessing of elemental crystals, the increase in Chen Yuan's elemental power was limited. The power of elements. It doesn't happen overnight. But the effect of Kui stone is too terrifying. It gave Chen Yuan great admiration. Whoops. The mist surges even more outside. Chen Yuan stood up. Originally, Kui Shi was just trying out the effect. Now that its function is known and there are not many Kui stones left, the experiment ends here. At this time, a low animal sound suddenly came from the front. It's not loud, but it's weird, scary, and makes people's scalp numb. Immediately afterwards, there was the sound of footsteps, which became louder and louder, like a rumble, as if mixed with thunder. Chen Yuan's eyes narrowed. Look ahead. The fog rolled in. I saw a head slowly protruding out, like a dog's head, but with long beard and hair, more than 10 meters above the ground. Then comes the body. The blue-gray body looks like a cow or a hill, but it only has 1 foot. A one-legged monster, 16 or 17 meters tall. The tail is like a fox's tail, and it strides forward. Boom. Game tip. Found a Mist Kui beast. Mist Kui beast. A 3rd level, late-stage monster in the fog area. It is attracted by your Kui stone aura. Although it looks ugly, its attack is very strong, and it will attack with the power of weird thunder and lightning elements. Attack with the power of thunder and lightning elements. No wonder the previous sound sounded like thunder. A Kui beast that is more than 10 meters tall. Deep purple eyes stared at Chen Yuan. He stared at the Kui stone that turned into powder beside Chen Yuan. Let out an unwilling roar. Call. A roaring thunder and lightning attack, dark purple, like a bolt of lightning, coming at an extremely fast speed. Boom. Xiaojun swallowed the golden shadow, and instantly emitted its diamond shell. Xiaobai had already rushed out. Aura suppression. The Void Rabbit Queen watched. Boom. The several-meter-large diamond shell phantom trembled for a while, and Xiaobai transformed into its true body while running around, and its sharp claws struck at the Kui beast. Call. Chen Yuan also rushed out at the same time, and the dragon tooth axe struck out. The 3rd-level late-stage mist beast. It is almost as strong as a level 50 to 52 beast. Chen Yuan had a feeling that it was attracted by so many Kui stones, otherwise it would never appear. It took Kui Shi an hour to arrive. With its speed, who knows how many tens of thousands of miles it has traveled in the fog area. Moreover, the late 3rd level. I haven't even encountered any monsters in the fog zone in the late 2nd level. Chen Yuan was very excited. My heart is ready to move. The 3rd level late-stage Mist Kui beast is very powerful, and its elemental power is twice as strong as that of the dwarf Cayman. Surrounded by the power of thunder and lightning. Hoo-hoo. Zitsa. But Xiaobai and Xiaojun are not good at all. Especially myself. He is the most evil person among evil people. If other survivors encountered the Kui beast, there would be no chance of survival, but Chen Yuan not only wanted to kill it. He also had to fight back and kill him whole body. Boom. Boom. The Kui beast has strong defense, its whole body is like granite, and it is accompanied by lightning protection. But Chen Yuan's dragon tooth axe is stronger. Moreover, Chen Yuan's physical fitness has improved by nearly half since he started practicing elemental power and the ripening of swamp fruits compared with before going to the Misty Swamp. Phew. The axe's rays broke through the Kui beast's defense and left wounds on its body. The Kui beast bared its fangs and claws to resist. Each attack is accompanied by the power of thunder and lightning. Xiaojun can resist it with defense. Xiaobai's figure flickers, sometimes transforming into a third body of the virtual rabbit, and he dodges nimbly. As for Chen Yuan, the ghostly wind boots were moving under their feet, and the Kui beast was helpless against the three of Chen Yuan. Phew. The Kui beast was so big and its flesh and blood was very thick. Chen Yuan swam around it and used the dragon tooth axe to make wounds on it. A 17-8-meter tall Kui beast. The size is as big as dozens of bulls. Really want to kill. Unless it's a sure kill hit, it's no less difficult than dealing with level 54 ordinary beasts. Boom. A few minutes later, the Kui beast, covered in blood, roared and became angry. The light of thunder and lightning surged around him. Purple electric light condensed in the mouth. You two, back off. Chen Yuan's heart moved slightly. Neither Xiaobai nor Xiaojun wanted to retreat. Back off. Chen Yuan's voice worsened. Call. The two beasts then put aside their bodies and retreated tens of meters. The Kui beasts, as dense as an electric grid, condensed purple light balls with a diameter of more than 1 meter from their mouths. Zitsa. The power of thunder and lightning surges. Chen Yuan knows. Kui beast is about to unleash his ultimate move. At this time, I can no longer hide it. Call. The first form of Asura axe technique, Asura left axe. The dragon tooth axe was changed from the right hand to the left hand. At the moment of changing, dark elements surged in the body. Put your right hand together. The moment when you put your hands together, facing the Kui beast, pull it out diagonally. If there is someone nearby, they will definitely see it. Chen Yuan's axe. There were too many changes at the moment it was pulled out, as if the long sword tore through the cloth, and a gap was directly torn out in the void. The dark black axe light shot out from the gap like electricity. A dark black shadow flickered above the axe. Asura. The devil of sin. Stab. The Kui beast concentrated for a long time, and then split into two parts when faced with the terrifying thunder and lightning ball that Chen Yuan sprayed out. The light ball shattered in the thunder and lightning explosion, and the axe continued to strike. Crossed the Kui beast's head. The thunder and lightning all over the body of the Kui beast are as dense as a net. Easily torn apart. Phew. The beast's head was raised high. Game tips. Kill a missed Kui beast. Game tips. Special treasure box +1. Call. Chen Yuan breathed a long sigh of relief. The dark element essence in the body is almost exhausted, and it takes a night of sitting cross-legged to recover. The physical strength is also exhausted. But we finally managed to defeat the mist Kui beast. The flesh of the mist Kui beast is too thick. If it weren't for the dragon tooth axe and Asura axe techniques, it would be troublesome to actually solve it. Open the treasure chest directly. Game tip. Lightning elemental crystal +3. Game tips. Advanced decomposition stone +1, advanced upgrade stone +1. Game tips. Kui stone +30. Game tips. Meatball type +2. Game tips. Advanced soul +1. The harvest is too great. For the first time, I got the large crystal of lightning element. And the decomposition stones and upgrade stones are also high grade. Kui she added 30 more. Meatball species also get 2. And the soul is an advanced soul. Cool. It's so cool. Chen Yuan's eyebrows were dancing and his eyes were flying. Owner. Xiaobai came from the side worriedly and supported Chen Yuan. She could see Chen Yuan's consumption in the move just now. Very big. Very big. Nothing. Chen Yuan didn't care at all. Go back. This is a great harvest. Go back. Return with Xiaobai and Xiaojun. Come to where the skeleton puppet king is. Plant the other 2 meatball seeds. After this battle, it will be appropriate to continue exploring in the fog area after recovery. The fog zone has stopped. As usual, there will be a 3-day pause. In fact, every time I stop, the pause time will be longer than before. In other words, if we stop this time, it may take 3 to 5 days before the fog area will continue to circle. Other places, where there is life in the fog area, when the fog hits, I wonder what will happen. Chen Yuan pondered. But, I just thought about it for a moment. Instruct the skeleton puppet king to take good care of him. Just in case, he summoned a few skeleton puppets that could burrow into the earth, and let them eat the mongoose pills before spreading out for defense. Then, return to the castle with Xiaobai and Xiaojin. As for the meat, Chen Yuan did not directly throw the mist twin-tailed rat, giant python, and kui beast meat into the doll statue. Chen Yuan is waiting for the meatballs to mature before trying the effect. Especially kui beast meat, at the late 3rd level, is comparable to beasts with level 50 to 52 combat power, and its blood thickness reaches level 54. It is so large that a small part of the warehouse contains 1,200 units. After the kui beast meat and meatballs are further improved, the nutrients will be terrifying. Practice. Sit cross-legged for one night and practice. Physical strength and elemental power have returned to their peak again. When Chen Yuan opened his eyes, it's already the 2nd day. Feel refreshed. Suddenly, a burning smell came from the kitchen. What the hell? There's a fire. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by thick smoke, Chen Yuan stood up and rushed into the kitchen. I saw Xiaobai there, his face blackened by smoke, making breakfast. The kitchen now has a freezer. There is also a lot of meat in it. Xiaobai was grilling the steak at this time. The steak was smoking and black. Her face was also black and gray. Chen Yuan picked up Xiaobai's long ears. It hurts, master, it hurts. Xiaobai was about to cry. Xiaojin noticed something strange and rushed up from the 1st floor. Staring curiously at the smoking kitchen. Chen Yuan didn't care that the meat was burnt, and the small castle couldn't be burned with this kind of ordinary fire. But, what if Xiaobai gets burned? How can a rabbit know how to cook? If it is permed, the hair will not flow smoothly and it will feel bad to the touch. How can that be done? You want to learn cooking? Chen Yuan had a dark face. Xiaobai nodded obediently, but when he saw Chen Yuan like this, he shook his head. Do you want to do it or not? Think. Chen Yuan took a towel and wiped Xiaobai's face. Come with me and I'll teach you. Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly, and then saw Xiaojin who was dumbfounded beside him. What are you looking at? I haven't seen it when I have a black face, so get out. Xiaojin was kicked out with one kick. Be nice to Xiaojin from now on. At the dinner table, Chen Yuan advised Xiaobai. Xiaojin nodded repeatedly. Xiaobai rolled his eyes at Xiaojin, and then said earnestly, Master, Xiaojin just needs to take care of himself. He eats and sleeps every day, and eats after sleeping without any awareness. Unlike me, I made clothes yesterday and made breakfast today. I just want Master to sleep more. Quote. Did you make clothes yesterday? Yes. Xiaobai took out the clothes from her back that seemed to have been prepared for a long time. Clothes. At first glance, the structure of the clothes can be seen, but it is in pieces, as if it was pieced together from 7 or 8 pieces of animal skins. Looking at the breakfast aside, it was black and still smoking. Don't waste animal skins anymore. Chen Yuan spoke without mercy. Xiaobai immediately lowered his head in discomfort, his long white and pink ears missing. Aha! Xiaojin smiled happily, but when he saw Xiaobai's gaze, he immediately lowered his head. Bark, bark, eat its little roasted meat. The 2 beasts are at level 44. And it will be level 45 soon, and may even break through level 46 when leaving here. Faster than initially expected. It would be nice if there were more pet beast upgrade cards. Chen Yuan sighed. Having breakfast. Complete today's check-in. Congratulations to the host. You got high grade crystal plus 10. Advanced obsidian plus 3. Water element crystal plus 10. The probability of the elemental crystal appearing is getting higher and higher, and I also got 3 high-level obsidian, which is getting better step by step. Let's look at the current supplies. Small castle upgrade supplies. 220 solid elemental wood, 50 advanced stone crystals, 17 wind element crystals, 25 fire element crystals, 28 water element crystals, 557 earth element crystals, 15 wood element crystals, 10 advanced obsidian. Advanced upgrade stone 4, advanced decomposition stone 2, advanced Hunyuan stone 0, musk stone 0. High grade stone crystal, large earth element stone, high grade obsidian. All 3 are gathered together. The large earth element crystals have expanded to an extremely high level because of the crystal mines. Besides, There are all kinds of elemental crystals, gold, silver, the king of fine copper, the king of fine iron. These amounts are very high. Like some herbs, they are mostly kept in storage. Intermediate obsidian, low-level obsidian, intermediate upgrade stones, low-level upgrade stones, there are quite a few of them. All kinds of emeralds, sapphires, rubies, these novices can eat, but the effect is only average. There are also red crystal, blue crystal, green crystal, gengshin, platinum, some rare jade, various high-quality materials, secondary glass fragments, third-grade glass fragments, crystal fragments, high-quality beef tendon, high-quality pig cage wire, top-grade pig cages silk, iron-like spider silk, high-quality cloth, animal skins. There are too many things. 3 succulent bulbs have grown into plants. With more than 30 kui stones, another wave of crazy cultivation of elemental power can be used to attract the mist kui beasts. However, even if you stay in the fog area for a long time, you still need to evacuate as soon as possible after the meatball has grown. In the World Channel, some people have obtained storage stones, and various cabins are moving their limbs and leaving faster than expected. I don't know how long the fog zone will advance. It won't always move forward, right? If you are not waiting for a foggy area, Chen Yuan will not be brushed by it. And the location of many people is not in the edge area. Even if it is not in the central area, it is still far away from the fog area. The fog will not affect them. Still have to speed up. Practice. The 2 beasts were fed a large amount of rare jade metal. Chen Yuan also devoted himself to practice. The cultivation of elemental power. Wood, fire, darkness. 3 types of elemental crystals are scattered all around. Although they are not as terrifying as kui stone, they are still 10 times faster. The essence of elemental power increases little by little in the body. All day long. All day long. Chen Yuandu is practicing the power of elements. The scale of the elemental power is no less than that of Cayman, and the 3 categories are actually much more powerful. Fusion. Chen Yuan is in front of the small castle. Keep practicing and try to integrate the power of these elements. Pity. Repeatedly failed. This kind of fusion between different elements to form fusion skills and moves is too difficult, too difficult. Chen Yuan sighed. But he is not discouraged. Once it can be fused to form some elemental moves, skills, etc., it will be another trump card. Period. The time came to 6 o'clock again. Chen Yuan's current comprehensive attribute value points have exceeded 47,000 after the improvement in the previous 3 days. And now, it has exceeded 50,000 in one fell swoop. 51,800. Basically, every attribute value is updated upwards of 3,000. This time, it even increased by 4,088. The reward is coming. The rewards for regional channel rankings are elemental crystals, and the rewards for world rankings are large elemental crystals. Elemental crystal. Chen Yuan's eyes flashed. The world ranking starts to reward elemental crystals. Each gets a 5-unit bonus. Others have 2. Elemental crystal. Is it an upgraded version of elemental crystal? Any functions? I don't know. Is the cabin used for upgrading to level 6? Only Mr. Chen has been upgraded to level 5. There were only a few others who entered level 4 yesterday. Elemental crystals. How many did you get? Just 1 piece. Chen Yuan then put up the deal. As usual, there is still a lot of inventory for some items that were traded before because the prices are too high. Seeking to trade elemental gemstones. After thinking for a while, the kui stone was also hung up. After all, the cultivation value of kuishi is extremely high. In addition, meatball species, pet beast upgrade cards, etc. are also symbolically displayed, and special treasure chest treasures can be noted for private chat. Done. Chen Yuan clapped his hands. At this time, the private message came. It belongs to Lu Xiaoya, as well as Lu Yang, Li Cheng and others, as well as several new channel managers. Brother Chen, the Anti-Far Alliance army has been established. The World Channel Masters are going to join forces to deal with you. Maid, these guys are so careless. They threaten to kill REK 0086 people whenever they see them. They won't spare any of them. Kill them. It's so abominable. Chen Yuan came to the regional channel. Sure enough, everyone was discussing it enthusiastically. Following the changes in the rules of the Alliance tournament yesterday, many people who have added friends in the game can directly form a team in the tournament, and then enter the team mode to kill the opponent. Once the opponent is strong in the survival world, there will be a drop of the survival world's things. You can team up with friends. Can drop real stuff. Although the probability is low. But it still gives people great expectations. This has also led to a large group of world masters becoming friends with each other, especially some people from China, Australian kangaroos, British people, landscape people, and island people. After yesterday's attempt to change the rules, a crazy and bold idea came up. Kill Chen Yuan. In the World Channel, many people are also talking about it. Anyway, if the things actually fall, what you own will not be reduced. Just give it a try. Yes, this idea is also the idea of the world's big guys. Boss Chen is now the target of public criticism. There is no way, they have inherent prejudice against Chinese people, and Mr. Chen is so powerful, there must be a lot of good things. The stronger the strength, the more good things, the greater the probability of dropping treasures, the more. The people in the hands of the world's masters have gone crazy. What kind of crazy method? Add friends like crazy. Add friends, invite directly, gather together, and then deal with Boss Chen together. So, the rules changed yesterday, and everyone is still adapting to it, but now that they understand it completely, and something real has been revealed, many people have gone completely crazy. Is there someone behind the scenes? Perhaps, the people from the stealing country dance the most happily, as well as the wallaby people, the scenery people. Who do you think is stealing from the Chinese people? Tisk, tisk, the thieves are out, run away quickly, otherwise I feel like I'm going to be stolen by them. Chinese people are so funny, haha. A few minutes before the start of the tournament, the World Channel actually started to quarrel. A large crowd poured in, forming a confrontation between two parties. The original discussion about the rules of the competition, the establishment of anti-far alliances, adding friends, and dropping treasures has now turned into a fight between the two parties. There are many people watching the show neutrally. There are also many people who are arguing. Barrage rolling. Even floating screens were flying all over the sky. These people were cursing, and in the end they even got blamed on Chen Yuan. Boss Chen must die. Chen asterisk wants him to look good this time. Our allied forces were established to prepare for those named Chen. Chen, bring me the good stuff. Crazy. Really crazy. Chen Yuan even saw a few familiar figures. Hui Yongshan 24.181 yelled crazily there. Chen asterisk, when you encounter our alliance army, just wash your neck and wait to be killed. Chen, if you have the guts, don't use the invisibility card. Even if you do, I don't believe you have so many of them. List asterisk. In addition to Hui Yongshan, there are also Jin Jiyoung, Wilt and others. The scenery Chinese is a guy ranked number 2 in the world. The previous number 2 player in the world was Yan Tianbao. Now shifted. Liu Xiaoya is still ranked 4th in the world, and Wilt is ranked 5th. After the 5th period, the changes are relatively large. From time to time, someone jumps up and someone falls down, but there is no doubt that they are world-ranked masters. Many of them did not scold. Maintain your own identity. But there were a lot of shouts from people below, mostly with floating screens. Chen, people from EK0086, just wait, you are finished. I am destined to have no sleep tonight. The holy light will drive away the darkness and drive away the sin from you. Thank us. Thank God. Thank Allah. Sinful Chinese, sinful Chen, your doom has come. Sometimes Chen Yuan is thinking. I'm afraid these people are not stupid. There are also private chats. Many people chatted privately and scolded him. Really like a moron. Go ahead and scold him. The harder you scold now, the harder you'll cry later. Chen Yuan looked at the numbers on the game port. Less by the minute. Last 3 minutes. Last 2 minutes. At this time, someone floated on the screen. Brother Chen, please add me. It's Yan Tianbao. Chen Yuan hesitated. Or apply through friends. I really can't stand them anymore. Oh, Mr. Chen, I wanted to apologize to you before. Now, I decided to fight these guys together with the brothers of EK0086. Yan Tianbao said. Naturally, Chen Yuan didn't know that Yan Tianbao initially planned to surpass Chen Yuan by cooperating with other world masters because Chen Yuan ranked 1st in the world. This is also normal. Who doesn't want to be number one? But these guys are so abominable. At least I have ZG blood flowing in my body. Although I really want to surpass you, but compared to these people insult us so unscrupulously, I can't swallow this breath. He gritted his teeth, extremely resentful. Chen Yuan replied calmly, it's never our style to be tough with our mouths. Since they are arrogant, we will fight them. Hit me hard. Beat them until they stop screaming. The other side responded repeatedly. Yes, beat them until they can't scream anymore. Since we have to fight, then there is no use in talking more. Just fight. The thieves, the wallaby people, the landscapers, the islanders, were still jumping up and down, shouting crazily. Many of the people in EK0086 are Chinese. After Chen Yuan said, see you on the field, he remained silent. Quiet. Eerily quiet. Last 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. Comma. The last 3 seconds of the countdown, 2 seconds, 1 second, flashed, a white light appeared, and Chen Yuan's figure appeared in the world of the competition. Position. Kui Yongshan. 1 minute later, Chen Yuan appeared in front of Kui Yongshan. I'll give you 10 minutes to call all the people you can. If it's too late, you won't have a chance. Kui Yongshan saw Chen Yuan. Instinct fear. But when I think of the power of the anti-Far allied forces, suddenly I felt confident again. You wait. Kui Yongshan started calling friends. After the rules were changed, friends were added to the game and they could be invited directly. Kui Yongshan told the people from the allied forces that Chen Yuan was here with him. After he hurried over, white lights flashed around him. It's empty. Endless grassland. Somewhat desolate. But Chen Yuan's cold eyes. It seems more desolate here. White lights appeared all around, and silhouettes of people gathered towards Kui Yongshan, some of whom even brought their pet beasts with them. 1, 2, 10, hundreds, comma. There are more and more people. It's so densely packed that you can't see the end at a glance. At the beginning, Chen Yuan was still thinking about how many people would come and how many points or drops they would bring him. But there were too many people. Endless. In front of Chen Yuan. Like a vast army. I can't count them. I'm afraid there are tens of thousands. The speed at which the crowd gathered was even more terrifying than Chen Yuan thought. After all, their friends lead their friends, each person invited a dozen or so, and others were invited in turn. The growth was too fast. Chen, you are so scared. Ha ha ha, you ZG people have an old saying, you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Do you want to give up? It's so cool. I was so scared that I didn't dare to move. Chen, you actually dared to show up alone. I respect you as a good man. You killed dozens or hundreds of people by yourself. So, can you kill tens of thousands or even more people here? Jin Jiong's group of people back then were not even 1% as good as they are now. Prepare to die, comma. The number of people is still growing rapidly. Chen Yuan looked at the group of people in front of him. A gust of wind, silently, passing through the wasteland. Got windy. Chen Yuan's fingers touched the dark golden blade of the dragon tooth axe, feeling a little cold. The wind is blowing, then let it go bankrupt. There are more and more people. Like an army. Gather before yourself. Further on, some neutral people appeared one after another. As promised, we won't kill each other. I'm curious how long Mr. Chen can last. A rare scene in a lifetime. Last time, Boss Chen wiped out 200 Chinese thieves. This time, I'm afraid there will be more, but there are too many people on the other side. At a glance, I guess there are 100,000, right? 100,000, just a little more. Comma. Many people were talking. Such a large number of people. They were too curious about how many Chen Yuan could kill. As for how much I believe Chen Yuan will win in the end, there is no one. 100,000. And there are hundreds of thousands of organized players, including Chinese thieves, Australian kangaroos, landscapers, islanders, and British people. Too many. Among them, they are basically the top 100 experts in each channel. Most of the experts in the world rankings have also gathered. Too difficult. The people simulated in the game are linked to real physical strength. Even if they kill thousands of people, they will be exhausted. Pity. They couldn't imagine how powerful Chen Yuan was. Chen, why didn't you bring your 2 pet beasts? Are you afraid of getting involved? Ha ha ha, you do have foresight. Hui Yongshan was in front, pointing at Chen Yuan and laughing. 200 people can't give him the confidence. But as the number of people increased step by step, reaching 100,000, he really didn't even take it seriously. Jump. You still know how to jump. Chen Yuan removed his fingers from the dragon tooth axe. I'm afraid you contributed a lot to the establishment of the anti-Yuan alliance army. Here, I have to thank you. What's the meaning? Hui Yongshan looked puzzled. Have you seen my husband-in-law? What? The wind is blowing. Then, let's go bankrupt. Chen Yuan made a big move. Call. In the wind, a golden doll skull statue appeared, and a total of 90 skeleton puppets appeared behind them like monsters. Exclamations came. What method is this? Pet beast. Chen Yuan's third pet beast. Impossible. Surprised. Puzzled. But soon they were laughing. Ha ha ha, it's just a bunch of skeletons, how powerful can they be? Don't be intimidated by the Kyushu people. Although his overall value is high, his combat power value is definitely not as high as ours. We all work together. If you die, you will only get 1 point. If you win, you might get his treasure, which will be distributed then. Come on. Chen Yuan showed the mirror monster crystal scepter again. Quietly urge. 10 mirror images appeared around me. 100,000 people. You can't kill them all in 2 hours. As many as you can kill. It's just a matter of collecting points. If you don't collect them, it would be a mistake. Brother Chen. At this time, a voice came from behind, accompanied by the boss. The boss said, "We're here to help you." It's the 0086 gang here. They came just in time. Get to the other side of this group. Don't let them get away. But, go quickly, I will kill you if you don't recognize your relatives, and you will all be killed by mistake. Someone else in the crowd had something to say. Lu Xiaoya looked at the skeleton army behind Chen Yuan, the mirror image clone. Walk. Go around and fight head on. This time, some will be killed. If anyone else had anything to say, Lu Xiaoya frowned. Do you want to be killed by mistake? If so, then you can stay here. Thoughts of being killed by mistake. Several people shrank their necks. He hurriedly ran around to the other end of the army. Chen Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least he's gone. These people are too constrained here. No need to wait, let's get started. Let's start. There was also a voice coming from the opposite side, and there was no emotion. Chen Yuan lowered his eyes slightly and raised his big hand. Behind him, the skeleton puppets and mirror clones rushed forward. These skeleton puppets are basically around level 43. There are 10 mirror clones, which can have up to 60% of his own combat power, but Chen Yuan controlled it a little in order to keep his own combat power from being affected at all. About 40%. All rush forward. Here we go. I didn't expect Mr. Chen to have a trump card. I'll definitely be able to last longer now. There were sounds in the distance. Chen Yuan also rushed out holding the dragon tooth axe. Phew. The figures were torn into pieces and dispersed in the wasteland. Chen Yuan did not want these people to feel that the gap was too big, so he ran away early. In order to save more effort, Chen Yuan distributed his energy reasonably and restrained his strength. But this could not stop the enemy on the other side from being defeated like a mountain. It's scary. Are these skeleton bones so hard? My excellent iron axe will have no effect if I chop it down. Mater, what's going on with this mirror clone? It was clearly hit, but it wasn't affected at all. Everyone, please work harder. With more people, we have a better chance of winning. Damn ZG people. Melee. Big melee. Even if Chen Yuan summons skeleton puppets and mirror clones, the size of the opposing army will be terrifying. Dozens of people surrounded each skeleton puppet. Each mirror clone must withstand several attacks at the same time. Period. Also mixed in are the opponent's pet beasts, weird weapon attacks, and some people even have firearms. Although they don't have elemental power, they do have ammunition. The power is not small either. Pity. Even if the mirror clone has 40% combat power without the blessing of Dragon Tooth Axe, even if the skeleton puppet is only level 43. Each one of them is a boss level figure to them. Too difficult. This is such a complete mismatch in gears. Mr. Wilt, why would a big boss like you come here to deal with this little skeleton instead of besieging Mr. Chen? Wilt looked ugly. Even this little skeleton can't do it. But he still pretended to be calm and said, "Don't panic, I'm here to help you." I fought with Boss Chen before, and I happened to be restrained in all aspects, so I started from other aspects to help you defeat Boss Chen. Is that so? Then we can defeat this skeleton. That is. Wilt forced a smile. Face the little skeleton in front of you. Even though the force of the collision made his arm numb, he still faced the difficulty without taking a step back. And over there. Game tips. Points +1. Game tips. Points +1. Game tips. Points +1. Comma. Skeleton puppets, mirror clones, and Chen Yuan himself killed, and the sound of point prompts sounded. In an instant, it exceeded 100 points. How long has it been? In the past, it would take more than 10 minutes to obtain 100 points if it was just a simple increase of 1 point. And now, less than 2 minutes have passed. Moreover, these 2 minutes also include the time for the formation of the battle circle and the retention of Chen Yuan's axe. It's a pity that the mirror clone is a condensed mental power and cannot fight for a long time. Otherwise, it would be nice to be able to fight for 2 hours. Chen Yuan sighed. At this time, a sneer came from the opposite side. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chen, you are not as scary as the rumors say. It takes one move to kill these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. I can do it too. How about killing me? I'm afraid it can't be solved with one move. Looking at it this way, I'm not much behind you, right? Half of the top 20 experts in the world are gathering here. If you don't surrender, we can still leave your whole body intact. Phew. With a flash of axe light, his figure disappeared. Noisy. The entire battlefield. The sounds of fighting were everywhere. Lu Xiaoya and the others also fought with them behind enemy lines. Of course, the main masters still gathered on Chen Yuan's side. Either deal with Chen Yuan, or deal with the skeleton image clone. There are too many people. A few hundred or a few thousand missing would not be noticeable to the naked eye. Moreover, Chen Yuan also pretended to be weak, and tried his best to avoid their sharp edges when surrounded by dozens of world masters. Just acting. Really kill you. Wouldn't it be that the morale of the army was in chaos and others were fleeing in all directions? Don't run away if you dare. Is your surname Chen? This guy is too fast. If it weren't for his speed, he would have died under our encirclement. The boots on his feet are very flexible. Many world-ranked masters once again attacked Chen Yuan. Among this group of people, a person with the ID, George 34.188 feet on his head felt a little weird in his heart. Mr. George, what's wrong with you? Without. George shook his head, and then added, I always feel that Chen Yuan is acting for us. He used his ability before. The ability that has never failed has failed. Mr. George, you are thinking too much. It's just, didn't you see him running away? It's just that he kills people outside the ranks very quickly. When he encounters us, especially once he is surrounded and killed, he escapes early. Obviously he doesn't want to fight us head on. That's why you're like this, because you're not strong enough. His axe and boots are very strong, but his own strength shouldn't be much higher than yours. Several people analyzed it carefully. Too. As George listened, he also felt that there was some truth in it. Otherwise, why are you running so fast? And they specifically picked out the weaker members of the Allied forces. Isn't it because he plans to get a vote and run away? I'm afraid he won't be able to sustain his speed for long. When his physical strength weakens, he will be able to deal with it. Thinking of this, the feeling of uneasiness and weirdness in George's heart was instantly wiped away. Chased towards Chen Yuan. I can't let you run away. And the other side. A large group of neutral people in the distance. How many have Mr. Chen killed? Have you counted them? I don't know. I stopped counting after I reached 2,000. How about you count it? 2,000. More than that. It must be more than that. The white light flashes at a speed of more than 1 per second. It starts at least 3,000. How long has it been since? Less than half an hour. Yes, less than half an hour. To be precise, in 25 minutes, Chen Yuan had killed 3,200 people and gained 3,200 points. During this period, some prop cards were dropped. Very rewarding. Ha ha ha, an image clone has disappeared. Everyone, please work hard. It's finally broken into pieces. There is also a skeleton that is also injured. I seem to see hope. Sure enough, the person named Chen only has this ability. These skeleton image clones are so powerful. They killed at least more than 2,000 people, or even 2,500 people. Without it, Chen wouldn't be so difficult to deal with. 3,200 points. 3,500 points. 4,000 points. 5,000 points. As time goes by, the points keep growing. In the eyes of many people, Chen Yuan was forced to flee in all directions by the world's masters. The skeletons were gradually exhausted, and one of their mirror clones disappeared. Chen Yuan, already falling below in the confrontation. But some people with delicate minds noticed something strange, and they always felt that something was wrong. 6,000 people, 7,000 people, 8,000 people. The points are still growing horribly. The skeleton puppet's physical strength is far inferior to Chen Yuan's, and the image clone is just a product of mental power. As the 10 image clones dissipated one after another, the pressure on the skeleton puppet increased and damage also appeared. When you get 10,000 points, 2 skeleton puppets disperse. When the points reached 13,000, 8 skeleton puppets dispersed. When the points reached 20,000, 34 skeleton puppets dispersed. When the points reached 30,000, only the last few skeleton puppets were left. Wait until the last few have dispersed. At this time, people suddenly discovered the entire vast wilderness, which seemed to be composed of dozens of football fields as far as the eye could see, suddenly became sparse in number of people. What happened? There are so few people. A crowd of hundreds of thousands suddenly became empty. And Chen Yuan, he finally showed his fangs. I won't play with you anymore. The dragon tooth axe was struck out with elemental power, and dragon power, no longer deliberately conserving physical strength. Call. Game tips. Points plus 1-2. Game tips. Points plus 14. Game tips. Points plus 1-8. This group of people are fighting against the Allied forces. The strength is still good. Among the overall population in the world of survival, they belong to the upper reaches, and among them there are some world-ranked masters with good abilities. But Chen Yuan, 10 times the physical fitness of ordinary people. Epic Dragon Tooth Axe. Rare battle armor. Rare wind boots. The brave and fearless badge is also attached to his chest at this moment. The gap is too big. Each axe energy and axe light will kill dozens of people. This is completely different from the previous guerrilla warfare that retained strength. What happened? It's been an hour and a half. Boss Chen, your strength has increased several times. Before, were you pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? What the hell are you acting? The Anti-Far Alliance troops on the opposite side will accompany you to perform. This time, everyone's jaw dropped. Normally, after fighting to this point, who is not exhausted? Especially Chen Yuan's fighting intensity, wandering around and killing everyone he meets, is particularly terrifying when he is not physically exhausted. What happened to this sudden increase in combat power? Everyone was dumbfounded. The neutral onlookers were dumbfounded. The people of the Anti-Far Alliance army were dumbfounded. Lu Xiaoya, Yan Tianbao and others on the other side of the battlefield were dumbfounded. The world masters who were chasing Chen Yuan were also dumbfounded. What happened? It's not a hallucination, right? You're hallucinating when you're tired of chasing. This sudden surge in momentum and lethality. Killing a dozen people at once, so effortlessly. Isn't this terrible? Is this the real Mr. Chen? Among the world's masters who were chasing Chen Yuan, some couldn't help but stop. Hui Yongshan's eyes suddenly turned red and he panted, "Why did you stop? Hurry up and rush. This guy must be very tired. He deliberately scared us like this. Just wait for his wave to pass." Puff. Suddenly, a strange ability fell on him, and Hui Yongshan rushed towards Chen Yuan numbly. George looked at his friends around him. If you want to stay, just stay. I can't beat this Chen Yuan, so I got out of the way first. There was a flash of white light. He used the scene change card and ran away. The others were immediately stunned. George, the second-ranked boss in the world, had some kind of ability, and he actually ran away right away. And they looked at Chen Yuan's harvest momentum. Run. If the axe falls, none of us will survive. 30,000 people died before that guy started to explode. This is too arrogant. It's no fun to be a human being like this. Maid, this guy is looking towards us. Bye, brothers. Others, those with props, simply ran away. Those who don't have props have no choice but to take action. Hui Yongshan, on the other hand, rushed towards Chen Yuan stupidly, but before he even got close to Chen Yuan, an axe aura struck down with light. He, along with the others, immediately dissipated. Points earned. From Hui Yongshan's body, cards fell out, as well as a golden leg bone. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.